Member De Lange.
Morning, Member Hofman. Shall we proceed?
Morning, Member Hofman. Morning, Member De Lange. No, we can't proceed.
Morning, ma'am.
For the speaker. Oh, the deputy.
Morning.
We thought we'd just make the decisions and then we carry on.
Morning, colleagues.
Morning, Solly.
How are you?
I can't complain, thank you. You well?
You mean to say no new ones? There's always going to be complaints, but we just don't have new ones.
I don't complain, there's enough here.
Yeah, I feel you.
Morning, Member De Lange, Member Msima, colleagues.
Good morning, Honourable Member.
How are you doing?
Well, okay, and how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Honourable members, I'm going to check with the Office of the Speaker. I know for a fact that the Speaker is not well, hence she has not joined the meeting. We're with her at the briefing earlier this morning, the procedural brief. So I'll quickly check with her, and if she allows us to continue, I'll then start with the meeting, although I'll start from the visual site, but I'll join the meeting later. Is that okay, honourable members?
The DS will preside in Chair of Chairs. There's no need for you to do that.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. We should have been
The DS is physical. The DS is physically at the legislature. She will be coming in just now.
Yeah, but in future we must be warned about the late start, ma'am. Thanks.
Will we take a moment to observe silence? Thank you. You may sit. You guys. Thank you. Let's start with the business of the day. In terms of apologies, we've got apologies from the Premier. He is off sick. Honourable Dos Santos is on leave. Honourable Duplessis absent due to party business, as well as Honourable Atkinson. Then Honourables Mufama, Khatebe as well, and Alberts are absent because of party business. And the delegation, as it was communicated last week, the delegation that's attending the international sports tour. Thank you very much. Did I miss something? We good? Okay. We've got a motion without notice from the Honourable Kumalo. We've got member statements from Honourable Diaga, Honourable Hoffman, and Honourable Letzi. Let's start with the Honourable Kumalo. Chief Whip. Chief Whip, are you in attendance?
Yes, I'm here, Madam. Is it the motion?
Yes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I, Member M. Kumado, ANC Chief Whip, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rules 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development's report on the 2021 Peoples with Disability Sector Parliament was not programmed for today's House sitting. Noting that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development Focused Intervention Study report on the assessment of effectiveness and efficiency of the Department Monitoring and Evaluation Capacity towards funded NPOs and how it advances service delivery was not programmed for today's housing. Further noting that the Portfolio Committee on Social Development report on 2021 People with Disability Sector Parliament is now ready for tabling. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development FIS report on the assessment of effectiveness and efficiency of the department's monitoring and evaluation capacity towards funded NPOs and how it advances service delivery is now ready for tabling. Therefore, request that the House resolve as follows. That the Portfolio Committee on Social Development report on the 2021 People with Disability Sector Parliament be included on the orders of the House sitting of today, 24th May 2022. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development FIS report on the assessment of the effectiveness and efficiency of the department's monitoring and evaluation capacity towards funded NPOs and how it advances service delivery be included on the orders of the House sitting today, 24 May 2022. I so move. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member statements in terms of Rule 81(1). Honourable Diaga.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 14th of June 2021, I made a member statement in this House requesting the Gauteng Provincial Legislature take heed of Pride Month and what it signifies. My exact words were, as a caring government in solidarity with all members of the LGBTIQA community, I want to give you this flag and ask you to fly it with pride in support of the many men, women and young children who are struggling every day to be accepted as equals in their communities, in their province and in their homes. There was agreement in this House that the flag would be raised. This is a promise that was just hollow words. No flag was raised. Madam Speaker, the plight of the LGBTIQA+ community is no different today from 1 year ago. In March this year, Nongezi Mthani, an openly lesbian person, was brutally murdered. It is an indictment on this House that pressing issues such as these are simply ignored. Pride Month begins in 8 days' time. Will you raise the flag, Madam Deputy Speaker? Will you do so out of compassion or compunction? Either way, the lesbian community, gay lesbian community, deserves better of those elected to serve them. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Diaga. Just a step back. We need to adopt the motion without notice from Honourable Kumalo. Can I get a seconder? A seconder and a mover for adoption?
I'll second, Speaker.
Thank you. It's seconded. Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's move on to Honourable Man. Are you in attendance?
I am, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker, 20 May 1983 is a date that will live on into infinity. On this date, the infamous Church Street bomb killed over 17 civilians and maimed and injured over 200 people. A flagrant terrorist act by the ANC authorized by O.R. Tambo. A disgusting act camouflaged under the freedom struggle by men that were too cowardly to face the then South African Defence Force in conventional warfare. Today, they call themselves military veterans. But in
You must
history,
never
they
ever
didn't
call
serve
Tambo
conventional war.
Order.
Nor
What's happening,
ever
colleagues?
face soldiers in combat. It was easier to kill civilians. Vandaag dra hierdie sogenaamde vryheidsvegters Prada, Rolex en allerlei. Vandaag plunder, steel en breek hierdie sogenaamde leiers ongestoord voort. Want dit is al wat vir hulle belangrik is. Naamlik selfverryking ten koste van die armes waarvoor daar glo geveg is. Madam Speaker, nearly 3 decades ago, people willingly changed the fate
Your
of government.
grandfathers raped our grandmothers.
But the average South African, there is ironically still no benefit, except for the ANC cadres cashing in everywhere. The ANC brought destruction, poverty, and chaos, and so destroyed the dreams of all South Africans for a truly better life. While we hope for the best, we had a sense that an organization that killed civilians would not make a good government. It is unfortunate that you
continue to kill black people in the farms.
A true government representing all the people of South Africa in the form of an opposition
Shame unto you, Hoffman.
is now
Shame
dawning.
unto you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Shame unto you, Hoffman.
Honourable members, I don't know what's happening there virtually. We're stunned here in the house.
Man, is that a blanche?
Honourable man. We are stunned here in the house.
You must never say such things about O.R. Tambo and a racist.
Can I be allowed to speak as well? Colleagues who are attending virtually, we are shocked what's happening. You are making chair of chairs and whomsoever it is, colleagues, can you wait? You are interrupting us here, or rather the flow of the sound is interrupted. Can you be considerate of that, colleagues? Thank you very much. Honourable Letsi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the Gauteng Department of Health for pressing ahead with the remedial work at Charlotte Mekgwe Johannesburg Academic Hospital, despite many challenges experienced in that facility. We are delighted to be informed that the Accident and Emergency Department is now fully operational. This includes the Psychiatry Acute Care Unit, the Pediatric Emergencies, and Obstetric and Gynae Emergencies. We also note that there were some glitches with the CT scanner not functioning. However, we are pleased that the scanner has since been fixed and this facility can now proceed with provision of quality health services. What is of paramount importance is that the functioning of Charlotte Mekgwe is now providing a much-needed health service relief to other surrounding health facilities who were strained as a result of accommodating patients that were referred to them since the fire broke out, leading to disruption of services. Furthermore, we welcome the upgraded fire detection and alarm system installed to assist in pinpointing the exact location of the fire to avoid the reoccurrence of this unfortunate fire incident. We acknowledge that there is still much to be done to complete the remedial work at Charlotte Mekgwe, and we are hopeful that with the leadership of the MEC of Health and the intervention from the National Department of Health, this work will be completed with speed and urgency it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Letsi. Secretary, please read us the first order. That's what we have here. The Premier, due to ill health, is not in attendance. He'll be represented by Honourable Mamabolo. First item, questions to the Premier.
Can I proceed? Oh. Yes. Okay.
Deputy Speaker, we can't have a substitute for the Premier. Is the MEC the acting Premier?
Okay. Honourable Bloom, can you go on to ask the question? We have been informed here as the Presidium that Honourable Mamabolo will respond on behalf of the Premier. He is responding to the questions that were posed to the Premier. He doesn't have to be acting Premier for that. He's a member of the executive. Honourable Nel. Okay, that your concern is noted that Premier is avoiding you, but for now the questions will be answered by Honourable Mamabulo. Honourable Bloom.
I do this under protest because it's very specifically directed at the Honourable Premier himself, and but I need the question to be answered. Further to reply to question 5.PR019 on 10 May 2021 concerning all investigation reports concerning irregularities or alleged corruption that have been handed over to the SIU or the Premier, please indicate 1. Why has the Honourable Premier not adhered to his undertaking that final consolidated report would be shared with the Legislature at the end of June last year? 2. How many individual reports are there? 3. Why will individual reports not be made public as well? 4. Approximately how much in rands and cents is estimated in total to have been lost to corruption according to these reports? And 5. On what firm date will the consolidated report be made public? Thank you.
Honourable Mamabolo, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And to honourable members in the House, MECs, the Chief Whip. The reply goes as follows. Firstly, let me acknowledge the question. The reply to your question goes as follows, and I'm replying question 1 up to 5 together. And it reads as follows. As previously indicated, the reports of the departments needed to be verified by the Office of the Premier so that the veracity of the information can be confirmed. A final consolidated report of the entire provincial government is being compiled. This process has further required the Premier to have consultation sessions with the Chapter 9 and 10 institutions. These sessions discuss, among others, the progress made by the Gauteng Provincial Government, departments and entities in implementing the recommendations, remedial actions of the final forensic reports issued by these institutions. For example, the information to the reports of the public protector was discussed during the public protector's annual stakeholder roadshow held on Friday, 11 March 2022 at the City of Tshwane Council Chambers in Tshwane. This has necessitated more time for the information to be verified by both the Office of the Premier, GPG departments, and the Public Protector before it can be released to the public. The same arrangement is being made with the other Chapter 9 institutions. The process has taken longer than anticipated, but patience is being exercised to ensure that the final report contains information that is accurate. The report will therefore be shared with the members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature once we have verified and authenticated each departmental report to ensure that the remedial action purported to have been taken has indeed been implemented in line with the recommendations of whichever institution carried out the investigation or the forensic audit. The process of consulting with Chapter 9 and 10 institutions is assisting to confirm whether departments have indeed addressed all their recommendations or remedial actions and submitted evidence thereof. The report will therefore be shared with the Legislature before the end of next week by the Honourable Premier. That constitutes the reply to all questions posed. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I was very afraid for a moment that all this verification and the stalling tactics which we've seen before was going to absolutely lead nowhere, because we've been told previously various firm dates. I mean, I was told in a written reply June last year, but I'm going to hold you to that before the end of next week. In fact, you could have just did the first line of your reply, and that's really what we wanted to hear. So I'm holding before the end of next week a consolidated report, but I do warn that this consolidated report mustn't be some sort of, we want to see the individual reports as well. So I want to put it to the Honourable Acting Premier, or whatever capacity you are today. What about the individual reports? Because we all know if you give this consolidated report, you can hide things. We're not getting, specific issues. Is there any reason why we can't have the specific reports as well instead of this vast consolidated report? But having said that, we're holding you to this deadline, end of next week. Thank you. Speaker.
Nel?
I rise on Rule 138, Sub 9. Short remark. I find the Premier's response quite convoluted, because on the one hand he says he's still verifying the information that's in the various reports, and that's why it's not being published. But then he also says at the same breath that he's already had meetings with the various departments to implement corrective measures. So how can you implement corrective measures for information that has not been verified yet? I find that very, very strange. Thank you very much.
Honourable Messi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, once more. Look, Honourable Bloom and Honourable Nell, we have provided a reply, and the Premier will release the report before end of next week, and I think you should wait for that. All what you have said, I will not respond to that, in the sense that you have made remarks that are answered by the question, so it's not necessary to repeat what I've said to you. So let's wait for next week, and you will get the reply. As for the meaning of convoluted, I think I'll check with you offline if you understand that meaning, Honourable Nell. We will take it offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to the second item, Honourable Mekgwe.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Understanding that the department has the responsibility to work in an integrated manner to create enable environment that provides universal access to sports, arts, cultural activities. Will the MEC respond to the following? 1, when will the department open Merafong Library and Multipurpose Center in Extension 4 in Gauteng? 2, how much did the department pay for that center? 3, how much is the department paying for the security at that center? 4, what are the names of various suppliers contracted in that center providing resources? 5, can the MEC share with us the benefits will our community receive in Gauteng, in Merafong, Western region? Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mekgwe. Is the MEC in attendance?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Speaker. Thank you. With regards to the question that has been made regarding Merafong Library and Multipurpose Center in Extension 4, the project is under the Merafong municipality and is not a project of the provincial government. And therefore, the above questions or that the member has requested should therefore be directed to the municipality. With regards to question 2, question 3, question 4, and question 5, the questions are not applicable, as indicated in question 1, that the project is not under the provincial government. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Now, Honourable Mekgwe, do you wish to follow up?
Yes, I think you can even assist the MEC because I went there myself. It's in my ward, Ward 1 in Merafong. So I'm raising these questions on behalf of the community in that area. And I'm well aware of Merafong municipality. I was a councillor there in 2016. So in Merafong municipality, before I came in this legislature, Skajach. Now, when I entered that institution or the center, I was informed by the person who was appointed by the municipality there to say this is not our project. It's a provincial project which falls under a department, the MEC. So I don't know why she's responding like this in this house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Mekgwe. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As indicated earlier, we benefit in no regard to in any way mislead the House. The project is not under the provincial government. The library we have in Merafong is the Kokosi Library, not the one that he is referring to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Second question. goes to the MEC of Safety by Member of Hoffman. Member Hoffman, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. It is true that no member serving in law enforcement, Metro Police and or South African Police Service may have a criminal record. Thus, any member serving with a criminal record should be immediately dismissed. Can the MEC indicate how many SAPS members are serving with criminal records? How many Metro Police members have criminal records or charges pending?
Challenge of network.
How many of these members have competency to carry a state firearm? How regularly are these records checked or reported? And finally, how many members in these departments have been dismissed for the above-mentioned contraventions for the last financial year? Thank you, MEC.
The first one is you.
Honourable MEC. MEC. Honourable MEC.
Oh, how's the network? How do I vote?
Her mic is active. I don't know what's happening. She's not audible. MEC?
Madam Speaker. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, in responding to Honourable Member Hoffman, the question that he asked, question number 1, on how many SAPS members are serving with criminals. The response from the SAPS is that currently at provincial level, they have no database because some of them are still being investigated. However, in terms of police regulations, members who have found guilty with option of paying a fine can still serve as members of the South African Police Service. In responding to question number 2 of how many Metro Police members have criminal records or charges pending, the response from TMPD is as follows. As of the 8th of April, there were 51 convicted members and 142 of them who are awaiting trial. JMPD, they said 4 Metro Police members were or have pending criminal records and are pending internal charges. EMPD, the Ekurhuleni, they've performed this exercise in July of 2021 through the SAPS based on ID numbers. However, the SAPS indicated that due to numerous errors and duplicate ID numbers, they can only provide correct information based on fingerprints. And then the EMPD has embarked on a process of obtaining the fingerprints from all the EMPD employees, and the process was completed by the end of February and submitted to the Provincial HQ of SAPS for them to analyze and provide feedback, and they are still awaiting for that process from SAPS. In responding to question number 3 of how many of these members have competency to carry firearms, TMPD, they said all their members have competency. JMPD indicated that they don't issue firearms to convicted members who have criminal records. EMPD, they indicated that a list of officers declared to be unfit to possess firearms for various reasons on monthly basis. So far, 13 of them have been declared unfit to be in possession of firearms. Responding to question number 4, how regularly are these records checked or reported? TMPD, they indicated that the fingerprint screening is done on annual basis. TMPD, they are checked twice annually. EMPD, they are in the process is annual, but the unfit to possess a firearm process is, my apology. Those that are unfit to possess firearms, they are checked monthly. The SAPS, they said the firearm competency records of members are updated on a monthly basis. In responding to question number 5, how many members in these departments have been dismissed for the above-mentioned contradictions for the last financial year? TMPD said no member. TMPD indicated 3. EMPD, they said none. SAPS have actually indicated that they have 5 that they have dismissed. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable Hoffman, do you have a follow-up question?
Siyabonga, MEC. No, I don't on this item. Thank you, ma'am.
Much thanks. Third question, Honourable to the Honourable MEC Mazibuko, by Member Hoffman again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As law enforcement officers are constantly more involved in shooting incidents as a result of the crime surge, accidents do occur. With the above-mentioned fact in mind, the law enforcement agencies must mitigate and evaluate these risks as the development for community safety, we should take note of these statistics. Can the MEC indicate shooting incidents where civilians and or assailants were injured by officers, JMPD, EMPD, TMPD, Saps, Gauteng traffic, and municipal traffic? Question 2, what the cost in civilian claims are for the last 2 financial years? And 3, what disciplinary actions have been initiated and finalized? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you and through your permission, and may I request that I submit the answer in writing. It is very long. It has case numbers, as member is requesting. It has got monies that are involved. It has got types and case numbers, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through your permission, please request Member Hoffman that can I submit the answer in writing. I have it. I can send it right away to proceedings. I shall await your advice.
Okay. Honourable Hoffman, is that acceptable?
I am thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I am fine with that answer. Again, Siyabonga, MEC.
Siyabonga, Hoffman. How can you Member Hoffman? Amen, hallelujah.
Thank you, MEC. Fourth question to MEC Mokgeti from the Honourable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Regarding the CT scanner at the Rohima Musa Hospital, would the MEC please indicate 1, when did this CT scanner cease functioning? 2, why did this CT scanner break? 3, how have patients been affected by the broken CT scanner? 4, what accounts for the delay in fixing the machine? And 5, when will this machine be fixed? Thank you.
Honourable MC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the honourable members on the call. Response to question 1. On the 15th of February 2022, response to question 2, the CT scanner is 16 years old and nearing an end of life. The breakdown is due to normal wear and tear and usage of the equipment. Response to question 3, there are some delays in access to this service. Response to question 4, an initial quotation for fault was received and a purchase order was generated on the 18th of February 2022. Subsequent to the quotation for repair was received on the 21st of February 2022. After receiving the PO, the part had to be ordered from Netherlands. After replacing the part, technicians noted that another part in the chain was faulty. The part was ordered by Philips South Africa on the 31st of March 2022, arrived and was installed on the 5th of April 2022. Unfortunately, it was then discovered by the supplier that there was yet another part in the chain that was causing the newly installed part to blow. A subsequent quotation was sent to us on the 14th of April 2022. We need to make aware that a condemned CT scan at Charlotte Mekgwe Academic Hospital have parts that may be compatible with our CT scanner. A submission was made to the Chief Executive Officer of Charlotte Mekgwe for the use of that spare part. Response to question 5, the use of the spare part from Charlotte Mekgwe has been approved by the CEO. The clinical engineers of both hospitals will ensure that the parts from Charlotte Mekgwe are in good working order and that there are no further returns on the functionality of the scanner. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Member Bloom, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. Just understand that a key machine in a children's hospital has been broken for more than 3 months. And normal wear and tear, well, that's what the whole point about maintenance is about, and pre-planning. And, I think, unfortunately, babies have probably died because of this. We know that doctors are complaining about the lack of the CT scanner. And can the ROFC actually, after all this, give a firm date when the CT scanner is actually going to work? I just think, quite frankly, I'm just horrified that a major mother and child hospital hasn't had a functioning CT scanner with very poor excuse. You should plan ahead. What is the maintenance department doing? They should have purchased ahead, and now it's still not functioning. Do we have a firm date when we think that this CT scanner will finally be working? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bloom. Honourable Lemise.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker and Honourable Bloom. We will be relying on the engineers, Honourable Bloom. The quicker they can be able to put in that part, because those parts are not, we can't buy them in South Africa. The same applies to the one of Charlotte. But there are arrangements that were made by the CEO to transfer the children to either Lerato or Charlotte Mekgwe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to the 5th question from Honourable Mabala to MEC Health. Honourable Mabala, are you in attendance?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the vandalism at Anglo Ashanti Hospital, would the MEC please indicate, number 1, what informed a decision by the department to decommission the hospital after spending almost $500 million on renovations and refurbishments? Number 2, how much in rand and cents of the movable and immovable assets were stolen and vandalized? Number 3, how much in rand and cents has already been paid so far to the security company tasked with protecting and looking after this institution? Number 4, what is the department's plan to recover the money that has already been spent on renovations, refurbishments, as well as security arrangements for a property that does not belong to the Gauteng Provincial government? And lastly, are there any consequence management in place for the individuals who were involved in the wastage of almost R500 million of taxpayers' money?
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Mabala, for the questions. Response to question 1, the lease was not renewed when a firm offered to donate from Harmony Gold House could not be confirmed. DID communicated with the Gauteng Department of Health on the implication of that decision, and the letter, which included suspending all works on site. Response to question 2, 33,260 was the value of the stolen goods. However, all the stolen goods were retrieved when the thief was caught, and there was a case that was open in that regard. Response to question 3, Harmony Gold is providing security and did not accept additional security from the Gauteng Department of Health or DID. Response to question 4, the recovery included in the amendment application of the 5th of April 2022 against the contractor and the PSPs. Madam Speaker, there's a whole list of respondents and the value, and I'm not sure if Honourable Mabala would want me to go through that. But if it's okay, I will go through all the respondents as they appear on the amended application. The third respondent is CV Chabani PSP at the value of 4.491.947.34. The fourth respondent is Ponelo Pili PSP at the value of 2.37005.04. The fifth respondent is Picture Perfect PSP at the value of 4.319116.97. The sixth respondent is ProServe PSP at the value of 1.470010.06. The seventh respondent is Takhalang Consulting PSP at the value of 7,066,555.71. The eighth respondent is Dipate at the value of 4.392003.61 jointly and severely. Respondent number 9 is MJR together with Dipate at that value. The 10th respondent is Mercado at the value of 45,163.715.26. The 11th respondent is Yokusasa at 14,504,855.44. The 12th respondent is NJR at 11,522,856.15. The 13th respondent is Tenga at 37,37505. And the fourth respondent is Solonzo at 4.626,900.24. The recovery, there is currently no application against Harmony for recovery. The SIU representing government in terms of the proclamation, in discussion between Gauteng Department Legal, SIU and GDID Legal, it was determined that donation or alternatively recovery can be pursued based on an unjust enrichment. The GDID HOD has discussed with the SIU to include Harmony in the financial recovery. The matter is being attended to by SIU and GDID Legal Services. The SIU has indicated that Council has been requested to consider when and how Harmony will be included in the recovery. Response to question 5 on consequence management, Honourable Mabala. The SIU referral recommend disciplinary and criminal action against the following officials from Gauteng Department of Health: Acting DDG Hospital Services, Head of Infrastructure Development, Project Manager, Infrastructure Development. The 3 officials were served with precautionary suspension letters on the 25th of January, 2022. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Mabala.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the response. Can I please request that that response can be emailed to me? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The response will be emailed to Honourable Mabala and the Legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 6th question, again, Honourable Mabala to the MEC Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the 462,565,000 so far on the upgrading and refurbishing the Anglo-Ashanti Hospital in the Western, will the MEC please indicate why did Gauteng Department of Health mislead the House, the Health Portfolio Committee, and the people of Gauteng by saying that Anglo-Ashanti Mining Company donated the facility to the Gauteng Department of Health during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic in the province? Number two, why did the department spend so much money for the upgrading and refurbishments of this facility, knowingly that it does not belong to the department? Number three, what informed these reckless decisions? In your response, please indicate if there was any consultation with legal services in your department. Number four, with regards to number one above, is there any documentary proof that the facility was donated to the department by Anglo Gold Ashanti? Please provide this proof to the House for record purposes, if there is any. And finally, number five, regarding number one above, can the department issue both written and oral apology to this House, the Health Portfolio Committee, the people of Gauteng, and by extension, the entire country, for misleading them and for being dishonest?
MEC?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Mabala, for the questions. Response to question one, the individuals responsible for misleading the House, the Health Portfolio Committee, and the people of Gauteng by saying that Anglo Gold Mining Company donated the facility to the Gauteng Department of Health during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic in the province have been identified following an investigation by the Special Investigation Unit. In terms of the Presidential Proclamation number 23 of 23 July 2020. Those individuals are currently being charged and disciplinary proceedings are in process. Response to question 2 it is as above. Response to question 3, the individuals referred to in 1 above will answer during the disciplinary proceedings as to what informed their reckless decisions. There was no consultation with the legal services in the department. Response to question 4, the facility was not donated to the department. Response to question 5, the responsible individuals have either resigned or are currently involved in disciplinary proceedings. To this end, the department is confident that the law will take its course in dealing with those responsible. Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you. Follow up from you, Honourable Mabala.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. MEC, I'm actually not satisfied with your response to this question, simply because now you are putting the blame on individuals. And you must remember that the department is a collective. If the department come and present to the House or to the Health Portfolio Committee, it doesn't come as individuals coming to make a presentation or submissions. So for you to say that individuals have been identified and will be disciplined, you know, or some of them are suspended, for me, I find it very reckless for you to say that, because at the end of the day, the department is the one that misled this House, the Health Portfolio Committee, and the citizens of Gauteng. Hence, on the last questions, on the final question, I said to you, when is the department going to issue an apology, you know, oral and written? And you don't seem to care about the collective of the department issuing this apology to the country. And you avoided question number 2, MEC, where I ask you, why did the department spend so much money for the upgradings? You know, knowingly that the building doesn't belong to the Gauteng department, Gauteng GPG. So can you please, MEC, let's not come here and try to handpick and blame individuals. Be a leader of this department and issue an apology and answer all questions that I've posed here. I'm begging you, MEC.
Yes, Mabala, yes, Mabala. Someone is busy demolishing HMP chair. 24 million.
MEC?
La Utaman. Kuliachia Yanomus.
MEC?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I think the department has responded to the question to the best of our ability, but we will be able to look into what the comments of Honourable Mabala be advised by our legal department on that issue that Honourable Mabala have raised. Honourable Speaker, thank you.
Say that you don't want to apologize. That's also that the people of Gauteng can know that your department.
Thank you, Honourable Mabala. We've come to the end of
no, the
oral
MEC
replies.
must just resign. The MEC must just resign.
Secretary,
Please
read the first order.
Kamutara must resign.
Honourable Mekgwe, can you allow me to... Order, let me speak. Secretary, please read the first question. The first order, rather.
Thank you, Honourable DS. The first order is Petition Standing Committee's fourth quarterly performance report for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Honourable Litwalo.
Can I come in? I'm acting on his behalf, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay, can go ahead.
Can I request that part of the report that I have not read be taken as read? The petitions process remains the foundation to fulfill the legislature mandate of creating an enabling platform for the people of Gauteng to bring forth matters regarding service delivery in a matter that legitimizes representative agency as a crucial responsibility of government to deliver services that a society requires to maintain and improve its well-being. The committee values the role that petitioners play in raising awareness of issues that may not otherwise reach the attention of authorities and play its part in holding them to account. The quarterly performance report records the committee's performance for the fourth quarter of the 21-22 financial year against petitions submitted during the year. This translates to a period that started on the 1st of January 2022 and ended on the 31st of March 2022. It further highlights how the committee has processed petitions and it summarizes the committee's engagement with relevant authorities and petitioners. Furthermore, the report accounts for all activities the committee undertook during the quarter under review. The committee adopted 30 new petitions during the fourth quarter, and these were referred to various authorities for consideration and reporting as guided by Section 7E of the Gauteng Petitions Act of 2002. There are currently 736 ongoing petitions, and of these, over 70% were inherited from previous legislative terms, which now fall into this current committee's shoulders to resolve. 13 new petitions were added to these ongoing petitions, bringing the total to 749, with the closure of 11 petitions this quarter. The overall total is now at 738 ongoing petitions. Key highlights of the report: the committee achieved 84.6% resolution rate during the quarter under review, and this is a 46.2% increase from the previous quarter. 76.9% of adopted petitions were referred to local government for investigation and reporting. Overall, across the 4 quarters, the committee has achieved an overall of 48.1% resolution rate. This is against the 83 adopted petitions over the 4 quarters. The report further evaluates the responsiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness with which petitions referred to relevant authorities were resolved. It also identifies areas where there were potential efficiency improvements to be made in the processing of petitions, including alerting authorities on all new petitions received. Lastly, the report looks at the challenges the committee encountered with authorities' responsiveness to petition, and in addition, the systematic weaknesses relating to the entry and handling of petitions from municipalities to provincial departments. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. Committee observations and concerns. It is evident in this quarterly report and the insights sampled from an analysis of petitions that a vast majority of the committee petitions require responses from local government. The committee noted with concern that a recurring trend has been observed with authorities that attend hearings, that they do not adhere to the mutually agreed upon commitments, nor they adhere to agreed upon timeframes reached. This directly hinders the finalization and closure of petitions. Moreover, only 1 petition was responded to, and the rest are still awaiting responses. The committee implores local government and GPG departments to attend to referred petitions and not only wait for external hearings to furnish the committee with reports. The committee has been making the same plea since 2019 that the leader of government business, the Office of the Premier, and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement ought to intervene on the system inefficiencies that underpin how provincial and local government handle petitions referred to them by the committee. It will seem that very little has been done to address these inefficiencies as challenges persist. Committee recommendations. Noting the concerns and observations raised in this report, the committee recommends that the leader of government business, the Office of the Premier, and the Department of Cooperative Governance intervene on the system of inefficiencies that underpin how provincial and local government handle petitions referred to them by this committee, and provide a progress report on the matter by 30 June 2022. The leader of government business provides the committee with a report on the status of departmental compliance with petitions management section of the standardized oversight, accountability, and reporting for GP reporting template in their quarterly reports for the past 3 quarters as per the standing resolution on this matter. Factual reporting on this matter is vital. The report should include what mechanisms can COGTA put in place to ensure seamless reporting from local government. What mechanism can the leader of government business and the Office of the Premier put in place to ensure that all GPG departments complete this section factually and accurately? The report should be submitted by 30 July 2022. The leader of government business should provide a report on what measures are in place to ensure departments are held accountable to process petitions timeously in keeping with the timeframes prescribed in the Petitions Act. What mechanisms are there further to ensure compliance to the Petitions Act and turnaround time afforded to responding authorities? The report should be submitted by 30 July 2022. And in conclusion, the role of the Petitions Committee is vital. While seeking intervention, the committee will continue with its commitment commitments to strengthen transparency, accountability, and accessibility through the most effective tool available for resolving service delivery issues. The committee expects relevant authorities to be forthcoming and be cooperative as the intergovernmental relations framework is outlined. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the following committee members: Tindlovu, Jish Niman, P. Mabunda, Diale, Chabalala, Peach, Mofama, Ledwaba, and Tong. We further wish to acknowledge the contribution and support provided by the Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Fass, Acting Committee Coordinator, Ms. Fuku, Committee Researcher, Ms. S. Ngwane, Petitions Officer, Mr. Likade, Mr. Tiane, and Petitions Administrator, Ms. J. Shabalala and Ms. Shabangu, Legal Advisor, Advocate Kekane and Mudau, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Litswalo, Hansard Recorder, Mr. Kulu, and Service Officer, Mr. Pakati. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I now put the question. All those who say yes to the adoption of this report, say yes.
Yes.
Those who do not agree with the adoption, please say no. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
The second order is Committee for Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation's fourth quarterly performance report for the 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you. Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I have the honour of the Chairperson of the Committee on Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation, Honourable D.K. Adams, to table the CSSL's fourth quarterly performance report for 2021-2022 financial year to the House for consideration and recommends adoption, as I hereby do, in terms of Rule 164. Madam Deputy Speaker, the aim of the report is to evaluate the CSSL's fourth quarter performance by comparing the committee's performance against the quarterly targets. The report is aligned to the committee's strategic objectives, namely lawmaking, oversight, scrutiny, as well as stakeholder engagement. Moreover, the report identifies areas of weaknesses and provides recommendations where necessary to ensure redirection of focus in the pursuit to ultimately achieve the annual objectives and targets as set out in CSSL 2021-2024 annual performance plan. And Madam Speaker, may I graciously request that parts of the report that I would have not read be considered to have been duly read. With regard to the committee activities, in accordance with the CSSL strategic objectives, the committee's activities unfolded as follows. On the 10th of February 2022, the committee convened a meeting to consider and adopt the following matters. The first one was with regard to the first term committee program. Second one was with regard to second quarter committee performance report. And lastly, the third quarter committee performance report. And in respect of the lawmaking, in terms of the standing rules of the legislature, the CSSL committee regulations are referred, you will be aware that the regulations are referred to the committee by the executive to the CSL for scrutiny and consideration. To this end, on the 11th of March 2022, the committee convened a meeting to consider the following matter: Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2022. The proposed amendments to the regulations were in relation to Schedule 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2022 for the motor vehicle registration and license fees. The Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport made a presentation on the purpose of the regulations. The committee further received a legal opinion and socio-economic analysis on the regulations, and after satisfying itself on the legality and the socio-economic ramification and implications, the committee adopted the report on the Gauteng Provincial Road Amendment Regulations 2022. During the deliberations with the department, the committee noted a worrying consistent trend by the department to submit the regulations late for scrutiny. For example, in the previous year, the committee raised a concern that the implementation date on the draft regulation was the 1st of April 2020. However, the committee will only deal with the draft regulations on the 12th of June 2020. This financial year of 2021, the same can be observed as the implementation date on the regulations was the 1st of October 2021, yet the committee dealt with the regulations on the 19th of November 2021. The department is urged to refrain from doing same thing that the department, my apology, the department is urged to refrain from doing the same thing that the committee has been consistently warning against. These inconsistencies in implementation have a direct bearing on the revenue collection and on the provision of services to the citizens of the province. The committee resolved that the department be requested to rectify the implementation date, and after assessing and satisfying itself, the committee adopted the report on the Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2022 in terms of Section 4, subsection 9B of the Gauteng Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation Act No. 5 of 2008 as amended. On the 16th of March 2022, Madam Deputy Speaker, the committee convened a meeting to consider the following regulations: Gauteng Gambling Regulations 2022. The proposed amendments were in relation to Gauteng gambling regulations. The amendments are in respect of the casino fees, bingo licenses, certificate of suitability, casino employee registration, key employee registration, amendment of license book, maker's license, bookmaker's manager registration, totalizer license, special totalizer license, manufacturer license, supplier license, amusement machine license, race meeting license, special license to hold race meeting, and transfers of license. The committee noted that the increase was by an average of 6% and was consistent with the 2020-2021 financial year amendment. The income which will be generated by this proposed amendment will certainly contribute to the physicals of the province and thus improving much-needed service delivery needs for the people of Gauteng. The Gauteng Departments of Economic Development made a presentation on the purpose of the regulations. The committee further received a legal opinion and socio-economic analysis on the regulations, and after satisfying itself on the legality and the socio-economic ramifications and implications, the committee then adopted the report on the Gauteng Gambling Regulations 2022. And with regard to the oversight and scrutiny in the quarter under review, the committee convened a joint meeting with the Economic Development Committee on the 9th of November 2021. The meeting received and considered the following matters: presentation of the project plan and adoption of the program to consider the Township Economic Development Bill, presentation of the research analysis on the Township Economic Development Bill, presentation of the legal opinion on the Township Economic Bill, P to present plans on stakeholder mobilization for the Township Economic Bill, communication presented the media plans on the Township Economic Bill, and proceedings advice on procedures to be undertaken. The meeting resolved that a workshop be arranged for members on the bill to empower them on the clauses of the bill. With regards to stakeholder engagement, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the quarter under review, stakeholder engagement sessions were conducted with the Randfontein and Krugersdorp licensing centers by the committee. And with regard to training and development with regard to the quarter under review, the committee conducted workshops through training on constitutional law for members and staff. The training was well attended by members and supported by staff. And with regard to the overall performance of the committee, the CSSL has managed to achieve its quarterly objectives, namely on lawmaking, oversight, scrutiny, and stakeholder engagement as set out in the annual performance plan for 2020-2021 financial year. On lawmaking, the committee considered and adopted the reports on the amendments of the following regulations: Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendments Regulations 2022, Gauteng Gambling Regulations 2022. And on oversight and scrutiny, the committee considered and adopted the report on the post-legislative scrutiny which was conducted on the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2020. And with regard to the stakeholder engagement, the committee had engagement sessions with the license centers in quarter under review. The activities of the CSSL were well supported and attended by all members and support staff. Moreover, the members of the committee showed commitment and contributed positively to the deliberations of the committee. The plans which were set out on the fourth quarter of 2021-2022 financial year with regards to the implementation of the committee's strategic objectives have been achieved. In acknowledgement, Madam Deputy Speaker, special thanks are due to the following honourable members: MH Sirota, KC Mazwi, T.E. Makakula, DP Malema, SM Mogale Litsie, A. Ndlovana, and R. Mnisi. The committee will further like to thank the following support staff for their dedication: Group Committee Coordinator M. Vas, Senior Committee Coordinator N. Lamini, Committee Coordinator C. Sunoko, Committee Administrator L. Lamola, Manager Proceedings R. Shilwani, Principal Table Assistant K. Hositebe, Manager NCOP Stroke Legal S. Ngube, Legal Advisor Advocate Leza Mtau, Committee Researcher S. Butelezi, Senior Information Officer N. Ntombi, Communications Officer T. Mashifani, Answered Recorder S. Baloi, and Service Officer P. Grimba. On adoption, Madam Deputy Speaker, after due deliberations, the committee adopted the fourth quarterly performance report for 2021-2022 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report to the House and recommends its adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you. And I now put the question. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favour say no.
Aye.
Those who are not in favour say no. The report is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order. That order.
Thank you, DS. The next order is consideration of the Health Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I request that parts of the report that I will not be able to read here be considered as read. The committee notes the increased budget allocation on this program from adjusted budget of 1,292 million to 1,444 million. This is an increase of 12% from the original allocation, sharing 2.4% of the department's local total budget allocation. The budget will pay for centralized procurement of consumable supplies and warehouse rental for COVID-19, including the modernization of the health information system and the payment of medical legal claims. The committee is concerned as to whether the allocation in this program will be sufficient, given that it has been significantly exceeding its budget in the preceding quarters and the annual reports of 2020 and 2021 financial year, as well as 2021 and 2022 financial year, owing to accruals and litigations. Furthermore, a concern has been raised about the insourcing of cleaners and security workers, which has been budgeted for since 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 financial year, but has never been executed. The committee requests that the department provide an adequate update on the matter. For the department to optimize its plan under district health, its plans of shifting away from curative to health promotion and disease prevention, the budget has been adjusted from 20,476 million to 20,341 million, marking a decrease of 0.4%, sharing 34.2% of the department's total budget allocation. The committee welcomes the biggest portion of the budget allocated to fund the treatment and prevention of HIV and AIDS. In 2021-2022 financial year, HIV and AIDS was allocated an adjusted budget of 6,530 million, representing an increase when compared to the previous financial year's allocation of 6,207,000,000. The increase is mainly attributed to the emphasis that will be placed on supporting the universal test and treatment campaign, as well as connecting and improving referral channels between CHC, district and regional hospitals in order to track and trace patients across the continuum of treatment. The second largest share in this program is allocated to sub-program, which is district hospitals, with an allocation of 4,536,000,000, reflecting an increase when compared to the 4,206,000,000 allocation for 2021-2022 financial year. The allocation is intended to cover the increased patient load in order to relieve central and regional hospitals of additional healthcare obligations. Community health clinics, which are responsible for the provision of improved primary health care, received the fourth largest share of 2,724,000,000 in this program, reflecting a slight decrease when compared to the past financial year. Community-based services received an allocation of 2,521,000,000. The sub-program Community Health Center received 2,436,000,000 to complement broadening access to quality public health care priority by implementing the last phase of 24-hour extension of service within the community health centers. Furthermore, the strengthening of district mental health care services has been allocated additional funds to improve the three types of mental health teams, namely the district specialist mental health care, clinical community psychiatry, TRIC and NGO governance compliance team. On emergency medical services, which is program 3, the budget allocation for this program reflects an increase in allocation from the adjusted budget of 1,619,000,000 to 1,629,000,000 by 0.2%. The EMS shares 2.7% of the department's total budget. The amount is apportioned between two sub-programs: the emergency transport receiving 1,352,000,000 and the planned patient transport receiving 276,000,000. On program 4, which is provincial hospital services, the committee notes a decrease in the adjusted allocation of this program from 11 billion to 10 billion. This is a decrease of 0.8% in the allocation of the current financial year, sharing 18.5% of the department's total budget. The sub-program on general hospitals, like in the previous financial year, received the target portion of 7,960,000,000, representing 71% of the total amount allocated for provincial hospital services. The committee is of the view that the budget allocation is sufficient to allow the department to provide level 1 and 2 services efficiently and effectively, provided that there is stringent adherence to the referral protocol and efficient use of resources. The psychiatric stroke mental hospital sub-program received the second largest share of 1,894,000,000, which comprises 15% share of the total provincial hospital budget. On program 5, which is the central hospital, the allocation in this program provides funding for Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, Charlotte Mekgwe, Johannesburg Hospital, Steve Biko Academic Hospital, Dr. Josh Mokari Academic Hospital. They are funded mainly from the National Treasury Services and Health Professional Training Services Conditional Grant. Program 6, which is Health Sciences and Training, the department decreased allocation in this program from 1,285,000,000 to 1,106,000,000. This is a decrease of 12.6%, sharing 1.9% of the department's total allocation. On program 8, health facility and management. In this financial year, the allocation under this program has been decreased by 2.9% from 2,462 to 2,436, which constitutes 4.1% of the department's budget. On findings and recommendation, Deputy Speaker, the insourcing of, these are the contents, the insourcing of cleaners and security personnel, since this was budgeted for in the 2020 and 2021 and 2021-22 financial year, and it was never realized, is a consent to the committee. The implementation of the health information system, including the ICT infrastructure at various institutions, remains a concern for the committee. Non-reporting of the awarding of procurement contracts to township enterprises remains a concern to the committee. Recommendations, Deputy Speaker, an update report on the insourcing of cleaners and security is expected at least by the 30th of June. Acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC for Health, Dr. Mokgethi, and her team, led by HOD, Dr. Nomonte Noluchungu, for the preparation of the budget vote for report and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by the committee. It is also appreciated on the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee. Their dedication and commitment is highly recognized. These are Member Mabunda, Member Masuku, Member Litsie, Member Mabala, Member Bloom, and Member Fuchs. I also would like to acknowledge the support staff led by Z. Panchwambalo, S. Ninweli, N. Gidi, MD Mukonoto, N. August Aingobo, WN Tibande, A. Mukoka, and handset staff, Mr. Mekgwe. On acknowledgements, in accordance with Rule 188, the committee hereby recommends that the House adopt the Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Adjusted Department of Health Budget Vote 4, report for 2020-2023 financial year, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Dikhamela. Is there a seconder?
Rise to second, Madam Acting Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Broom. I now put the question. All those who agree with adoption say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those who do not agree say no. Thank you. Reports adopted. Will the Secretary please read the fourth order?
The fourth order is budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honourable MEC Mokgethi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, honourable members of this House, comrades and friends, residents of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again humbled to stand in this House and table before the people of Gauteng how the resources allocated to the Gauteng Department of Health will be deployed to accelerate access to quality healthcare services. This budget vote takes place just over 2 years since we have been rolling out an unprecedented response to the coronavirus pandemic, which has most certainly impacted on how the world operates. We now talk of the new normal. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have now reached the milestone of over 10 million COVID-19 vaccines administered in the past week in Gauteng. I must hasten to say that there are still more people who need to get the jab in order to protect themselves and those around them. Hence, we want to once again remind everyone that COVID-19 is still in our midst and that vaccination together with observing of safety measures remains the best form of protection as we accelerate efforts to restore our livelihoods. To this extent, in coming weeks, we will be launching an exciting program called Street to Street Campaign, which is targeted and holistic approach that will assist us in taking a basket of services such as TB screening, HIV counseling, testing and management, hypertension screening, diabetes screening, vitamin A and deworming, health promotion and education to the doorstep of our communities. Our approach is now an integrated one as we also ensure that we mainstream COVID-19 vaccination into all service points within the healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we table this budget optimistic about our prospects as a department, given the path we have embarked upon to not only bring stability, but to take institutions to another level. We have managed to deploy various systems within the department to ensure that we strengthen the foundation for progress and are at the point where we are beginning to see positive results. Henceforth, the overall thrust of this budget vote is anchored around the objectives of strengthening the healthcare system to be more responsive to patients' needs. We will demonstrate explicitly how we are looking into carrying out the department's annual performance plans and the prudent deployment of allocated budget, thus providing a comprehensive rationale of our considered decisions. Honourable members, in the 2022-2023 financial year, our department received a total of 59.4 billion and further 178.2 billion over the 2022 medium-term expenditure framework, abbreviated as MTEF. With this allocation, the department intends to transform the health system and improve the quality, safety, and overall coverage of health services it provides to the citizens of Gauteng. Furthermore, a total of 1.5 billion is allocated for the comprehensive health response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is assigned to administering the vaccination rollout program, amongst others. Included in this amount is 1.1 billion, which is related to sustain field posts created for the COVID-19 response program. Madam Speaker, efforts to stabilize this department and strengthen leadership and governance towards better delivery are continuing. The recent appointment of Dr. Nomonde Noluchu as the head of the department on the 25th of April 2022, the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lerato Macho, as at 1st of May 2022, and the Deputy Director General for Corporate Services, Ms. Basani Baloi, with effect from the 1st of March 2022, marks an important milestone in our transformation journey, set the strategic tone for the department. The department has set aside 35.2 billion in 2022-2023 financial year to sustain the current staff establishment and fast-track the filling of critical posts in all institutions. This is part of the concerted effort to strengthen leadership and administration capabilities in the department and improve the quality healthcare in the province. Honourable members, the department continue to run one of the biggest HIV preventive and treatment program in the country. In light of this immense workload, we remain committed towards the priority of reducing the burden of HIV, AIDS and TB as outlined in the UN AIDS 1990 strategy for HIV, TB and non-communicable diseases. To achieve this objective, a total of 6.2 billion in 2022-2023 financial year is set aside for HIV and TB program. The foremost focus in these areas will be on the revitalization of the HIV counseling and testing campaign and intensification of interventions on the highest risk populations for HIV infections and transmissions. The department will also intensify ARV rollout to initiate more people treatment, implement strategies aimed at improving viral loads and adherence strategy, and improve the source and quality of data management to prevent the loss of TB clients by conducting follow-ups. The department has managed to conduct over 5 million HIV tests in the 2021-2022 financial year, with 151,771 people testing HIV positive. We have also managed to place and retain 1,178,819 clients on the ART treatment. The viral load suppression amongst adults has been attained, and more still needs to be done for the children on treatment, with only 64.7% of treatment virally suppressed. We also intend to continue to integrate HIV and TB services into the COVID-19 screening, testing, and contact tracing. We have a responsibility to ensure that COVID-19 pandemic does not threaten the gains we have made in the fight against both diseases. We are also directing our focus on the health screening of learners in schools to address health barriers to learning and educating through the Integrated School Health Program. This program has received 349.7 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. Madam Speaker, another area of priority in the department has identified is mental health program. Mental health disorders are extremely prevalent in our society and are responsible for poor quality of life, increased mortality, and have a direct attributes towards economic and social costs. Therefore, mental health care services is allocated for 474.6 million in the 2022-2023 financial year. With this allocation, the department will improve the mental health services through prioritizing district health institutions and regional hospitals, linking it with adoption of a multidisciplinary team and intersectoral approach such that we achieve a people-centered mental health care services. Furthermore, our emergency services will receive 1.6 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year to improve emergency response time in urban and rural areas. It is equally important to note that EMS will be equipped to deal with neonatal cases through dedicated vehicles to attend to obstetric emergency within facilities and from communities. 30 ambulances have been procured in this regard and we are awaiting delivery. This will augment EMS response capacity. In order to reduce and improve patient waiting times during referral between health facilities, we are currently piloting what is called Gauteng, the scheduled emergency transport across all districts. This is a new innovative way of responding to patients' needs and will see a shuttle service transporting patients through predetermined routes within the cluster of health facilities at scheduled times. This intervention comes after the EMS reviewed its operational model informed by patient waiting times, referral pathways, data on patient conditions and classification, and excess time lost during patient handover, among others. This service is intended to operate on 24-hour basis on the identified route of the clustered health facilities. This service will be launched before the end of this year. Honourable members, our country is facing a challenge of shortage of healthcare professionals, and this phenomenon is affecting many countries across the globe. As a department, we have set aside an amount of 321.1 million in the 2021-2022 financial year allocated to bursaries and training opportunities. This allocation is aimed at increasing the availability of nursing professionals, medical doctors, and other health professionals to meet the growing demand of medical care, not only for Gauteng, but to benefit the whole country. Madam Speaker, the provision of quality healthcare services is highly reliant on the functioning healthcare infrastructure for patient care. Appropriate health infrastructure is a significant pillar to support the fundamental objectives of promoting improved standards of care and well-being of patients. To meet this expectation, a total of 2.3 billion in the 2022 financial year is allocated to implement infrastructure projects. These projects are directed to construction of new facilities and rehabilitation.
Thank you, Member. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of this distinguished House of the Gauteng Legislature, the residents of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was President Oliver Tambo who, in 1981, at the funeral of Comrade Joe Qabi, proclaimed that the future is bright, and that at that specific moment when President Tambo was speaking in Harare in front of the assassinated corpse of one of the most distinguished activists of the anti-apartheid movement, there was nothing bright about the immediate future. The apartheid regime had not yet collapsed. and was continuing to unleash unprecedented levels of violence in the country and across the frontline states. Yet, in the closing of his speech at the funeral of Comrade Joe Qabi, President O.R. Tambo said, "The future is bright, the end is glorious, it is peaceful, but the intervening period is dark, bitter, and find its glory in the act of struggle." Today, honourable members, I want to suggest that we are debating the health budget vote under the intervening period that President O.R. Tambo spoke about. I say this mindful of the fact that the budget vote takes place under a constrained microeconomic environment, requiring tight controls to maximize positive health outcomes to attain the brighter future, as outlined in the policy priorities of Growing Gauteng Together and the National Development Plan. The priorities of the 6 administrations were developed through the eyes and experiences of patients in Gauteng and of our healthcare workers. For the financial year 2020-2023, a total of 59.4 billion has been appropriated for the fulfillment of the health vision, which when we started the 6th administration was identified and echoed around these 6 strategic priorities. One being that we have to improve the patient experience of care in our facilities, continue to focus on health promotion and health prevention, ensure the implementation of the national health insurance, improve the health infrastructure and capacity, ensure that the clinical services targets are met, and reduce the burden of disease. These 6 strategic priorities were all geared at ensuring that the department is committed in implementing and accelerating high-quality, efficient, and accessible healthcare delivery, whilst igniting the economic growth and development in the communities of Gauteng. We meet to debate the Gauteng Department of Health budget vote, wherein at the end of this month, the 6th administration will officially complete its 3 years in office. The significance of us debating this budget following the midterm allows us as members of this august House to properly assess how we have come to improve the lives and experiences of our people who depend on the public healthcare system. There can be no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented levels of global uncertainty and devastating economic and health impact locally. We know this to be true, having recorded over 100,000 deaths and over 3.9 million positive cases in South Africa alone. Although in 2022-23 budget allocation to Gauteng Department indicates a 55.2% nominal growth, when one takes into consideration the CPI increase of 4.2%, it only translates to 1% real growth increase. The act of struggle, therefore, that O.R. Tambo spoke about will require that the ANC-led government in Gauteng continue to ensure physical discipline and sustainability while still meeting the high levels of quality healthcare delivery. Invest in the maintenance and the current infrastructure built, improve management and personnel management of budget, prioritizing in filling vacancies in the coal phase of service delivery, and continue to implement e-health investment and IT rollout in our facilities and try to improve other innovations such as Impilo Health app. Madam Speaker, the ANC-led government has shown great levels of resilience and tenacity in the face of many challenges relating to inequality, COVID, and unemployment, exacerbated by the chronic low inequality, chronic low growth, rapid climate change, intensification of conflict, contestation, and ambiguity. Amid the options of what President Thomas Sankara framed as choosing either champagne for the few or safe drinking water for all, ours remain the betterment for all. This has been evidenced on how all these challenges and difficulties the ANC-led government has done in Gauteng. The ANC government in the province and the Christiane Baragwanath were awarded the Best Response Government Institution at the annual National Batubili Excellence Award for their continued resilience in serving the citizens of Gauteng positively during the COVID-19 pandemic. Rispel and Al, in their article which they wrote last year, namely titled The Innovation, Contestation and Fragilities of Gauteng Province Health in the response for COVID-19, also respect and actually say to us as a government that we need to build on what positive things that we have gained from the COVID-19 response. So in the past 3 years, we have been able to reflect and make sure that our experiences we must be able to build on, and we must learn from them. Our experiences and reflection on the work that was put over the last 3 years should teach us that even amid a crisis, we must learn to do more with less while ensuring we don't compromise the quality of service. Some of the noteworthy progress that we must continue and welcome is the accelerated renovation that was done in most of our facilities. In George Mokari, in Mamelodi Hospital, which is a case in point, which is completely has changed since May 2019 when we entered our term of office. The investment in infrastructure amounts to 2.4 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year, must ensure that we continue to improve the infrastructure design, delivery, maintenance, and ensure compliance with all the statutory requirements in the healthcare facility. The buildings of the alternative building structure in Jubilee and Chris Haripanakwanath and even in George Mokari have come in a long way to assist us in making sure that we're able to deal with some of the purposes and objectives of some of the structures. The ABT in Jubilee is helping very well in bolstering the trauma unit in the area. You know, the extra beds, ABT beds in Chris Haripanakwanath have come in a long way in making sure that the dental vets, the vets dental school has actually found a new home in terms of training and treating patients in a larger scale in the way. So the issue of building the ABT structures that needs to be repurposed, we need to continue to encourage the department to repurpose such. We also need to continue to make sure that even the one that is talked about, the one in Carltonville, should be repurposed to meet some of the challenges that we face. In particular, one would suggest that we deal with it in terms of repurposing it for mental health, treatment, and even rehabilitation services, particularly in the west and south of Gauteng. So the ABT structures that were built in COVID have a good use, and they still need to be innovatively, as we are actually asked by Rispel and Al, to make sure that we are able to use such infrastructure for good purpose. We have increased the number of personnel from 75,000 to 86,000 in the district health services. This is one of the highest numbers that we have had in the past. This is an indication that we are prioritizing primary health care. More so that as the department in Gauteng, the department has, in actual fact, had permanent appointment of community health care workers, which must continue and must be strengthened to make sure that they are professionalized and are made sure to be made an agency that they are supposed to be as a profession and a cohort of healthcare workers in the province. Importantly, we need to also encourage the department as part of strengthening and making sure that the staff members, those that were employed during the contracts of COVID, retain their contracts and continue to serve the people of our province. Gauteng was the first to establish a single nursing college as espoused in the National Conference resolutions of the ANC. The expansion of the number of community health care centers that are providing 24-hour services from 30 to 32 through the activation of Zola and Ebony Park clinics still needs to actually extolled and needs to be appreciated. The focus must now be geared at ensuring that the community healthcare workers, the community healthcare centers, the CHCs, provide necessary services at the facility level, and the bouquet and area and the array of services must be rolled out in the CHCs. In conclusion, there are various lessons that the ANC-led government must take from the experience gained in the fight against COVID-19. We need to build on the innovative and multilateral sectoral response gained in our response to the pandemic. Central to this must be a prevention rather than cure a message. The continued redirection of resources to prevention measures such as the detection and the treatment of illness such as cancer, TB, and HIV has a potential to save the department a lot of money in the future. We need to encourage our communities to eat and live healthier within the broader framework of promoting health and wellness. We must continue to improve our immunization program so that we stop preventable diseases at an early stage. We need to make sure that we find hope in this budget. We continue to ensure that we reignite the healthcare system, focus on basics such as dealing with surgical and cancer treatment backlogs. The road ahead may be difficult and work plentiful, but I too, like President O.R. Tambo, I'm convinced that we are making the necessary strides and that the future remains bright. In that vein, would like to also make sure that when we conclude in our budget vote, continue to appreciate the staff and the healthcare workers who have dedicated all their time and effort and their lives in serving the people of Gauteng and making sure that they're able to make sure that the health department in Gauteng stands tall and make sure it's able to deliver the service it required. I thank you.
Honourable Mabala.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and the people of Gauteng and honourable members. The department was allocated a budget of 56.5 billion in 21-22 financial year, which was further adjusted to 59.6 billion in the same financial year. The budget allocation for the current financial year is 59.4 billion, which will also be adjusted upwards during the course of the 22-23 financial year. The Deputy Speaker would like to make it clear from the onset that as the EFF, we reject budget vote 4. Only those who do not value human life and the health of an estimated 80% of the 15.81 million people in Gauteng who are not insured and access care at public health facilities will support budget vote 4. We say this because this department is an absolute mess. It does not need a rocket scientist to tell anyone who dares to hear that anything that the ANC touches falls apart. The problems of this department are well known and recorded, and this department is beyond repair. ANC government does not have the capacity to save the people of this province from the mess the ANC single-handedly created. During the previous budget vote debate of the 21-22 financial year, we reflected a little on the leadership of this department with the hope that it will do some self-introspection and do things differently with a new approach on how efficiently the limited resources are utilized. Instead, the situation went from bad to worse. Dr. Namathemba Mokgethi, we warned you last year during the budget vote debate that you are starting on a wrong footing. And indeed, we were not wrong. With the budget that was allocated to the department in the previous financial year, the future of a girl child is going to waste under your watch. In quarter 4 alone, public healthcare facilities in this province delivered 5,000 babies from children as young as 10 of age, compared to the 4.480 babies in the same period in 2020-21 financial year. Teenage pregnancy remains a problem. The next thing, your department shamelessly regard this as one of its achievements. These are the children who must be focusing on their studies and future. The department does not have a concrete intervention plan to mitigate the new pandemic of teenage pregnancy. During the debate on the annual report of 2021 financial, we indicated that the department underspent the allocated budget by 1.1 billion. This was even though the report indicated that there are still cases of maternal mortality in our hospitals. The department underspent the budget, whilst children under 5 years continue to die in our hospitals due to pneumonia and diarrhea. It is disgraceful to note that the department underspent the budget, even though they have reported that their target for family planning service was not achieved due to shortage of contraceptives at public healthcare facilities. By their own admission, they acknowledge that teenage pregnancy is still a problem. For the 2021-22 financial year, the quarter 4 report indicated that the department underspent the entire budget for the financial year by 2.57 billion. As a strategic and fundamental human right, health, amongst others, remain an innovative issue where those who are tasked with the responsibility to provide this basic service disregard the lives of ordinary poor citizens who are dependent on the public health care. Like other departments in this province, the Department of Health remains a defendant in various lawsuits. In 2021 alone, it has been reported that this department received 157 new summonses amounting to 1.6 billion in litigation for medical negligence. Madam Deputy Speaker, it goes without saying that some portion of the allocated budget for the 22-23 financial year will be used to settle this litigation. The Auditor General reported that in 2019-20 financial year, the Gauteng Health Department paid 501 million in medical claims. This is the money intended to provide quality health care to the poor and vulnerable people of Gauteng. Yet this money is lost due to the department's incompetence. To show that they don't know what they are doing, Deputy Speaker, this department has even gone to an extent of negotiating with the courts to settle litigation in installments for fear of going bankrupt. As recent as April this year, 91 employees were being bullied by this department to continue to render their services illegally, even though they were not on the system and not being paid at Helen Joseph Hospital. Medical professionals protested for not being paid and with no contracts. We cannot support a budget vote that is so abusive to employees. How do the MEC and her team find sleep at night when medical interns were left unpaid for almost 3 months at Chris Harban Baragwanath Hospital and still expected to put all their energies and efforts to save lives? How did the department allow them to work without first creating posts for them and capturing them on its electronic system? How were they expected to survive, buy food, pay their rent, as well as traveling to and from work? Abusing of staff or employees is both heartless and devilish, to say the least. The Department of Health is a habitual offender when it comes to complying with the Treasury Regulations 8.2.3 to pay invoices within the 30-day period. This, as a result, accrues interest, which has serious financial implications on service delivery. Madam Speaker, I'm going to quote the Premier during his SOPA speech, and I open quote, 3 departments of infrastructure development, social development, and health have contributed to the non-payment of service providers, and there is some regression. Close quote. It has emerged that the department had failed to pay its suppliers 3.1 billion within 30 days. The shortage of food at Chris Baragwanath Hospital can be attributed to this non-payment of suppliers, which led to them withholding services. This in turn put the health and lives of patients at risk. In 2020, a service provider, Siani Medical Waste, refused to collect medical waste due to non-payment at Dr. George Mukare Hospital. Recently, for failure to pay 27 million owed for 2 years, Buhle Waste suspended its services, which has resulted in the piling up of medical waste. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital remains a white elephant despite the publicity stunt by the Premier and officials of the department. It has recently emerged that the department has decommissioned the hospital after spending almost $500 million on renovations and refurbishments of this hospital. This department wasted taxpayers' money on a hospital that does not belong to the government. They lied to the people of Gauteng and the entire population during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. That is the reason why the SIU is currently investigating possible corruption in the awarding of contracts towards renovation of this white elephant. The lack of performance within this department can also be attributed to failure to fill critical positions that remain vacant for long periods. At the end of the previous financial year, there were 9,277 vacant posts within the department. It means there is no leadership despite the bloated budget allocation. Therefore, a permanent solution for the many challenges in the health department would be for the government to have a state-owned pharmaceutical company to produce medicines and distribute them to hospitals and clinics to reduce costs on overpriced medicines from monopoly medical companies. Madam Deputy Speaker, the EFF rejects budget vote 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mabala. Honourable Albert. Honourable Albert. Okay. Honourable Bloom.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, this is the 29th health budget that I've spoken on now. I wish I could say that I have any confidence that the 59.4 billion rand will be efficiently and effectively spent. Every year, there are the same dreary reports of corruption, irregularities, and wasted spending. For the entire period of this past year, there was an acting head of department and an acting chief financial officer. Only now have these positions been filled, and it remains to be seen what difference it will make. I remember when previous health MECs speculated that the health budget would be adequate if it was properly spent in the key areas. A former CEO of one of the academic hospitals spent time at the department's head office, and then he left for the private health sector. He said to me he couldn't understand how so little was achieved with such a large budget. Now, Amos Masondo was the first health MEC, and he promised more than 20 years ago in this very house to implement a computerized health information system. This system will not only vastly assist patient administration by cutting long queues, it would also tell you where money is best spent to achieve the most impact. Then we had former health MEC Brian Klongwa, who is now facing trial for corruption related to the 1.4 billion rand tender for the health information and electronic health record system, which could have been implemented 12 years ago. Just think about it. We could have had this system implemented 12 years ago. Just imagine the difference this would have made in saving lives and alleviating suffering. Now, after all these years, and I hope it goes well this time round, the department is promising yet again to implement a health information system. I hope they get it right this time, but we will have to see. The assassination of health official Babita Deokaran last year shows that the corruption networks are still alive in this department. You know, I think that every hospital seems to have a racket going on to buy goods from friends at inflated prices. And there's still too many incompetent officials in key positions everywhere. In this situation, as we saw with the billions of rands allocated to combat the COVID-19 epidemic, it's like pouring water in a leaking bucket. Like pouring water in a leaking bucket. It's a leaking bucket. It's a leaking budget as well. That's the problem. It's a leaking budget. It's a leaking bucket. The leaks are everywhere. I'm glad you understand that. I think you do recognize the problem, because the leaks are everywhere. The leaks are everywhere. Everywhere. If it's not stealing, then it's downright incompetence. You know, how else do we explain the feeding frenzy over the PPE money? Or the 500 million rand, probably more, spent on the Anglo-Ashanti ghost hospital in the far West Rand, because that's what it is. It's not even a white elephant anymore. It's just an empty hospital. I don't know what we can repurpose it for. If you spend any more money on it, maybe it's a further waste You know, the problem with white elephants is you should stop funding them. You just have to write it off, but let's see what happens. And we don't even own this property, as been made clear many times. What about the 200 million rand spent on extra wards at Kopanong Hospital, which are still not completed? Can you believe it? These were supposed to be built in time for the first wave of COVID cases. We're now in the fifth wave, and what they're trying to do is repurpose these extra wards. They're trying to find a purpose for them. They've spent 200 million rand on it, haven't completed it, but now, you know, what can we do with it? And the same for many other projects, including the fiasco in repairing the shaft in Mekgwe Johannesburg Hospital, which was so badly handled that it has now been handed over to the National Health Department. You know, yesterday I visited the casualty department at shaft in Mekgwe. I know we've been told in this House that it's fully reopened. Well, you know, that's not what I saw yesterday. Maybe it's a different picture today. I've been to that casualty department many times. It used to be very, very busy, people buzzing around. People, you know, you could see that things were happening. Well, yesterday there were hardly any patients there, and it didn't look to me like it was fully open. I hope the situation is different today. But what I can tell you, conversely, is that the crowded conditions at the Helen Joseph Hospital are still utterly deplorable. Here's a complaint sent to me by a visitor who went to drop off food for a patient at this hospital. She says she was physically sick when she left because of what she saw, which she describes as follows, and this is all a quote from the letter she sent me. She said, "There were about 80 to 100 patients lying on the urine-soaked floors. They were begging me for food and blankets. An animal would not be treated this badly. The one lady was screaming as her rapist was sitting 5 steps away from her. People are screaming and begging for help, especially in the psych ward. There is blood, bandages, and a putrid smell everywhere. It is a health hazard itself." One description. I get calls like this every day, sadly. And down the road from this hospital is the Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, where the CEO decided at one stage that she didn't have to be physically at the hospital, but that she could work from home. And, you know, I'm just astounded that she was ever given permission to work from home. But if that's the type of leadership you have at that hospital, then, you know, things are very wrong. And, you know, this week a pediatrician at this hospital by the name of Dr. Tim de Meyer penned an open letter to health department heads. And he asked very pointedly, and now I'm reading exactly from what he wrote, "How do you manage to come to work every day, fail at your job of ensuring basic health care for the people you serve, and still sleep at night?" I hope that the Honourable MEC has read the entire letter, but I will read parts of it. Dr. de Meyer concludes, quote, "Having worked in the public sector for 21 years, I can tell you frankly, things are falling apart. If your healthcare workers are the centre of providing care, we cannot hold. Things are going backwards fast. The care that is being provided in your less than glittering hospitals is getting worse every day. Are you worried about the greedy lawyers who are waiting in the wings, suing your department for millions because a premature infant went blind because there was no functional meter, which costs less than 1,000 rand, which should have been monitoring her oxygen delivery? You should be, because money is being wasted in paying negligence lawsuit compensations rather than preventing the problem in the first place. And before you ask, yes, these issues have been raised with management repeatedly, including 2 reports on the critical state of the neonatal wards and obstetric services in 2016 and 2021, and a more recent letter on 11 April 2022 detailing the disastrous state of the hospital. Madam Acting Speaker, what does one say when you read something like that? It's a devastating letter written out of despair by a doctor who is actually risking his job by speaking out in this way, and I can tell you there are many other medical staff who feel the same way. Let me just say up front, I feel very sorry for MEC Mekgwe. She was appointed in very difficult circumstances and inherited a severely dysfunctional department. The Honourable MEC is always respectful in answering questions. She responds directly to anything that I send her, and I appreciate this. But nevertheless, Honourable MEC, the buck stops with you. And I request that you respond directly to this open letter written from the heart by a caring health practitioner. And Honourable MEC, I suggest that you start today by acknowledging that there is indeed a health crisis and not merely, quote, pressures, as you have said in a recent interview. You can only start addressing a crisis if you admit that you have a crisis. So, Honourable MEC, admit that we have a crisis, that there are doctors like Dr. De Meyer in our hospitals all across this province who have very similar things to say, who watches patients die needlessly. It's just a terrible, terrible situation. Madam MEC, are you prepared to admit that there is a crisis, and if not, why not? Now, I'm not going to go into the specific reasons why the DA will be rejecting this budget, as we have done in all previous years. You can refer to all my previous budget speeches, all 28 of them. Go back to Hansard, you'll see. Nothing much has changed over the years. And the Auditor General as well will make his usual devastating comments on maladministration. But let me repeat the prime problem. The money in this budget is being poured into a leaking bucket. It's being poured into a leaking bucket. Madam MEC, your job is to plug these leaks and even change the bucket so that the budget funds a re-engineered health system that delivers quality care for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bloom. Honourable Mapunda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, it was on this day, the 24th of May 1994, when former State President Nelson Mandela, in his first State of the Nation address to Parliament, he announced that South Africa will subscribe to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and endorse the Human Rights Convention of the United Nations. Article 25 of the same Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and medical care. This article is an effort to secure freedom from want. The World Bank and World Health Organization reported in 2017 that at least half of the world's population is too poor to get essential health care services, inconsistent with the right to health spelled out in Article 25. The Bill of Rights in Section 27 of our Constitution states unequivocally that health care is a right. Subsection 2 requires that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. And subsection 3 says, no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. Recognizing this need for the total transformation of the health sector in South Africa, the African National Congress initiated a process of developing an overall national health plan based on the primary health care approach. Delivery of this budget vote takes place under a constrained macroeconomic environment requiring tight controls to maximize health outcomes attainment linked to the policy priorities as outlined in the GGT 2030 and the NDP. An estimated 80% of the 16 million Gauteng residents are uninsured and in need of access to health care at our public health facilities. Therefore, all reasonable action must be taken by the Gauteng Department of Health to ensure provision of quality care happens in facilities conducive for patient health, considering that over 90% of Gauteng health public facilities are accredited as ideal. This issue of infrastructure development and maintenance need immediate attention by the department. However, we must appreciate that the Department of Infrastructure, working together with the DID, for having developed the maintenance strategy that will see the maintenance of infrastructure challenges be issues of the past in all health facilities. This will assist in the monitoring of ideal clinic and ideal hospitals programs, which will ensure continuous improvement of quality of health care in facilities and readiness for NHI certification. The strategy is a coordinated program of action that is an essential part of the department's vision of delivering effective infrastructure services to all. This health infrastructure strategy must take the department downtime reduction and efficient resource allocation, planning and dealing with issues of speedy turnaround time in resolving maintenance issues in public health facilities. The sub-program management receives the highest allocation and administration as a result of the need to continue the modernization of public health services by upgrading the information communication system. The efficiency of care as a result will improve because electronic information exchange will allow healthcare providers to have access to up-to-date information about patients, which is useful to prevent duplicate testing or when patients are unable to indicate their problems themselves, for instance, because they are unconscious or confused. Clinicians may use information systems to coordinate care and share information with other clinicians. Patients and clinicians may use these communication tools and information resources to interact with one another in new ways. In support of the call to improve government's performance and turn around time on the payment of invoices to suppliers within 30 days, non-compliance with this 30-day payment period must be viewed as a financial misconduct, MEC. Good governance is no longer an option but a must. Financial management must be improved by sustaining the audit opinion of the Department of Health. This is because failure to pay suppliers has dire consequences for the sustainability of small, medium, and micro enterprises and impacts negatively on the government's job creation initiatives and compromises government's performance and service delivery. Non-payment of suppliers is also it's a contravention of the Treasury regulations and constitutional principles such as efficient, effective, and economic use of resources, accountability, and transparency. We must also appreciate the Department of Health for achieving the objectives of the EPWP program and comply with legislation. The department has reviewed the program. New contracts and job descriptions have been developed, customized training and capacity programs to be in line with their daily responsibilities. We must also commend the department on how funds were reprioritized within emergency transport sub-program to respond and sustain the services after the final provincialization of EMS services at metros. An investment is also further made through the procurement of ambulances and response vehicles. We note with appreciation the increase in the Central Hospital Services Program received from 20.9 billion in 2021-22 financial year to 21 billion in the 22-23 financial years because of the additional allocation for medicine and hope that patient experience will change for the best. We also welcome the 2.4 billion infrastructure budget for the 2022-2023 financial year. And as I conclude, Madam Chair of Chairs, with regard to the central procurement system and the inclusion of township entrepreneurs and SMEs, as the ANC will recognize that transforming the economy requires the significant participation and meaningful inclusion of people in townships into the mainstream economy of the province, which needed to be supported by government and the Department of Health through targeted procurement. We therefore, as the ANC, support this budget. Thank you, the Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mabunda. I now call Dr. Mokgwe, MEC for Health, to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to thank all honourable members for debating this budget vote. Also to indicate that the comments and concerns of the honourable members are not taken lightly. We will always strive as a department to address the challenges that are faced by the department. Honourable Chair of Chairs, I also want to indicate that we are expanding the service platforms. The following clinics is Philip Moyo in Ekurhuleni, Mandisa Shitega in Tshwane, and Sebokeng Zone 17 in Sidibeng are earmarked for handover and opening during this financial year. Furthermore, we have prioritized the primary healthcare re-engineering program, which will receive 1.3 billion in 2022-2023 financial year. The provision of 24 hours X-ray services in the community healthcare centers will continue, which will ensure that we avoid the transfer of patients to hospitals for simple X-ray that can be done at primary healthcare level. Honourable Chair of Chairs, we have also made available an amount of 271.4 million towards the implementation of the NHI over the 2022 MTEF to prepare our healthcare system to make sure that our communities can be able to access the services free of charge. Up to today, Honourable Chair of Chairs, we have 98.4% of the targeted 369 clinics assessed for ideal status were found to be ideal. Therefore, the proportion of clinics that achieve an ideal status increased by 4% from 89% in 2021 financial year to 92.4% in 2021-2022 financial year. A total of 34 hospitals also assessed for ideal hospitals and 29 obtained the ideal status. The ideal clinics and ideal hospital realization is critical, and it serves as demonstrating that indeed we embrace the universal healthcare coverage. As Gauteng Department of Health, Honourable Chair of Chairs, we pride ourselves having been identified as a province that is leading in this priority. We are fully determined to deliver this essential program for the majority of the people of Gauteng to find it difficult to access a wide range of health services due to financial limitations. Honourable Chair of Chairs, over and above our budget allocations, we have gone an extra mile strengthening our healthcare system such that we respond effectively to patients' needs. On medicine availability, Honourable Mabala, we have achieved 95.9% of medicines available in our facilities, including the contraceptives, as you raised a concern earlier. The department is in a quest to expand care for oncology patients. An initiative has been taken to establish a cancer treatment task team whose purpose is to serve as an advisory for cancer treatment and address the cancer waiting list. Plans to establish 2 radiation oncology centers at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital and Dr. George Mukari hospitals are at an advanced stage. The purchasing order has been issued to appoint a service provider to build the bunkers to house and operationalize the 2 linear accelerators machines at each facility for cancer treatment within 2022-2023 financial year. Furthermore, the department is progressing well to digitalize the health landscape to reduce waiting times. Honourable Bloom, increase efficiency in radiology services and reduce medical legal challenges due to loss of files. The health information system implementation across all community healthcare centers is planned to be completed by the second quarter of 2022-2023 financial year. Honourable Chair of Chairs, the implementation of a digital radiology system will strengthen the provision of 24-hour service in our CHC services, and this will be concluded across 18 CHCs by the end of the second quarter in 2022-2023 financial year. The department is also due to begin a project to digitalize paper-based records to complement the above digital initiatives. Another pertinent issue to note, Honourable Chair of Chairs, is the medical legal claims as was raised by Honourable Mabala. This issue remains a concern for the department as it often leads to a situation where limited funds are diverted to settle legal claims. The adoption of mediation strategy as an intervention to deal with medical legal cases has saved government millions of rands, and the process has proven to be quicker, with cases being settled faster and cost effectively. Honourable members, despite the numerous challenges that confront the health system in the province, Team Gauteng Department of Health continues to receive notable accolades regarding the sterling work being done by our dedicated staff members. Just in the past week, on the 19th of May, a young clinical psychologist from Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, Asanda Madi, scooped the Young Achiever Award at the Titanium Awards, which are held annually to recognize excellence in healthcare. The Young Achiever Awards celebrates young professionals who have made notable impact in the healthcare industry, and nominees must be younger than 35 years. 3 months ago, our hospital teams hosted the Provincial Flag High when they won various awards at 19th Public Sector Innovation Awards. The Center for Public Service Innovation Awards recognizes successful and effective service delivery improvement projects and initiatives that have been achieved through the application of innovative approaches, methodologies, and tools. The Tembisa Tertiary Hospital Wound Clinic won the Citizen Focus Innovation Harnessing Non-ICT Solutions Awards. The clinic provides one of the best wound care service in the province. The Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital Physiotherapy team was the first runner-up in the Healthy Body and Healthy Mind Award category. The physiotherapist team developed an innovative method of treating lymph edema. Lymph edema is a swelling of a lymph due to accumulation of fluids as a result of lymphatic system unable to function at a full capacity. The Tara Moro Psychiatric Hospital was awarded the Ministerial Award for its Early Childhood Learning and Development Center. The Pretoria West Hospital was the third runner-up in the replication and adaptation of innovative solutions. The team developed an intervention focusing on the mental health and physical well-being for the hospital staff at the start of COVID-19 pandemic. These and many other accolades bear a testimony to the resilience of the healthcare system and the men and women who remain dedicated to provide quality health services to our clients. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the budget plans and priorities outlined above are an indication that the department is committed in its pursuit to turn around health service in provision in Gauteng. I wish to express my appreciation to the Health Portfolio Committee under the leadership of Honourable Dr. Rebecca de Gamela and the Standing Committee of Public Accounts under the leadership of Honourable Soshaile Kanyile for the continued oversight and constructive engagement on all the department matters. I would also like to thank the head of the department, Dr. Nomonde Noluchungu, and her team for their commitment and hard work to improve the provision of healthcare services. Honourable members, I therefore table before you the budget vote, the Gauteng Department of Health 2022-2023 financial year for consideration in this House. I thank you, Honourable Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC Mokgwethi. Secretary, please call the next order.
The next order is consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I now call upon Honourable Chilwane to deliver the committee report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Gildu Medisha. For the 2022-23 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Education received an allocation of 59.7 59.7 billion for the main appropriation. The allocation shows a 10.5% increase from the main appropriation of 54 billion received during the 2021-22 financial year. The departmental overall budget appears to be responding to most of the provincial education priorities, such as, amongst others, the delivery of quality education in a conducive learning environment, transforming public schooling by addressing barriers to access, equity, and redress, and increase access to quality pre-post school educational opportunities. It is, however, difficult to assess how the delivery of schools will be done. This is due to the fact that the budget has not aligned itself to eradicating the backlog of asbestos infrastructure, improving sanitation in more schools, and major rehabilitative work that the number of schools require. The budget, according to the department, is geared towards capitalization of township technical schools, enhancing e-learning through an investment in ICT, leasing of office buildings, the provision of personal protective equipment to be used in schools. This will be realized through the department's annual targets for all the programs which are reported, and shows how the allocation will be utilized. Under Program 1, the total budget for administration for the 2022-23 financial year amounts to 5 billion from 4.5 billion in the 2021-22 financial year, which indicates a rand value increase of 463 million, which translates into 10.2% increase. Under Program 2, Public Ordinary Schools Education, the overall budget for the program increases in the 2022-23 financial year. According to the department, the increase is geared towards the implementation of the no-fee school policy, the compensation of employees, the implementation of the national and provincial intervention programs, which include resourcing of schools, especially to ensure that improved learner performance in literacy and numeracy are upheld. These, according to the department, are as a result of increased learner enrollment, employment of more educators, opening of new schools, the implementation of intervention strategies to improve the quality of teaching and learning, and the procurement of LTSM. Under Program 3, Independent Schools, the budget allocation for this program has increased in the current financial year. According to the department, the increased funding will assist in increasing inspection, audit, oversight capacity to ensure compliance, monitor the compliance of all independent schools with the condition of registration, enforce the regulation of all relocation to new sites by owners of independent schools, train all new independent schools on curriculum assessment policy systems, CAPS, and the writing of standardized tests, train and support independent schools in the implementation of curriculum assessment policy statement. Under Program 4, the budget for this program has increased in the current financial year, and it appears to be enough to support the departmental mandate towards PSSEs, which is public special education, school education. The department's main outputs are aimed at the training of learners to identify barriers to learning and development, identify learners in need of individualized learning support programs, identify learners in need of alternative to provide additional and departmentally managed sporting and cultural activities in public special schools. On Program 5, ECD, the budget for ECD shows an increase in the current financial year. According to the department, the allocation will be utilized to expand Grade R to all public schools, as well as registering new Grade R sites and procuring additional classrooms to meet demand. Furthermore, the department reported that it will identify Grade R practitioners for training to improve the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom. Under Program 6, Infrastructure Development, program budget increased towards new infrastructure, rehabilitation, upgrading of existing infrastructure. In addition, the department will prioritize special schools, infrastructure development, and maintenance. Under Program 7, Examination and Education-related services, the department reported that through the budget increase in examination and education-related services, the following will be carried out. Support will be provided to employees through Human Resource Development in terms of Skills Development Act, and provide departmentally managed examination services. The budget allocation for POSE is 42.3 billion, appears to be adequate to enable the department to accomplish the planned targets for the current financial year. The budget for admin is 5 billion, ISS is 1 billion, PSSE is 4.5 billion, and ECD is 1.2 billion, and ERS is 2.7 billion, and all seems to be responding to the anticipated output. Infrastructure development is 1.7, appears to be marginally underfunded to realize the objectives of the department. The 2022 financial year budget of the department is in response to tight economic conditions, and it appears to respond to key priority areas of the department across the programs and some of the sub-programs. The budget of 59.7 billion will assist the department to achieve its planned targets, particularly in the priority programs such as POSE and ECD as well as PSSE. Can the areas that I would not have read be considered as read? I'll move right straight to committee concerns and recommendations. On committee findings and concerns, the committee observed that the department did not present on the plans of the Western City region as requested by the committee at the public meeting. The committee noted concern raised by stakeholders that for the Provincial Youth Employment Initiative, there appears to be incidents of nepotism, including other deserving youth who may qualify for the program. The committee noted that the scrutiny of targets of public schools offering grade R for 2022 academic year reveals that the target has marginally been increasing by an average of 3 schools in the past 3 years. This suggests a slow pace for public schools, in which public schools are assisted to offer grade R education. Therefore, on recommendation, the department to provide the committee with a report regarding the delivery of quality education in the Western City region for the 2022-23 financial year by the 31st of August 2022. The department should investigate allegations of nepotism in respect of recruitment for the Presidential Youth Initiative in the West region. A progress report to be provided by the 31st August 2022. The department to provide plans and measures to be put in place to fast-track the pace which public schools should be assisted against the average target of 3 schools for the past 3 years. A progress report should be provided by the 31st of August 2022. In acknowledgement, the committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honourable Panyaza Sufi, and his senior official for their presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the portfolio committee on details of the budget vote report. Furthermore, the chair would like to thank the following honourable members: Sonobasan, Makubela, BC, Ramulifo, Dos Santos, Mekgwe, Duval, Alberts, and Adams for their dedication and support during this process. And furthermore, the committee would like to thank all the support teams led by the group's committee coordinator, Mizuzu Panzo Mbalo, senior researcher Sekinam, and senior committee coordinator Shalin Gaya. And the team is outlined there. In accordance to Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, I, as the Chair, Matume Chilwane, the Education Portfolio Committee Chairperson, hereby recommends that the Education Portfolio Committee oversight the report on the Gauteng Department of Education Budget Vote 5 report on 2022-23 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee consent and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chilwane. Is there a seconder?
I second.
And now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. Yes. The yes have it. Secretary, please. And the report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Chairperson of Committees. The next order is budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill J001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honourable Sifui, please present your budget to the House.
Honourable Chair of Chairs and members of the House, ECD is the foundational source of human capital to drive education, jobs, and growth. We are thrilled as the Gauteng Department of Education, together with the Department of Social Development,
that we have concluded a mammoth task of transferring the responsibilities of ECD from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. As we speak, ECD now is firmly with the Department of Basic Education. This is a major achievement that will allow our children to grow in an education environment and seize the old or Stone Age approach of considering ECD centers as a child care opportunity for our children. From now on, the end has arrived. Our children will no longer come to ECD centers to pray, sing, eat, and sleep. They will now be given an opportunity to learn so that they can grow and be better citizens. Science and research has indeed confirmed that the first 6 years of learning are more crucial to our children. That if we provide the necessary support to our children, they will grow to be better citizens. We want to thank the President of our country, the Minister of Basic Education, the Minister of Social Development, our Premier, and the MEC responsible for social development in our province for the sterling work that they've done to transfer this important responsibility from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education. We are also thrilled that the partnership will continue because this relationship will not end. The Department of Social Development will continue to provide all the relevant support in terms of the Act in protecting our children, psychosocial services, but most importantly, ensuring that their school support programs like school uniform and providing support like the support, they will continue to provide that support to our children and taking care of vulnerable children that will need basic services from the Department of Social Development. The NDP was very clear. It lays out a vision that can only be reached if we are working together. A vision in which we live together in peace and security in a land that we so nurture. A vision in which we realize opportunities for all. And this is a grand vision that we want to lay a firm foundation for our children as they start their ECD journey to be better citizens. There are 7 crucial points that we've published as a department to ensure that this migration of ECD is realized. The first one, which is very crucial, is to ensure that all our children get the necessary support immediately in terms of learning material, and the quality of educators that will provide support to these children. This is crucial to ensure that our children get the best education on their first day in our schools. The second aspect is to ensure that all our schools, in particular public schools, continue to provide ECD and they have facilities of ECD. This is to ensure that we don't have ECD outside the public education space, but we have an ECD that is within the education space and provide the relevant transition from grade R to grade 1 immediately within our education environment. We also want to urge all those that still run their ECD centers within the private education sector that will continue to provide this kind of support. You must continue to take our children. We will link up with you at the appropriate stage to provide all the relevant support that we need. So our pillar 1, to ensure that we universalize grade R, is now being realized. We have almost 164,000 learners within our school premises and community-based sites, and these are the children that we must nurture so that by the time they reach grade 12, will be children that will compete with the best across the globe and will be the children that will end the free support that we provide in terms of social grants and any other support that we give. This will be true children of our freedom and true children of our policies so that they can prosper and thrive on their own. We also want to expand ECD to 2 years in terms of pre-grade R and grade R. This will also provide all the necessary support that is needed. In terms of ECD HR development, we are proud that we have now officially converted 2,069 ECD practitioners from being ECD practitioners to be fully educators, PL1 educators in our education system. This is a major achievement. From earning peanuts to be earning salary of an educator with all the necessary benefits. It's a major transition to value our educators and give them all the necessary support. As we speak, 488 ECD practitioners are now funded by the department so that they can conclude their higher education studies so that they can also be converted into PL1 teachers. Our view and our standpoint is simple. Anyone that will stand in front of our ECD learners must be properly qualified, educated to serve our children or to teach our children. Gone are the days of those that say, I feel it in my blood that I can teach. You must have the necessary qualification to stand in front of our children. We miss this point, we've missed everything, because educators play a crucial role in providing the necessary guidance in this particular sector. We are also proud as the Gauteng government that we have identified almost 5 sites across the province to unveil what we call ECD of the future, or what we can call a crash of the future. These sites will be in Soshanguve, Provincial, Ratanda, Greater Tembisa, and Bekesdal. This will be the new school of ECD that will incorporate what we need our ECD learners to learn, to acquire, and to have. We will broaden the new ECDs of the future in all other areas of our province so that our children can get this best form of infrastructure in learning. These are the children that will say goodbye to mobile classrooms, that will say goodbye to all bad forms of learning that we have inherited from the previous regime. We are excited about this project, and we really believe it must be accelerated so that all our areas have these ECDs of the future so that we can provide the relevant support to all our children. The last part on ECD is the need for us to manage data, monitor our children, and provide constant evaluation of the work that they are doing. We are of the view, as all these children start ECD, we must have all their medical records and their medical status so that we don't have to burden the medical system of our province. We must know where they need intervention. We must also conduct behavioral change patterns and record this so that the necessary intervention can be conducted at an appropriate place. This will assist us to avoid bullying and to avoid a conduct that will make things difficult for our children as they grow. We really believe this data monitoring and evaluation system will assist us to better understand our children and know where to intervene so that we can build better citizens and not build children that will fail prisons and be part of those that will not succeed in life. Madam Chair of Chairs, today we are tabling a budget of 59.7 billion. An increase, it has increased with almost 5.1% if you take into consideration the previous budget. We want to thank the Premier, members of the Executive Council, in particular the MEC responsible for Treasury, for this above-inflation growth of our budget. This will assist us to immediately tackle all the challenges, especially those that were created by COVID-related matters, matters of overcrowding, matters of lack of infrastructure, matters of sanitation, and the vandalism that we experienced during this particular period. We also want to thank the National Ministry for the increase in the budget of education school infrastructure and the National School Nutrition Program. We honestly believe this will assist us to start to deal with matters post-COVID. 70% of our budget, almost 42 billion, goes directly to the payment of salaries of our employees. This relates to 70% of the overall budget, and we are amongst the few government departments that are spending this amount of money on compensation of employees. We want to thank all the unions that have concluded or have started to conclude their discussions in terms of additional educators that are needed within the schooling space and the support that they think they will provide to ensure that we've got a teacher in every classroom, a teacher in every subject, but most importantly, a teacher that will provide support and safetiness in all our schools. You will see from our budget that the public ordinary schooling sector remains the largest subsector of the provincial education budget. They will receive an amount of 42.7 billion, which constitutes 70.9% of the total budget. We spend an average of 8.4%, that is 5 billion, on administration, which, despite the size of the department, makes us one of the most cost-effective bureaucracies. We want to also make an announcement that we are also taking good care of all our LSN schools. Learners with disabilities deserve support, not condemnation. Learners with disability deserve the best, and they are not second-class citizens in our schools. And all the necessary resources must be channeled to this sector because this is a critical structure that is dealing with learners that need our immediate support. We are also proud that we are now turning the corner against all the consequences that were created by the pandemic COVID-19. As we speak, in Gauteng, we've got 38 schools that are still on rotational learning. This is mainly because of overcrowding, and the decision to return all our learners was taken mid-academic year. We have taken a decision as the department that will eliminate this practice at the beginning of the third term, which simply means when we start the beginning of the 2023 academic year, there will be no school on rotational basis, and we'll do everything within our powers to close the gap. We are indeed aware of the campaign, the protest, and many people that are complaining about overcrowding in our schools. In Gauteng, we have taken a conscious decision. Every learner that's supposed to be at school must be in our classroom, regardless of the size of our classrooms. We'll never turn a learner back on the basis that our classrooms are full. We will tackle the issues of overcrowding while learners are within the classrooms learning rather than staying at home doing nothing. This is a principled decision that unfortunately has created problems of shortage of classes, shortage of LTSM, and shortage of furniture. But our position is clear. Allow our children to be at school learning rather than staying at home waiting for mobile classroom. This is very crucial for us, and we hope parents will understand whose child must remain at home while other children are at school learning. We also want to conclude all the necessary processes of preparing for the 2023 academic year. Our online registration is going live on the 22nd of July, where we'll be inviting grade 1 and grade 8 parents to apply. For the second time this year, we're also combining the application of grade 1 and grade 8 at the same time. So we're urging all our parents to be ready. Come the 22nd of July, make your application, upload your documents within 7 days, and give us the necessary space to place your child at a school of your choice. We remain very firm in terms of the needs of our children and the areas where we believe our children should be accommodated. So we are quite excited that National Parliament is about to release public participation in terms of the BELA Act, Basic Education Amendments Act. We are excited in Gauteng that our contribution in the draft bill have been incorporated, even though there are many other things that we felt should be incorporated. We are urging our citizens in Gauteng, especially parents that are applying in or using our online system, that this is an opportunity to comment on the number of schools that must accommodate our children and the number of schools that must be accessible to all of us. We are of the view in Gauteng, all our schools belong to all our children. There must be no single school that must be reserved for a certain race or a race that speaks a certain language and exclude all other children. The bill makes this position very clear, that it's only going to be the HOD that will approve the final admission policy of a school, and it's only going to be the HOD that will approve the final language of a school. Gone are the days where SGBs felt they can determine the school language to exclude other learners that are speaking a different language. We are for a mother tongue language, but we really believe mother tongue language can be given in one school, while others are learning Afrikaans, others will learn Setswana or Sepedi in the next class, and they can go and play football, rugby, cricket in a school team, rather than be segregated on the basis that they're speaking a different language. We are very firm on this, and it's a very important aspect that cannot be undermined. We are also touched by those that believe they can bring back the apartheid flag in our communities. Those that have gone to court to request that this apartheid flag must be flown again, they must know we will defeat them come whatever that comes. This particular flag represents pain, misery, and a history that we don't want to know. There will be no apartheid flag that will be flown in any of our schools in our province, regardless of the outcome of the court case. And our view is very simple. Our view is very simple. There's only one flag in this country. Any other flag that is not the flag that we know in this country must be defeated. And our children must not be exposed to this apartheid flag that is being defended by those that we've defeated in 1994. As we move to ensure that education is accessible to all, we want to take our ICT learning program to the next level. We are about to unveil a broadcasting studio that will allow the best educators to go to our studios using our ICT smart boards. All our children in all our province will get an access to a quality educator teaching them the gateway subjects that we've identified. This will ensure that the migration of good teachers to either private education or independent school is halted with the number of good quality educators that will use our studio to teach our children. This investment, we correctly believe it will turn the quality of educators, especially in our township schools. We are also proud that we have produced, using our ICT schools, almost 35 schools that are utilizing our ICT fully. In these 35 schools, it's one learner, one tablet, one teacher, one laptop, one classroom, one smart board, one school connected to the internet. This investment is valuable, and that is why we want to expand it, and this budget gives us an opportunity to expand that mission. We are also excited with the School of Specialization that we've introduced in our province. We now have 35 schools of specialization where our learners are told about the economic skills while they're still within the schooling environment. We are happy that we're going to expand these schools of specialization to accommodate new careers in hospitality, transport, manufacturing, logistics, and we are prepared to launch 4 additional schools in the next financial year. This, we believe, will assist us to conclude our schools of specialization, because in the future, every school must specialize. Gone are the days where all our schools are doing the same thing, and if we have shortages of skill, we have shortages of skills across the board. We are also strengthening our technical schools. We are proud that 120 of our schools will now offer technical courses. Technical skills are the future. Not everyone will go to a university. We need learners that must learn technical skills so that they can provide the necessary backup to our economy. We have identified 4 schools to specialize in engineering, 11 schools to offer accelerated technical skills, and further 102 schools to offer technical subjects that will assist and strengthen the support. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, we also want to conclude with the support that we need to give to our schools in terms of school safety. We must eliminate drugs, dagga, and alcohol in all our schools and ensure that our children are safe from bullies and that the SAPS provide all the necessary support that is needed. I want to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation and contribution of our Premier, the support of the Executive Council, of which I'm indebted. My gratitude also goes to the Minister of Basic Education for her guidance and support, and all members of this legislature, especially the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the HOD of the department. I thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, MEC. I now call upon Member Mabunda. Member Mekgwe.
No, thank you, Chair of Chairs. You know, the debate which I will put to the House today, it's so painful because as the EFF, we need to reject this budget. You know, we have got the MEC who can speak very softly and very nicely and nice ways, but the problem is not the MEC. The problem is the department which must execute what the MEC wants to achieve in this province. It's so painful that we have got online system in this province which can't allocate our learners to the schools and the schools where they reside as we are promised, because I serve in the Committee of Education. Furthermore, I can have a disappointment leading this economic freedom fighters government, which is coming in 2024, that, you know, our food, which we are giving our learners in school, when I do an unannounced oversight, I ask them in the town, but more regarding now, it means this department is not giving us what we are paying them. It's not even giving food to the kids which they deserve, because they raised complaints themselves when they see us when we visit the schools. On corruption levels, the department is corrupt to the core. Because you ask yourself that if the department can spend 431 million, and as SIU gives the report, and a junior official gets charged, where's the accounting office of that department? And yet it's been praised. The head must roll from the head so that we can have discipline. Now you charge that one, the pawn. We want the king to fall. But sooner the king will fall, because if you are used on stealing, you will continue to steal and will continue to expose as the opposition, which is called the EFF. The budget is being increased to 59 billion. The question one asks is, why is it increased? Because the department can't even spend that budget. They failed to spend almost 1.1 billion in the previous financial year. It shows they don't have capacity to spend. Now you increase because there's a treasury which has a connection with the leader, who is the MEC of this department. So it works in a political favor, not what the department can deliver for the people of Gauteng. We want the department which can deliver and finish the budget at 100%. We don't have schools in this province. We've got our kids inside the township schools because I'm of the poor. I almost visit the township schools. You know, they're still the same, like what is saying that in the previous regime we found the schools like this, like this. There's no change. Go to a school in Gauteng, in Kamugelo school, those people there, the teachers, they share toilets with the learners. There's no toilets for the learners and the teachers. The males are going inside the township because they say, Honourable Mekgwe, thanks for you for coming here. We can share your frustration, but we can't share it with the MEC because, hey, we'll be victimized. That's what the principals they are telling us in this province when we visit them. But those whom I'm serving in within the committees, I know it's only Ramli who can speak. These other ones, they will speak in the corners because, you know, you can't outshine your master, you'll get in trouble. That's how politics they operate. But we and me and Ramleaf will continue to expose these shenanigans. There is LSN schools, which is It's very, very embarrassing. There is a school there in Soshanguve, it's called Philadelphia. Very painful. You can go even today. Anyone can go from this house of what I'm saying here. That school is a mess on its own. There's no leadership, there's no security. Our kids, they don't have wheelchairs. The kids are pushing wheelchairs on their own. A child who needs a porter, a child who needs someone to support. Yet this department, we are busy continuing increasing our budget for them. Let me share with you, MEC, are we expected to believe that indeed your department can use ICT and e-learning strategies to reposition and accommodate the teachers and learner needs arising in the impact of COVID-19 pandemic? You know, we gave them almost 1.6 billion in 2022-2023 financial year. The question one is, these ICT centers which we have in this province, you know, when they are opened, there is that celebration. Go and visit after that. There is nothing. There's nothing happening in the center. You are going to find an empty shell. That's what we're exposed in this province. But because we do oversight, and it's our work to expose what we are seeing on the ground, we must continue. The department must be able to deal with the 2 centers of SGBs. We've got 2 SGBs in this province. What kind of a department who can combine these people in one roof and have 1 SGB? And the powers you gave the SGBs, the department, so embarrassing. We advocate for the women. You can check the percentage of principals in this province. 70% is males. We need a department which will care, which we can support when it comes to the issue of budget. How can we support the budget of people who doesn't care? These tablets things which are raised here, I went to more than 10 schools in this province. They're not working, those things. They're not even there in those schools. So you're asking yourself, in this budget which we are rejecting as the EFF, we are still subjected to the tablets which are raised even now, that the EFF must support that. We can't support that budget because the tablets which were given to our kids in the townships and all over this province are not functioning. We are not even getting a school where you can visit and get functioning tablets. In terms of the security in our schools, it's so embarrassing. One day, we'll support your budget, MEC, if you can speak about your security strategy, than always referring security issues to the MEC of community safety. Our kids have been killed, they're stabbed in the schools because your department doesn't have capacity to give our kids safety. We need safety in our schools for the teachers and our learners and everyone who's involved in the area. Yes, I agree with you. The schools are full, and the schools, we need more schools. Let's hope, Ramli, for the school which they started to build in Western area. I went there yesterday myself to do an unannounced oversight. Simunya Secondary Schools. They started to put the ground and put the contractor there. The ANC councillor is there, starting problems again. It's all people, MEC of ANC. Even though we are here now elected as a public representative, address that council of Ward 26. The contractor can't start to work. If you can check the status of the school, Barisibitan Simunya Secondary School in Beggersdal, it's a shame on its own. We can't support the budget of the people who can't even control their own cadres on the ground, who are busy disturbing the services of this department. Chair of Chairs, as the EFF, we reject the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mekgwe. We now move to Honourable Albert to participate in the debate. Honourable Albert. Thank you very much. She's not available. We now move to Honourable Ramolefo.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honourable members, we need a budget for the future. A budget that will shape the future of all our learners in Gauteng, especially those from disadvantaged communities. The lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us to find ways to do things differently. Unfortunately, this budget is not responding to learner-educator ratio problems. It is deeply concerning that we still have learners who attend school twice a week. This is common amongst quintile 1 to 4 schools, which are poorly resourced. Allen Ridge Secondary Schools in Rabi Ridge is facing the same problem. Fine Town Secondary School had to shut down for a week to draw attention to the fact that parents want their children to attend schools full-time in a conducive learning environment. But thank you, MEC, for hitting the call last week, and you delivered furniture at Fine Town Secondary School. But this can't only be limited to to us communicating with you. This is the responsibility which district needs to take. Siabusa Secondary Schools in Slovoville has severely overcrowded classrooms, and they are still using a rotational learning system. I visited the school yesterday, and the rotational learning system must urgently come to an end. I hope you will also assist and intervene and provide furniture this week so that at least the school can get to normality. We were told that there are about 38 schools that are continuing with the rotational learning system. Will these learners be exempted from competing with other learners? The answer is no. So why are we trapping them in poverty? Because this budget doesn't talk about their future. It was very easy to blow 450 million within 3 months on the decontamination of schools, and the service providers were paid on time. Why is there no agency to end the rotational learning system and ensure that all learners return to school on a full-time basis? This will result in many of our learners across the province dropping out of school. MEC Lesuf, why are we trapping these learners into poverty? We all know that the rotational learning system is deeply affecting learners from poor families who are sending their children to no-fee schools. This current setup is perpetuating poverty and inequality in our province. These young people who are deprived of everyday schooling have ambitions and are looking upon us to save them. They are dreaming of a better future where they don't need to rely on EPWP opportunities. However, they will end up in these programs which will pull them away from becoming part of the pool of experts and pull them away from the entrepreneurial space. We all know that this government is so happy that the list of social grant beneficiaries is growing. Surely this can't be right, especially for an active population. All young people must be given access to job opportunities. They must be given opportunities to advance their careers. They must be given support to start their own small businesses. They must be empowered with skills to grow our economy. Certainly, this government has no idea on what to do to revive the economy. If this province fails to take the lead, the country will go down too. Let's look at different programs. Program 1, which is administration. There is 5 billion rand allocation. This is 10.2% increase compared to the last year budget, and it includes the rental of offices. Why don't we allow district officials to spend time in schools, which is the primary focus? There's no need to increase this budget by 10.2%. The targets have been reduced, but the budget has increased as indicated on page 241 of the budget book as compared with the last year's service delivery measures. Program 2, Public Ordinary School Education. There is 42.3 billion budget for this program. This is a 9.1% increase. The DA support this increase, especially the compensation of employees, which saw an increase of 8.2%. Considering the passion and commitment shown by our teachers, they are trying their best under difficult circumstances. They've been navigating through tough economic times. Fuel prices have been increasing, repo rates have been increasing, unreliable electricity has gone up, and municipal bills are always increasing. The DA does support subsidies to no-fee paying schools. We support school nutrition programs, but we don't support awarding 1.5 billion to only 26 service providers. Considering the high unemployment rate and the lack of economic growth, this 1.5 billion must benefit more than 500 service providers who will create more job opportunities and create more businesses for more service providers. The same goes for scholar transport with 988.8 million allocation. The DA believe that the department must create opportunities for more people to enter the space. We have noticed the current challenge by service providers alleging that the process was unfair. Unfortunately, this has caused problems for our learners as they miss some days of schooling because of the scholar transport strike. The Citibank schools were badly affected by this scholar transport strike. The DA is urging the department to increase the target for learners achieving more than 60% in maths and science. More so, that there is a target to embark on a robust teacher development program. Equally, the target of bachelor passes must be more than 50%. This will indicate a stable system and become a sustainable base. The department must start investing in facilities and equipment for different sporting codes. We cannot afford to postpone the current need to diversify sporting codes in Gauteng. I wish this province could avoid spending 24 million rand to demolish a stadium and use this budget to build or improve more sporting facilities in our schools. No, Gary, the province. This will advance social cohesion and natural talents amongst young people. Instead of spending money on a flag, we must get our priorities right. Program 3, independent schools. This program's budget is 1 billion, and there's an increase of 4.7%. The DA supports this allocation as independent schools play an important role, especially where government is failing to build more schools. They minimize admission pressure and offer some relief to migration problems. However, the existence of illegal independent schools in Gauteng is a huge concern. The department has not acted decisively to protect learners and parents from unregistered schools. The DA is also concerned with administrators who get paid 495,000 rand every month to monitor schools on how to spend their budgets. We propose that each school which fails to account must be referred to the Matthew Goniwe Leadership Program. There must be mentorship programs offered to schools which have no capacity. Program 4, Public Special School. The budget allocation is 4.9 billion, which is an increase of 8.2%. There is a need to get more public schools to accommodate learners with special needs. All these schools must be well-resourced. Philadelphia, as Member Mekgwe also mentioned, has been on news for the wrong reasons. We urge the department to make necessary intervention to ensure that the school has the proper leadership to fly the school flag high. Unfortunately, Noktula Elsen School is still not fully occupied. I'm not sure if the acting MEC Mamabulo, who is here, has honored his commitment to resolve this problem, as he said in this house.
He created the problem in the first place.
Imagine spending more than 300 million rand, and the school cannot fully occupy, even though the Premier had cut the ribbon in 2018. Yet, there's no consequence management. Only 40 million rand is allocated for infrastructure in public special schools, but there are no plans to build any new school this year. Looking at Program 5, Early Childhood Development, this program has a history of under-expenditure. The budget allocated is 1.9 billion, which is an increase of 8.3%. All children in grade R and pre-grade R must never be denied access due to lack of funding. ECDs must not only be caring centers, but learning institutions which prepare children to start formal schooling. This will demand rethinking about professionalizing practitioners and their working environment. There were many incidents of abuse and uncaring behavior reported in certain centers. This must be attended to urgently. It is good that there is an alignment of all foundation phase institutions preparing for entry into grade 1. This must help learners to improve literacy and numeracy levels. Program 6, Infrastructure Development. The budget allocated to this program is 1.7 billion, and it is not adequate considering there is a high demand to fix aging, dilapidated, and broken school infrastructure. This includes replacing asbestos schools and mobile schools. We have noticed an increase in protests demanding more resources to ensure that learning and teaching take place in a conducive environment. The department should cut the administration budget and allocate more to infrastructure. The MEC will no doubt leave office before eradicating all structures built of inappropriate materials. The department must leave its abusive relationship with DID, as there are so many outstanding issues with projects under DID. For example, Mekgwe Primary School and Bramfisher Primary Schools, to name a few. These issues range from lack of approved plans, no occupational certificates, none of payments up to subcontractors, appointment of unqualified service providers, and only allocating projects to friends and comrades. Program 7, Examination and Education-related Services. The budget allocation has increased from 1.7 billion to 2.7 billion rand. This is an increase of more than 60%. Examination budget allocation is necessary as it is about fourth industrial revolution. We must seek to foster a more balanced working relationship between increasingly smart technologies and humans. COVID-19 caught us on the back foot, hence we must align the budget to the future. Can we deploy technologies to enhance learning and teaching? Can we prevent bullying? Can we prevent violence? In short, we need an effective school safety strategy. Equally, all schools must comply with occupational and health standards. In conclusion, Madam Chair, we have a responsibility to provide access to basic quality education. We must strive to ensure that all schools have quality leadership and management. There must be no learner who sits at home due to lack of space or lack of furniture when there's budget. We must do our best to guarantee parental choice, and online admission must not take away such a choice. We must champion schools of specializations. Let's not celebrate mediocrity. Let's think about the future. South Africa must be a better place to live and work. Gauteng province must brim with opportunities through education, which plays a vital role in improving quality of life. The DA is appealing to all education stakeholders to put our learners on top of the agenda. Learning and teaching must be our priority. Let's plan for the future of our children. This budget must be about building strong communities and empowering young people with much needed skills. Even when SGB disagree with the department, they must not shut down schools. They must not disrupt learning. So as I've said, MEC Lissofi, you said yes, your department is not demolishing a stadium spending 24 million, but your cabinet, as you are part of the cabinet, you are spending 24 million rand to demolish HMPJ Stadium. Why can't you channel that money and start looking at facilities in our schools so that we'll be able to nurture talent, which is all there? So I don't understand why the provincial government can spend such amount of money to do that when there's a need on the other side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Ramolefo. Aibo. I channel you and Kana. May I then call Honourable Hassan?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. I want to appreciate the applause before I begin. I think it's an anticipation of what we're going to be debating about. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Honourable Premier in his absentia, MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, and of course the most important stakeholder of Gauteng, which we always must centre, and that is our people. Madam Chair of Chairs, 46 years ago to the day, on the 24th of May 1976, Soweto pupils rejected the Orlando Diepkloof Schools Board demand that they return to class. And this followed a walkout protest against the use of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. This also marked a turning point and led to the 16th of June uprising, which we now know as Youth Day. The thousands of young people and children who fought the demonic apartheid regime with mere stones and ideas stared down the apartheid police and gave their lives for me to stand here today. In fact, we stand on their shoulders. Their spirits run through us. Their vision of a free South Africa may now be realized, but we also have a responsibility to fully realize that vision of those young people who gave their lives for a quality and equitable and accessible education. Madam Chair, this is the context through which we must assess the budget before us. A responsive budget that takes into cognizance our past, our present, and our future. And so we cannot debate the budget before us without paying homage to those sacrifices of the millions of young people who came before us in the course of history, bringing us to this point. Madam Chair, we have before us a budget that amounts to 59.7 billion, which represents a 10.5% increase from the previous year. But in justifying this ANC-led budget, we must place these figures beyond just the rands and the cents. We must show the impact that it will have and what the numbers actually mean to our people. Our budget must and does in fact respond to our educational priorities and our policy positions. These include the delivery of quality education in a conducive learning environment, transforming public schooling by addressing barriers to access, equity and redress, and of course increasing access to a quality pre- and post-schooling educational opportunities. The budget also will address and focus on the capitalization of township technical schools, enhancing e-learning through the investment of ICT and the leasing of office buildings and provision of personal protective equipment used in schools. But this budget must also respond to our challenges, including the eradication of the backlog of asbestos infrastructure, improving sanitation in our schools, and major rehabilitative work that our schools require. In terms of the COVID-19 recovery, and I'm glad Member Ramolifo mentioned this, because we cannot view this budget outside of the fact that COVID-19 has caused havoc in the world, and in particular to our education system. It's forced us to have a huge focus on curriculum recovery and how to adapt in the current climate to what's been going on and to ensure learning outcomes are met. But COVID-19, yes, it affected the quality of our education. And as an ANC-led government, we are committed to ensuring that we build a sustainable education system from the bottom up. This means strengthening learning outcomes in the early grades, which are critical to achieving better educational outcomes, improving the skills base, and building a more prosperous nation in the future. Fundamental to the COVID-19 recovery is the tracking of learners who have dropped out. And there are a number of reasons for this phenomenon, but COVID-19 has certainly exacerbated it. Our role is to find these learners, assess their socioeconomic situation, provide intervention and close the gaps, ultimately leading to them walking back into the classroom or some form of useful skills development. Our failure to do so would result in a higher structural youth unemployment and an even greater crisis in society. Madam Chair, this budget before us also deals with ICT. And it's almost as if in preparing for this budget vote, I was prepared for Member Ramolifo who's not here, or Member Mekgwe rather, who's not here, in how he attacked the ICT element of the province. But let me correct where he's been incorrect, and let me provide some facts. COVID-19 has had a positive spin-off for us in that it has allowed us to fully utilize our ICT interventions and open up more ICT educational solutions across the province. We, as an ANC-led government, have continued with our policy reviews in digital compliance, and we know that these are vital to the academic advancement of our Gauteng learners post-COVID-19. And in fact, the post-COVID-19 era and world will be driven by technology, and we will be at the forefront of that. The 2022-23 financial year and the education budget put forward by us pushes ICT. If you recall, Madam Chair, I spoke of a futuristic budget even before Member Ramolifo penned it to paper. And the centering of ICT is exactly that. The budget before us has allocated an amount of 26.9 million to ensure that our education management information system is top priority. It's going to ensure connectivity in schools and enable schools to utilize the SAMAS system to provide learner data to the national tracking system. Our Honourable Premier Makura in his SOPA address spoke of the introduction of dedicated funding for the introduction of coding and robotics to meet the challenges of the 4th IR. And this budget does exactly that, even from a grade R level, which the MEC has spoken about. Already, coding and robotics programs have been rolled out in 33 DBE pilot schools for both foundation and intercent phase learners. An amount of 175 million rand is dedicated towards the specialized services in this sector, such as content training, assessment, teaching and learning methodologies. And of these funds, 61.6 million is towards ICT training and support. 4.1 million goes towards school management team training, and 25.2 million of that resourcing goes towards the department's teacher development centers. On the overall, ICT is going to be utilized for the provision of resources in expansion to expand to more schools, greater collaboration between different businesses and the business units, including the curriculum, TD and e-learning, the development and distribution, the uploading of analog and digital resources for all subjects across the website, and of course ensuring that time schooling commences in not just 2022 but moving forward. We're also looking at the effective use of Google Forms as an informal assessment to ensure that we are utilizing the full learning environment due to rotational timetabling. We're also going to be using online platforms such as Google Quiz, Socrative, and many others for mass-based participation provincial programs. But what about blended learning and ICT? I think the opposition wants to paint a picture that we're not ahead of the game in this regard, and that's incorrect. So let's talk about the hard numbers that this budget supports before we can even get into the politics behind it. We have over 20,000 ICT-trained educators. We have over 10,000 classrooms that are ICT enabled, 10,000 LED boards that have been installed, 20,000 teacher laptops that have been distributed, and over 200,000 learner tablets have already been distributed. And I wish Member Mekgwe could be here to hear the numbers, not just of the ICT infrastructure, but what it means for young people, what it means for our teachers, and what it actually means for our people in this post-COVID world where we need ICT skills. The Siyavula platform provides learners with free access to a zero-rated, that means data-free for those who don't know it, online high school math and science practice. And that's why we've provided support for approximately 39,335 learners across 807 schools in the province. But further to this, Madam Chair, we as an ANC-led government has also introduced a broadcasting platform to create even further accessible education. No one else in the country is doing this, only us. And it's GDE and Bono who's developing their own studio to broadcast lessons. You'll hear that none of the opposition members spoke of the Western Cape. They always want to shove down Western Cape dialysis down our throats, but we are the only ones in the country that are dealing with this kind of platform-based learning. As an ANC-led government, we're also aiming to make a free and open-source technology available to both teachers and learners. We're going to open up educational resources and open up access to digital tools that we will be supporting. However, we fully understand that education cannot thrive with just ready-made content. We cannot do that building it outside of human beings, outside of our teachers. And that's why the relationship between our teachers and our learners are fundamental to our ICT strategy. Last week, in oversight visits, and this is the evidence of everything that I've said, we visited Sinenhlanhla Primary School, and this is a school of specialization focusing on ICT in Tshwane. We witnessed a well-oiled school, well-run, disciplined, clean, well-resourced, but also a passionate principal who goes beyond the call of duty. But it is also a school that has championed ICT. Learners are being taught using smart boards and tablets. We saw this with our own eyes. It's a pity Member Ramulifo, Member Alberts, who didn't bother to debate, were not actually with us when we had this discussion. In fact, Member Alberts was the first person to acknowledge that this particular school in a township could be so well-resourced and equipping young people with extensive ICT skills. So modernizing our learning and access to ICT as well as our virtual classrooms is currently being realized, and it will reach even greater heights with the budget before us. In terms of Program 2, Public Ordinary Schooling Education, and I'm going to be building on what the MEC spoke of. The majority of this budget for Vote 5 focuses on this program. And the reality is that this is the highest demanding program in the entire department. And this is because learner enrollment increases. I want to give you some numbers, Madam Chair. We have witnessed an increase, if I'm correct of this, learner enrollment, has increased by 26,392 in the last year alone, and that totals to 2,173,421 children in 2022 who are in our schools. And the majority of those children are in our public ordinary schooling system. And so therefore it only makes sense that we should put the majority of our budget towards it. We know that there will also be an increase that will cover the implementation of a no-fee school policy, the compensation of employees. We must ensure that our teachers are paid correctly. I remember growing up in school, many of our teachers complained about salaries. You'll notice that's not a complaint anymore. And that is because the majority of our budget also addresses our teachers and ensures that they earn a fair and equitable income in this process. We've also ensured that we're improving learner performance in literacy and numeracy. And this is also as a result of, we've noted that this increased learner enrollment, but the employment of more educators, the opening of new schools and other intervention strategies. But let's deal with some of the notable increases, Madam Chair. Goods and services has increased to 5.7 billion, and this increase is going to go towards the school nutrition program, our scholar transport, school sports, school health, and the twinning of school programs. An additional allocation of 156.8 million is going towards the capitalization of township technical schools. Provision is also made, like I said, for 158,000 learners across 429 schools for scholar transport. And already we have 71 new applications in the pipeline. So this transfer, or this allocation of transfers and subsidies has increased, but it's also meant that 1,406 no-fee paying schools are being subsidized, with a combined enrollment of over 1.5 million. In fact, and I want to emphasize this number, we have 1,542,000 children benefiting from this no-school policy. Therefore, it is shocking to me as a public representative and to all of us in the ANC that the DA and the EFF can even think to reject this budget that centers on focusing on the most vulnerable of our societies, poor children who don't have access to meals in a day, who don't have access to scholar transport, who don't have access to an education system that we ensured was no fee paying. So when the DA and the EFF say they are rejecting this policy and this particular budget, it means they are saying that young people must have the doors of learning closed to them, that we must not get an education, and that education is for the privileged and not a right. They can shout me down, it's fine. But the reality of the matter is that my argument has enhanced what we've been saying. But let's also talk about decolonization. This is another big thing that's relevant, and I know the DA will get very upset around decolonization. I know it's quite difficult, given the political history of your political party, to actually realize how colonized, in fact, that you are. Now, on the budget, let's deal with decolonization. We're going to deal with this decolonization agenda very close to the hearts of us as young people. We are designing a mother tongue-based bilingual education program, and that's focusing on teaching and assessment. The department's going to receive 22.8 billion rand in funding towards these interventions, and I'm going to give you a high level. 3.48 million rand is dedicated to library boxes that are going to be provided in isiZulu and Setswana home language classes. We're going to be printing African languages. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult from the DA for us to really enforce our history, our culture, and our languages. We're taking it back. We're not going to be told that our languages are not important. We're going to prioritize it in our schools. So yes, African languages, the reading manuals in 8 languages from grades 1 to 3, which are critical in ensuring the uniqueness of our languages, but also of teaching them. We've put across 480,000 rand to that budget. In terms of the procurement of bilingual dictionaries to promote vocabulary development in reading comprehension, we've got 1.28 million rand that's been put aside to that. Mathematics, fundamental to the process as well. Honourable members, we know how important this is. The budget put forward by an ANC-led government pledges specific intervention on this front. So let's talk about it. Procurement of mathematics kits and games, math manipulatives are critical for that development, and we have put across 3.1 million rand to that budget. Mathematic lesson plans for quintiles 1 to 3 schools to improve the quality of how we teach mathematics, 410,000. And mathematics teachers manuals, that's how we get our teachers to be able to do a better job, 1,898 are aimed at improving methodologies, and this is going to cost us 300,000 rand. But why did I go to extreme lengths to explain these parts of the budget? Because when we put money towards a program, it's not arbitrary. It means something. We understand where our gaps are, we understand where our issues are, and we are quite clear in ensuring that we close those gaps. In terms of independent school subsidies, there will be an increase in that, and we're also going to increase our audit capacity to ensure that fly-by-night schools are not the ones who are exploiting young people and the people of our province. The public special school education system has also been increased, and we have 57,500 learners in these schools, and there's been an increase of 371 million rand. We are understanding that special schools are fundamental to the education system, and we are putting more than 4,000 educators in our public special schools, and that includes an increase in therapists and specialist staff. Madam Chair, I have to deal with infrastructure. Some people think it's the elephant of the room in terms of our educational situation. But infrastructure must and is a priority in our province. There's a need to cater for our learners in high residential areas through new schools. But we also need to enhance our ICT. We know that this is also a way in which we can close the gap. Today, the ANC-led government presents a budget that has an amount allocated of a whopping 1.73 billion rand that is allocated for infrastructure. We're going to use that to rehabilitate and upgrade our existing infrastructure. We're going to use that to prioritize special schools infrastructure and maintenance. But importantly, we're going to use it to close the gap and eradicate the structures that are built of inappropriate substances such as asbestos. So funds are also being reprioritized for the provision of basic services at schools that have been vandalized as well. I'm going to mention numbers because that's the only way we can get the message to drive home to the opposition. 310 million 310 million has been put towards central development. That's the areas for infrastructure. 203 million has gone to the eastern corridor, 274 million to the northern corridor, 88 million to the southern, and 85 million to the western corridor. And that brings us to this 1.74 billion that I've put across. The budget will also give priority on the completion of projects that are currently underway in terms of the construction and planning processes. And we acknowledge our challenges in ANC-led government. We're not going to run away from it. We know that infrastructure is a crisis. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do about this issue? The department is going to be applying more vigilance in budgeting, but we've also undertaken specific steps to improve our budget execution, improving the quality of our expenditure, improving our efficiency in elimination of waste and prioritization of programs, but we've also ensured that we're going to develop an infrastructure utilization plan to manage overcrowding and promote optimal school utilization. The plan's also going to focus on utilizing closed schools, maintaining current ones and building new schools for the demands. We're going to continue working with Treasury, DID and GFA and other implementing agencies to accelerate delivery on planned new schools, major maintenance and rehabilitation. But we're also going to repurpose those closed schools that I've spoken about after a conditional assessment and an audit. But most importantly, we need innovative methods of building and cutting of red tape to speed up the process. Madam Chair, just before I close, I want to talk about GCRA. 2.2 billion rand has been invested towards bursaries, from which 30,000 students have benefited. In fact, moving forward, we've set aside 402 million rand for students who have done exceptionally well in matric. We've focused on special project sub-programs, and we've allocated 1.6 billion of that amount to empower young people and ensure that they succeed in their careers and pathways to work management. But we further want to talk about the fact that GCRA is supporting major skills infrastructure and development. We are going to ensure that we are investing in the skills that the economy needs, and we're going to not just fund strictly those that align with the 10 high-growth sectors. We're also going to ensure that there's alignment between the career pathway and what we are funding. And so the primary goal is moving beyond just funding people in the dark or in the blind. We're partnering with economic development elements to ensure that we get there. Madam Chair of Chairs, just before I close, we as an ANC-led government support an all-encompassing budget, a holistic budget, one that takes into account, like I said, our present, our past, our future. And that's what this budget is about today. We need to deepen quality and accessible education through it. It's a thriving education system that makes a significant impact to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality experienced. And we will work with our communities and our partners hand in hand to deliver a better life for all. Madam Speaker, the ANC-led government and the ANC-led caucus accepts this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Hassan. Now call upon the MEC Lesufi to respond to the debate.
Are you sure, Chair of Chair, you didn't jump Member Albert? Because I spared my energy for him. So.
Chair, if I might come in, thank you, MEC Lesufi. Member Alberts is actually very, very ill.
Oh, no.
So if there's anything, I'll stand in for him. Thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Madam
Chair of Chairs, let me start by thanking all the members that participated in this debate and appreciate their guidance and views, and also note some of the areas that they've presented for immediate attention. It's just unfortunate, Madam Chair of Chairs, that Member Mekgwe will come and raise issues when there is an opportunity to respond to his issues. He decides to leave the house.
He knew that he was going to be moved.
I want to urge the Chief Whip of the ruling party and members of caucus of the ruling party. I think time has arrived that we should start to release the attendance register of opposition party members that don't come to our meetings. I think we need to release quarterly reports of all the meetings so that people can see that those that commit to provide oversight on us, we end up providing oversight on ourselves because they are nowhere to be found. They fail to come to meetings, they fail to read documents, they fail to develop policy counter that they can present to us. We just come here for compliance sake. There's nothing that we are getting from this opposition. And we really feel that time has arrived, that South Africans must see this opposition for what it is. It's a meaningless empty tin and a spare flat tire. You know, if you have a flat tire that is spare, you can't even utilize it. It's something that we want to bring to the attention of our voters. Member Ramliff, I honestly This is the price we must pay for the DA not taking us serious and bringing elderly people to this house. Member Ramliff, I agree with you that we need to achieve almost 60% on maths and science. And I fully concur with you that we need to reach above 50% in terms of bachelor passes. But you need to start somewhere by investing in maths and science, by ensuring that each and every child has a quality teacher, clean classroom, textbook on time, and the relevant resources. And this is what this budget is all about. This is what this budget is all about. And I was happy that Member Hassan outlined the investment in maths and science. I only assumed that we could not quote to those figures because the numbers are so high that they're beyond your imagination in reading the numbers. Because our investment in maths and science is unparalleled, is unmatched in this country, including your preferred Western Cape. Our investment in maths and science, our investment in Saibono, the support that we give to maths and science students, we will indeed reach that 60% that we have set to ourselves. The thing that excites us, Member Ramliff, on the bachelor passes, we are the only province that has produced 155,000 learners that have, in the last 2 years, that have achieved bachelor passes. 155,000 in 2 years, which simply means Gauteng alone can fill all the vacancies of first-year students in all the universities in our country. So the debate should not only be directed to us to produce more bachelor passes. We've demonstrated we are capable to do. But the debate is, will higher education accommodate these children? And that's where I think you are missing the point. Because the investment we've made in Gauteng, we are yielding the results that are giving us the bachelor passes that we need. But for you to come here and say, this is not the budget for the future, Member Ramliff, for you to put even a strong face that this is not a budget for the future, it means the investment in schools of specialization to use not the future. Well, it's only 38 out of 2,300 schools, Member Ramliff, it's only 38. It's 38 of 2,500 schools, and it's not out of our own making. When the minister took a decision mid-academic year to bring all learners, it's practically impossible to deal with what we have dealt with. So, wait, Member Ramleaf, we gave you time to waffle. This is our opportunity to let you know. You know, so this is our opportunity to teach you that you must read our budget before you come and debate in this House, which is the limitation. If people will be selective and cherry pick what it suits them and forget about other things that we're presenting in this House, it discourages us because you are not upping the standard. You are lowering the standard of debate, you are lowering the standard of research, you are lowering the standard of everything. We want to provide you with a budget that will take education to the future. You want to argue that our budget is not a budget of the future. And we are taking through step by step. I think Member Hassan should repeat those. The investment that we are putting in devices, the investment we are putting in broadcasting studios, the investment that we are putting in ECD of the future, the investment that we are putting in providing bursaries to future learners, the investment that we are putting in online admissions. If this is not the future, what is the future? So, our argument is very simple, Ramleaf. We said we agree with you on maths and science. We said we agree with you on bachelor passes. But will not agree with you, Member Ramleaf, that you want us to expand investment in subsidies in independent schools. Remember the history of independent schools. We're funding them where there is no public education. Where we have built new schools, we can't continue to fund when we have our own schools. And where we are funding, you must perform better than a public school. We can't fund you when you are giving us more failure rate rather than pass rate. It can't be. No matter how you can sugarcoat it, Member Ramleaf, our investment in independent school must have a return in investment. In the absence of a return in investment, we'll cut the investment because it's meaningless. And that's the approach that we really feel you need to understand. I want to conclude by agreeing with Member Hassan. Member Hassan, you have demonstrated that age is nothing but a number. You have demonstrated that the African National Congress is a school for development. You have demonstrated your capability to match those that are lazy to read figures. And we appreciate how you conducted yourself in this particular debate. Without any shade of shame, you came on top on this debate, and we want to thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lesufi. I now call upon Honourable A.A. Ndlovana to deliver the committee report. I've already spoken, it's fine. I'm sorry I didn't call the next order, but then Ndlovana, it's your turn, ma'am, to present for us to consider the Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety, Budget 10 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for 2022-23 financial year. This was supposed to be called by the Secretary, and I jumped it. That's why I'm actually. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair of Chair. I request that the part of the report which I'm not going to read, considered being read. The Chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, Honourable Alfina Ndlovana, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the assessment of the budget vote 10 of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the 2022-23 financial year as follows. The assessment of the 2022-23 Budget Appropriation Bill, Vote 10 of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety, seeks to ascertain
the correlation between the department priorities, objectives, and allocated resources to achieve its legislated mandate. The committee welcomed the 20% increase in the department's allocation for this financial year. The department received 1.153 billion, marking an increase by 191 million when compared to the previous financial year allocation of 962.2 million. The department programs received their respective shares of the allocation as follows. Program 1, Administration, received 174 million, marking an increase by 4.4 million, translated into 3% when compared to the 169.6 million which was received in the previous financial year. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat, received 280.7 million. This marked an increase by 39.7 million, translated to 16%, when compared to 241 million, which was allocated in the previous financial year. Program 3, Traffic Management, received a substantial share of the allocation of 698.6 million. The allocation increased by 147 million, translated to 27%, compared to the 551.6 million which was received in the previous financial year. The department reaffirmed its commitment to growing Gauteng Together GGT 2030 strategy to improve the safety of people in the province. The department plans to continue to monitor police performance on a quarterly basis and roll out a crime prevention initiative aimed to reduce crime. The committee noted the department plans to continue participating at the Operation Okaimolau initiative, which is intended to increase visible police and maximum crime prevention effort. The committee also noted the department's plan to procure 50 patrol vehicles and 4 mobile police stations for the Gauteng Saps. In addition, the department plans to continue with the deployment safety kiosk in a high crime policing precinct to enhance police visibility. The department further recommitted to supporting victims of gender-based violence and femicide through the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Response Plan. This includes providing victims with psychosocial support services, establishment of additional green door houses, and support to victim empowerment center in all the 144 stations. The committee also noted the various road safety operation plan by the department, which are aimed at achieving its 12% target in reduction of road crashes and fatalities. Moreover, the committee welcomed the plans to absorb 133 traffic law enforcement officers. The committee is optimistic that the appointment of the officers will positively contribute towards attaining the set target on road fatalities and improve the safety of the road users. The committee believes that the department plans are aligned to its mandate of police oversight and crime prevention. The committee will monitor progress on the implementation of the plan on a quarterly basis. On committee concerns and observation, the committee concern and observation are as follows, Madam Chair, the slow pace in filling the vacancies, the level of the crime remains high in the province, the department seems to be neglecting the CPF program, and the continuous failure to provide tools of trade to CPFs and community patrollers. The spate of violence in school, the lack of plan regarding the functionality of the regional victim offices, women as safety promoters and men as safety promoters, which were established to be an extension of the victim support program. The committee noted the department planned to build capacity in the 144 police stations through the Gauteng Information on Police Performance System, and the poor road condition, including unattended potholes, faded road marking, faulty traffic lights, etc., which contribute to road accident. On proposed committee recommendation, the committee recommend as follows. 1, the department must speed up its recruitment processes and fill in all vacant positions. The department must enhance its crime prevention intervention to achieve crime reduction. Moreover, the department, in consultation with the law enforcement agencies, must investigate the possibility of increasing roadblocks to strengthen crime prevention effort and enhance visible police to achieve crime reduction. Number 3, the department must improve its support to CPF and patrollers, considering their relentless commitment in fighting against crime. Furthermore, the procurement of uniform and tools of trade for those structures must be finalized with agency it deserves. 4, the department must develop and submit a multifaceted strategy to curb the spate of violence in schools. 5, the department must report its plans aimed at strengthening the functionality and the performance of regional victim offices, women as safety promoters and men as safety promoters. 6, the department must provide the committee with a detailed plan on how it intends to increase the capacity at police stations for purpose of oversight and accountability. 7, the department, through the law enforcement agency, monitoring session must encourage law enforcement agency to report and any road hazard that may potentially cause danger to road users. Lastly, the department must submit a progress report on all the above stated recommendations by the 31st of July 2022. On acknowledgement, I, Honourable Alfina Ndlovana, the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, thank the MEC of Community Safety, Honourable Faith Mazibugo, HOD, Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu, and their team for their cooperation during the consideration of the 2022-2023 financial year budget vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety. I further thank the following members of the committee for their cooperation and diligence in this assessment of the 2022-2023 financial year budget vote of the Department of Community Safety, Honourable N. Mhlagaza Manamela, Honourable S. Nkosi Malobani, Honourable S. Kanyile, Honourable C. Bosch, Honourable N. Dijahar, and Honourable Khadebe, and Honourable J. Hoffman. Furthermore, thank you the following support staff of the Legislature: Group Committee Coordinator Zoziwe Mpanswa Mbalo, Senior Researcher Sakine Nenweli, Committee Researcher Pabalo Malisibanda, Committee Coordinator Tabile Malumane, Administrator Tabiseng Mufukeng Hansat, Recorder Sylvester Baloy, Service Officer Fezega Royo, Communication Officer Tebe Kumalo, Information Officer Azindwini Nichivuyo, for the participation in the assessment of the 2022-2023 budget vote of the Department of Community Safety. On adoption, Honourable Chair of Chair, in accordance with the Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, I, Chairperson Alfina Ndlovana, recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on Budget Vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety for the 2022-2023 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the concern and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report. Any seconder?
I'll second.
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. And the Secretary take us to the next order.
Yeah, Silo.
Thank you. The eighth order is the debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
I now call upon the MEC, Honourable Masibuko, to present the budget speech.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and let me acknowledge all members in the House, and let me acknowledge all those that are listening to us via technology and being a House Chair, in the past, recent past, I've been traveling the length and breadth of this province to engage with communities about the safety challenges in their respective areas. These included visiting areas such as your Easteres, Kalinin, Bronkhorstspruit, Klipspruit, Gelexdal, Resteval, Eldorado Park, Tukomsres, Brixton, Recher Park, Rivali, and other areas to just get a sense of service delivery challenges affecting this policing precinct. These visits were in line with our social cluster approach conducted through Interesano outreach programs, which means we are engaging with the people on the ground. And it is clear that crime continues to be the #1 enemy of our communities, as it has manifested itself in different ways in their respective areas. It is this reality that faces our law-abiding citizens on a daily basis that we have to confront head-on in an effort to create a safe Gauteng province. House Chair, as members, we need to condemn in strongest words the continuous murder and total disregard of the rights of the LGBTIQ members. Yesterday, a mutilated body of Ntokozo Mtlowung was found in Tsepong informal settlement, and many others have died due to how they look and their sense of belonging. GPVF, irrespective it happened in which province, we need to add our voices, especially if it is done by those we fall in love with, and they aspire to build families with them. Today, the communities of Eastern Cape are mourning the death of Hlehla, who was murdered by a husband of 17 years, of which all these years she endured abuse from the same perpetrator. There are many Hlehlas in our communities who continue to live in abusive relationships under the auspices of it's a private domestic matter. Yet women continue to endure abuse at the hands of their partners. Every day our GPV brigades continue to picket at courts and support families of those who have been murdered. Honourable members, I feel privileged in standing before you in this House to present the department votes to the people of this beautiful province, Gauteng. Our democratic government requires all of us to always reflect on what we have achieved as the department and what we envisage doing to discourage acts of criminality in our respective areas. This is an integral part of responsible and caring democratic government, which therefore calls upon all of us to always be transparent and accountable. House Chair and honourable members, the Constitution of the Republic, Act 108 of 1996, asserts that all citizens have rights to live in a safe and secure environment as articulated in the Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights. It is incumbent that as the Department of Community Safety, we continue to promote the safety within our communities in line with these rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. It is our considered view that specific focus will also be given to vulnerable groups such as women, the elderly, children, people with disabilities, and to the LGBTQIA+ community. The task of building and creating a safer spaces for communities must resonate in words and actions. The department continues to work on initiatives aimed at building safer communities. Our view is that the close working relationship between communities and various law enforcement agencies is of utmost importance. House Chair, I must be the first to acknowledge that the need to ensure that the formation of street committees and block committees has become more important than ever. The time has come for all the members of law enforcement agencies, including the private security companies, to work in partnership with community structures to make communities and public spaces safer and secure. And having patroller movements and also neighborhood watches is also an added force multiplier. Gauteng experienced the worst acts of social unrest in 2021-22 financial year since the advent of democracy. The chaos that engulfed the province around July 2021 took place against the backdrop of the socio-economic instability and inequalities exacerbated by the global COVID-19 pandemic. While frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and crime continue to adversely affect our people, the resultant mayhem has caused a serious damage to the economy. Honourable members, our communities continue to experience cable theft in their areas, and this matter will concern all of us. It is during this time that where communities are plunged in darkness, which enables more criminal acts to be committed. We remember that the 4-year-old Khumutso Diale, who was shot and killed during a protest against cable theft in Chicken Farm in former settlement, resulting in other protesters also sustaining serious injuries in the process. This matter suggests that there is a need to strengthen community and police relations to ensure that we work together to rid our communities of crime and ensure that criminals have no place in our societies. House Chair, the Department of Community Safety remains committed and steadfast to implement the growing Gauteng Together Plan GTT 2030 Programme of Action. The effective implementation of the 5-year policing plan is essential in ensuring that the commitments of the Gauteng provincial government are fulfilled. On the budget that has been allocated, House Chair, Member Ndlovana has actually outlined all the monies and all the responsibilities that will be done in ensuring that we realize the safety and security of our communities. We will be spending money on administration in ensuring that the service delivery model and organizational structure is implemented. And currently, out of 22 senior management posts that have been filled, 12 are occupied by females, which translates almost to 54.5%, well above the required 50%. And there is a concerted effort to fill the entire SMS complement. The department continues to struggle to attract people with disabilities, but I believe that we can be able to achieve this. We have also seen almost 383 young people also being employed in our department. When it comes to the provincial secretariat, ours is to make sure that as we roll out the GGT 2030 plan through safety, social cohesion, and food security, we do police oversight, mobilize communities to take charge against crime, support the implementation of the National Action Against GBV, and also traffic law enforcement. The Provincial Secretariat, which does oversight, will continue monitoring and overseeing the performance of the 143 police stations against the 5-year policing plan as mandated by Section 206, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Republic. And we continue to put a lot of emphasis on the 55 priority stations, which are crime hotspots and contribute to crime statistics in the province. In response to the most challenging acts of crime and vandalism in our community, the Executive Council, under the stewardship of Premier Makura, has approved the establishment of the War Room Against Crime and Law Enforcement. The mandate of this War Room is to address crime and criminality in the public sector, cybercrime, gender-based violence and femicide, illegal land invasion and occupation, vandalism of infrastructure. Central to this will be the coordination between different stakeholders and accelerated efforts towards improving policing and community safety in our province. The mandate is in line with the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which, I quote, says, people living in South Africa feel safe at home, at school, at work, and they enjoy a community life free of fear. The allocated budget will make sure that there's also police visibility, and the work of establishing a provincial integrated command center is at an advanced stage and will be rolled out in phases. In the past financial year, we have indicated that we have donated cars to the SAPS and also mobile police stations. This year, we'll also be handing over 50 patrol vans to SAPS, as well as the remaining mobile police stations to the SAPS, so that they are able to target those areas that are not accessible, where communities are not accessible to go to police stations, but it will be visible in ensuring that it is visible for them. And we'll also continue carrying out in managing and doing audits of dockets that are undetected, and as a department will continue making sure that we hold the SAPS accountable. As I conclude, House Chair, let me thank the honourable members of the committee and the members in the department and the Executive Council under the stewardship of Premier in ensuring that we're able to get this budget for us to continue the work that they have mandated us to be able to do. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Bosch.
Thanks, Mr. House Chair. Gauteng has a population of approximately 15.5 million people, but it sits with only 144 police stations, which have a 15% vacancy rate and 1,169, if not more, police vehicles that are out of service. Chair, can the MEC please switch off her mic? Thanks. The Boschkop police station is one example of many in Gauteng, which serves a jurisdiction of approximately 300 square kilometres with approximately 50,000 residents, but only has 86 members and only one single vehicle for visible policing at the moment. This is a discouraging picture that should have us all worried, and it is clear that in a province that has a constantly growing population, our police stations, police personnel and police vehicles should also be increasing to address the safety issues of a projected future of this province. We therefore welcome the increased budget allocation for the Department of Community Safety. This budget could have the potential to focus on the future and address the shortcomings in this department, but this will all depend on the management and implementation. This budget focuses 27% of its additional funding on traffic management. This could solve the ongoing bicycle hijackings, the monitoring of roads to ensure that there are no spikes or dangerous objects placed on roads, cash and transit heists, and many other road risk and fatalities. We are pleased to see that through this budget, traffic management has been prioritised and can finally be declared an essential service. The 133 new traffic police officers will contribute a great deal to this, as the DA has been calling for 24-hour traffic police to monitor our roads as part of visible policing for at least the past 2 terms. The DA has also been calling for more vehicles to assist with visible policing and welcome the amount of 27 million allocated for the purchasing of Toyota bakkies and an additional 3.4 million for branding radios and blue lights to assist with this. I am, however, concerned as to who will be the true beneficiaries of this budget item, as the department presented to the committee that this will only be sufficient for 20 bakkies, which calculates to 1.5 million per bakkie. I did some inquiries with a local dealership and have discovered that a double cab 4x4 bakkie could be purchased for 700,000, and it can be branded, fitted with lights and radios for an additional 15,000, so far less than 750,000 per bakkie. This means that for this budget allocation, the province should be able to purchase not the 20 that was in the report, but at least 40, if not more. So I'm glad to hear that the MEC mentioned 50 patrol vehicles, but my question still remains who will truly benefit from this budget allocation line item. Let us approve the amount of money, but search for better prices and ensure that we fight to get the best value for money to the benefit of the province. Let this not become another PPE scandal. The DA has also called for additional mobile stations and safety kiosks, especially in areas like Hebron, Sloverville, Eladis Park, Elspark, Midville, and various parts of Johannesburg, to fast-track police responses to crime-related issues. We commend the MEC and the department who have heard our appeals in this regard and have budgeted 5.4 million for 4 new mobile stations and 36 new safety kiosks. However, Madam Speaker, we need to be cognizant of the fact that each of these mobile stations and safety kiosks are still managed by human beings. Officers will be redeployed from the local station to work at the mobile station, and this means that we cannot purchase these mobile stations without ensuring that we address the 15% vacancy rate within the department. If we don't expedite the filling of the vacancies at police stations, these mobile stations and safety kiosks will serve absolutely no purpose and will only be stationed locked up. This problem could be solved by broadening our base, by forming partnerships with community organisations, providing voluntary registration of security service providers, provide accreditation to associations and neighbourhood watches and CPFs. The conditional grant for additional patrollers and the DA-sponsored community oversight bill could well be a solution to these identified problems to enhance our visible policing. The DA-sponsored Community Safety Oversight Private Members Bill is in its final stages and will be tabled in the House soon. It will focus on these items that all require funding and support to enhance not only oversight of the police but support structures as explained earlier. Funding that will improve the safety of our province, discipline and promote visible policing. We believe that this bill will fit in perfectly with the objectives of this budget and therefore we support this budget to bring about a safer Gauteng soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Tong.
Thank you, Chair. We reject this budget. We cannot support a budget of an MEC that is not visible in this province. This department has still to date not been able to account for remaining 18% of its allocated budget under the fourth quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year yet. Expect us to approve more funds that will be wasted and looted. Understanding the department has been allocated a budget of 1.2 billion in 2022-2023 and 3.5 billion over the 2022 MTEF to ensure the safety of the citizens of Gauteng and all who live in it. This department has its oversight of 144 provincial police stations continues to fail the people of Gauteng with its poor police visibility, poor crime prevention, and inefficient policing. This department has failed to implement technology-enabled tools of trade within the traffic management program and even the state-of-the-art command center, which has been allocated 11.8 million in 2022-2023, accumulating to 35.4 million over the 2022 MTEF, has still not been realized that its building identified where improper technological equipment has been installed to enable efficient and effective policing, and it's part of this department wish list. To date, the department has procured 4 mobile police stations and 36 safety kiosks. This cannot assist the people of Gauteng in terms of the crime. We have hotspot areas of crime in Gauteng, in areas like Sunnyside in Pretoria, Captain Park, and even the legislature itself had a burglary and still no one has been arrested. The MEC cannot ensure our security in this legislature, let alone the province. Community police forums are growing more dysfunctional in the township where the majority of Black African people live. Where they exist, they cannot properly train or even resource to conduct their duties effectively. Even the fly-by-night operation, Okaimolau, continues to fail at dealing with taxi violence and service delivery protests. Docket analysis of priority crimes, including including closed GBV dockets, is still not effectively undertaken, which has led to various mob justice incidents in the province, much like the Zanspruit mob justice incident. MEC, even the EMPD has been cited for neglecting its K9 unit dogs. What more about people? Gender-based violence is a national crisis. With the level of crime, abuse against women, children, and vulnerable people so high, we have just received a lot of complaints across regions of the province regarding the conduct of the police officers when dealing with GBV cases. In many instances, as it's the growing norm, it is police officers themselves that they are GBV perpetrators in our communities. The EFF reject the budget vote 10, and we continue to call this department to be permanently shut down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me get Honourable Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker. The FF Plus welcomes the increase of the budget for the Department of Community Safety, a budget of more than R1 billion for Gauteng safety. With this budget, Madam Speaker, comes a great responsibility. Unfortunately, we daily experience an implosion of the Saps infrastructure and operational strength. A supposed force multiplier, the Metro Police, are contributing more to crime than the prevention thereof. We have to go back to basics. We have to make sure that our oversight role is not merely as spectators, but a dedicated implementation of the mandate of our voters. We need to improve and equip our members. We need more reservists and SAPS members. We need more capable and motivated members. The only way we will achieve this is by keeping the top structures liable and responsible for not achieving our mandates. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dijacher.
Thank you, Chair. It is very important to look at the budget in the context of how safe residents in Gauteng feel, and to then ask what will be different next time around. I believe that operations such as Okaya Mulao is welcome intervention to address the high crime rate in all areas, and we would like to see more of these interventions across the province on a regular basis. For operations such as Okaya Mulao to be a success, we must recognise that 93% of budget spend is not an achievement when the other 7% could have been used to address staff shortages that will make Gauteng residents feel safe. 68 million could have been used to fix the more than 2,000 broken down vehicles in the province, or even add more vehicles to the diminishing fleet. Chairperson, we all agree that theft and vandalism of infrastructure remains a priority, and I, for one, welcome Minister Patel's long overdue policy on scrap metal. The City of Johannesburg is currently hosting an energy indaba at Sandton Convention Centre, and we must commend the support of this department that they've offered in addressing issues of cable theft and vandalism of municipal and all government infrastructure. It is unfortunate that in Gauteng there is still little progress on the state-of-the-art command centre, and Chair, maybe the portfolio should visit the Western Cape to see their multidisciplinary command centre and what can be done if there is a little more political will. Last week, Bosch and I visited the Pretoria's police station, and we were shocked to see the state of disrepair at the police station, to the extent that detainees in the holding cell had to be moved elsewhere because of a lack of maintenance by the National Department of Public Work. It is true that it's the function of the National Department, but maybe we should have a line item that can deal with infrastructure maintenance at police stations instead of underspending 7% of the budget, even if it is just to improve on the staff morale. We welcome the commitment to increasing the number of green door facilities across the province, and we urge the department to emphasise the need for ongoing training of officers and volunteers in trauma management and sensitisation training at all of these facilities. Also, to ensure the facilities are adequately stocked with whatever is needed for any victims of gender-based violence and assault, including the LGBTIQA community counselling. We're looking at the budget, and we want to see progress, and although the department has a long way to go, a lot of what we see is a step in that right direction, and we will continue to perform our oversight with vigour and without favour. We will support this budget because of the MEC's commitment to the vulnerable communities, and I applaud you for that. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kanyile.
I'm going to teach you,
so-
MEC.
Sorry. Dijakhar. Yeah, let's have Honourable Kanyile. You are on the floor.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, when we embraced the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 program, we did so because of our belief in it advancing our goals of building a national democratic society. Together with the people of Gauteng, we were and are still convinced in the ability of GGT 2030 to intervene in our efforts to deal a heavy blow on unemployment, despite the setbacks in the past 2 years, mainly because of the pandemic. Through GGT 2030, the people of Gauteng are still hopeful that efforts to accelerate our move to eradicating poverty can still be achieved sooner. The closing of the inequality gap can only be achieved if we do have an effective plan, and that plan, we believe, is GGT 2030. It is because we believe in the effectiveness of GGT 2030 that we must be determined to create conditions for its success. One of these are the conditions of safety of the province and its citizens. The 2020 to 2025 Gauteng Safety Strategy, which was developed by the Gauteng Department of Community Safety, is a blueprint for contributing in conditions which will make the people of Gauteng to be and to feel safe and ensure a success of GGT 2030. It prioritizes, amongst others, reduction of crime, accelerating social crime prevention, and creation of conditions for safety in our roads. Today, we are called upon to assess if the commitments made by the Gauteng Department of Community Safety to accelerate the implementation of its medium-term safety strategy will create the necessary conditions for GGT 2030 to move Gauteng and its citizens forward towards achieving unity, enhancing democracy, entrenching non-racialism and non-sexism, and building prosperity for all. Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, there is no denying that where the levels of crime are high and keep on increasing, development programs suffer. This is because there are no investors who are willing to put investment resources in such conditions. It is in conditions of crime that citizens are gripped with fear and are unable to be true social beings and be able to be economically active and thus productive. Quarterly Gauteng crime statistics, which have been presented to the Community Safety Portfolio Committee in the past 2 years by the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, have painted a picture of a general decrease in various categories of crime, albeit not all. Whilst this is to be welcomed, we must do so cautiously because the contributory factors have been the restrictions related to containing the spread of COVID-19. We must remember that similarly, we did experience a drastic reduction in various categories of crime in the period when the country was hosting the Soccer World Cup in 2010. All this proves that right regulation, proper implementation plans, and effective coordination of the law enforcement agencies has an effect in efforts to fight crime. In this regard, the South African Police Service play a major role. We all know that the objectives of the South African Police Service, as stipulated in Section 205 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, are to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure inhabitants of the Republic of their property, and to uphold and enforce law. It is when there was special focus on these objects that in 2010 and during the period of enforcing COVID-19 restriction, that crime levels went down, as I have indicated earlier. Our challenge is to get the South African Police Service to once again commit to the same kind of coordination on a consistent basis to ensure the reduction of crime and thus the creation of conditions for GGT 2030 to thrive. Operation Ukayumlao has demonstrated that it is such a tool. This includes the efforts coordinated through the Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency Forum. The role of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety is, amongst others, to monitor police conduct, oversee the effectiveness of police service, and assess the effectiveness of visible policing. It can be deduced from this that responsibility of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety is limited because directing the work of the SAPS is a function of the Minister of Police. Through the budget you are considering today, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety provides funds for the purchase of vehicles in the interest of supporting the SAPS to be effective in dealing with crime. The department aims to fully equip these vehicles with relevant technology. Honourable Deputy Chair of Committees, the success of the functions of the SAPS relies mainly on heavy investment, which must be put in crime prevention measures. This is one of the major mandates of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. Historically, the African National Congress has been about the people. At several instances in its history, the ANC has adopted programs which are focused on mass mobilization, and such programs have taken the struggles of the people, led by the ANC, to greater heights. The 1949 Program of Action was about the people. The 1952 Defiance Campaign was about the people. During its days of exile, the ANC adopted mass mobilization as one of its 4 pillars. I've cited these few examples to demonstrate that the people shall govern is a commitment the ANC is not taking lightly. It is the same commitment which has led the ANC to ensure that fundamentals of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa are based on the people being at the center of government and governing. It is in this regard that the ANC believes that community safety must be people-centered and people-driven for it to be effective, and thus create conditions for rolling out of GGT 2030. The budget of Gauteng Department of Community Safety, which we are considering today, is intended to ensure enhanced social crime prevention measures, which are critical in complementing the efforts of the South African police services to prevent crime and to realize the rest of its functions. Honourable Deputy Chair of Committees, a non-sexist-oriented society, which is the object of the national democratic struggle, does not just focus on blunt discrimination based on gender, but it also can empower all irrespective of gender. It is a non-sexist-oriented society that also can ensure the safety of the women and can vigorously fight any form of gender-based violence and femicide. The reported cases of gender-based violence and femicide are extremely worrying. What is more worrying are cases which are not reported and those which are reported and either withdrawn or are not properly recorded by the SAPS. Interventions in this regard are what the budget of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety has outlined for implementation. This includes, amongst others, the review of closed dockets, which has demonstrated in a number of instances the ability to result in successful prosecution. The women as safety promoters structures where they have been established by the Gauteng Department of Community Safety have played an important role in getting women together to support one another in cases of experienced gender-based violence. On the other hand, the men as safety promoter structures have also been effective in mobilizing men and guiding boys away from gender-based violence and femicide. Through this budget, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety plans to increase these structures and ensure that they are effectively empowered to tackle gender-based violence and ensure community mobilization for the eradication of this pandemic in our society. The recently legislated efforts by President Cyril Ramaphosa to fight and criminalize gender-based violence and to couple this with development of economic empowerment initiatives for women have been prioritized in this budget. The levels of convictions in cases of gender-based violence and femicide rely heavily on the capacity of the investigation machinery. The efforts and programs to assist victims of gender-based violence, which have been put by the department's Ikhaya Letemba, have been commendable in ensuring successful prosecution in a number of cases. What is commendable are also the long-term jail sentences which have been successfully solicited from the criminal justice system. It is in this regard that the intention to strengthen and duplicate Amakhaya Letemba must be welcomed. Our support for this budget is demonstrated on our standing against gender-based violence. Honourable Deputy Chair of Committees, one of the other major areas of focus in the Gauteng Department of Community Safety is safety in the roads in the province. By directing the efforts of the Gauteng Traffic Police and supporting the traffic management of the Metro Police Departments and Municipal Police, the safety of pedestrians, passengers and drivers is prioritized. We welcome the efforts towards aligning the targets in this regard with the requirements of the road safety targets of the United Nations for the next decade. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, I have focused on these matters I have raised because our country has committed to building a democratic and capable developmental state. It is orientated, in its orientation and daily work, the Department of Community Safety has played a vital role to contribute in developing such a state. As required of a capable developmental state, Gauteng Department of Community Safety has adopted a clear medium-term program, its 2020-2025 strategy, contributing to a long-term orientation premised on people-centered and people-driven change and sustained development based on socio-economic inclusion. As required of a capable developmental state, the Gauteng Department of Community Safety has programs legitimizing its capacity to lead and mobilize society towards the realization of the objectives of GGT 2030. Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, I was surprised by the comments made by Honourable Tong, but listening to her contributions in this debate, I'm reminded of the movie Chaos Walking, which is a 2021 film about a young man called Todd who discovered a young woman, Viola, who crash-landed on his planet, where all women are dead and men are afflicted by what is referred to as the noise. At the beginning of the movie, the following is captioned: "The noise is a man's thought unfiltered, and without a filter, a man is just a chaos walking." I have tried to listen carefully to what you are saying. It is that the filter, it looks like the filter has been removed, that some of the contributions that she has made are unfiltered thoughts. Let me conclude, Honourable Chair of Committees, by referring by citing some paragraphs I extracted from a poem, Ndimi, by Zaza Muchwema, published in Afro Poetry Times of May 2022. Ndimi means a tongue. It is recited as follows: "These tongues have been here before time. These tongues are agile, vaulting over razor-wired fences, swimming with crocodiles. They've refused to mute in overhead language compartments. Here and everywhere, we are writing ourselves to the power of these tongues. Fearful times have tried to render us mute. Our tongues lend us the art of living. When enemies try to bury us in totalitarian catacombs, the arrested voices will recite us into being. These tongues cannot be tied and knotted. They will break abduction of voice to speak our freedom." Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committee, as we begin the second half of the term of the 6th administration, we should expect that the filter will be removed from the noise. The programs of the ANC-led government on community safety must be tied and knotted. Rather, they must be the programs of the ANC-led government on community safety must not be tied and knotted. Rather, they must break the abduction of voice to speak the freedom of the community of Gauteng, the ability to feel and be safe. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me now call upon the MEC. Can I call the MEC? MEC, just to respond to the debate. Honourable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me welcome and appreciate the inputs that were made by members in ensuring that we build a safer Gauteng for all of us. It's not only the responsibility of the Department of Community Safety and the SAPS and the law enforcement officers, but it is a responsibility of all of us in ensuring that we work together to make a Gauteng a safer place for the communities and all the constituencies of all of us that we represent. We appreciate and acknowledge their inputs in ensuring that the law enforcement agencies continue to play a critical role in the planning, integration, and coordination of Operation Ukaimla. Let me also add, House Chair, that drinking and driving continues to be a challenge in our communities. I'm sure that we have seen quite a lot of operations where drunk drivers have actually been arrested, and most of them have actually even exceeded the limit of alcohol within their blood content. Let's urge all of us to continue the message in urging our communities to avoid taking a bottle, one Ngudu or Savannah or whichever alcohol, and then getting behind the steering wheel. Excessive speeding and reckless and negligent driving also continues to be a challenge. We all know that speed kills, and we hope that our members will assist us in their constituencies to further preach that message that our communities, they must avoid excessive speeding. Pedestrian is also another nkinga, House Chair, where pedestrians just walk irresponsibly on the roads, and as a result, we've seen quite a lot of people being killed on our roads. In the past year alone, many people have actually died, and as you know, others take chances, they even cross Ama Freeway, and that actually contributes to problems. Combating of taxi upsurge, working together with Department of Roads and Transport, House Chair, we have established a public transport intervention unit, which has greatly assisted in ensuring that we deal with taxi conflict and make sure that residents travel safely as they use the public transport. We've seen quite a lot of incidences, and their interventions are actually yielding fruit. Learner transport also becomes important because the safety of learners whilst being transported from home and to school, and we appreciate that most of the cars have actually been registered with the Department of Roads and Transport, and they've been given a sticker, although some of them, I must say, House Chair, they continue having challenges when it comes to their fitness and their roadworthiness to be on our roads. But we understand that as part and parcel of building a township economy, we need to empower people, but they must also abide by the laws and ensure that they consistently check on their cars to ensure that as they transport abantwana, they must actually be able to make the learners to sit comfortably and not play loud music, but encourage learners to take out their books and read whilst they are being driven to school. I wish to urge all SGP members to continue monitoring these transports, because learners, they arrive at school and they end up continuing with kukutu in the classrooms, and teachers experience challenge when it comes to trying to teach these learners the various songs that are being played about Amtuda, Nabobonk, about DJ Maporisa, Amapiano, so let's encourage all of us. When the Kumbi stops in front of your gate as a parent, go out and check what are learners doing in the car. Are they reading or listening to kukutu? On crime prevention operations, we'll continue with our multidisciplinary operation, Okaimlao, in ensuring that we reduce the number of crime in Gauteng, including requesting the help from Minister of Mineral Resources, because the challenges of Zamazama continues to trouble our communities. We all know those that live in areas that have mines that are non-functional, they continue experiencing challenges. Food patrols also will continue being the order of the day, especially in the city centers and even the local municipalities. They are trying their best in making sure that bylaw enforcement is actually taken very seriously in ensuring that our cities look decent and habitable to all of us as we actually utilize, including fixing potholes. You did hear MEC Mamabulu indicating that our roads soon will continue to drive straight, won't drive zigzag on our roads in avoiding those potholes. House Chair, the department also has adopted 365 days program to fight the scourge of gender-based violence. And this augments the 16 days of activism and on violence against women and children. And our 5-pillar response plan on GBV is ensuring that we work together with all the relevant structures to coordinate the multi-sectoral approach and strengthen partnerships towards the elimination of gender-based violence and femicide. We will continue engaging with the criminal justice system in ensuring those that are perpetrators of violence against women and children are actually brought to book. And every police station will now have a floor manager to assist victims as they enter the police station, including ensuring that all these police stations have GPV desks, as was announced by the Minister. And we'll continue making sure that we have safe spaces for our women and working together with the Department of Social Development, ensuring that the shelters are there to assist women who are in need. At some stage, as this House, we must actually pass a law, a legislation that now makes those shelters, men who abuse should be the one that actually go to shelters, instead of evicting the mother and the children and taking them to a shelter. Must tathe lo sondo nzima lo sifake yena in a shelter ayodibana neintanga zakhe beyoshayana lapho bebodwa ngoba bazabe bezwana imilala ngoba bayeke selo beqothela abesifazane. And we'll continue mobilizing the communities to take charge against crime, and which is a critical pillar of our safety strategy, and ensuring that we make our CPFs to be functional, and the deployment of community patrollers, as I've indicated, together with the neighborhood watches as a force multiplier, will be the order of the day. And I'm sure that asserting these CPFs as organs of people's power is essential in the fight against crime. Let me appreciate and acknowledge all the work that all of us as members in this House will continue doing in ensuring that we make Gauteng a safer place for all its citizens. Dankie nyabo.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debates for safety and security. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The next order is order number 9, and it's the consideration of the Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much. Let me check with Honourable Macheke when he's on the platform. He's the one to present the committee report. Honourable Macheke, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, let's listen to Honourable Macheke wherever he is. You are on the floor, and Honourable Macheke.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, before I table the report, allow me on behalf of the Portfolio Committee to send our deepest condolences to the Fraser and the Bartlett families on the loss of musician Deborah Fraser and prolific stage and screen actor Mr. Jamie Bartlett. The creative industries have lost two of its finest talents, and we bow our head and may their souls rest in eternal peace. Deputy Chair, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I will be tabling the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the 2022-2023 financial year as follows. Deputy Chair, may I please request the Visual House to consider the part of the report that I will not read as read. I will then focus on the executive summary, on findings, on recommendations, on acknowledgement and adoption. In terms of the executive summary, the overall budget allocation for the 2022-2023 financial year was an allocation of 1,097,407,000, which is a 2.9% increase from the previous financial year. And the budget will increase over the MTEF period to an amount of 1,155,054,000. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. The equitable share budget increased by 8.6% from the main allocation of 793,077,000 in the previous financial year to 821,234,000 in the year under review. This budget is projected to increase over the MTEF period to 808,241,000 in the 2024-2025 financial year due to ICT funding being centralized to the Department of E-Government and other one-off allocations in the financial year under review. The allocation for the conditional grant saw a slight increase of 0.3% for the year under review from the previous allocation of 273,316,000 in the previous financial year to 276,172 in the current financial year. Then under Program 1, administration, there has been an allocation of 175,068,000, which shows an increase of 5.5% from the previous allocation. On Program 2, which is Cultural Affairs, which incorporates the Gauteng Film Commission, there has been an allocation of 233,278,000. And GFC, which is an agency of the department, out of this amount was allocated 39,329,000. The overall budget allocation under this program represents a 4.7% increase. Under Program 3, which is Libraries and Archival Services, the allocated budget is 333,196,000 for the current financial year, which represents 4.1% from the previous financial year. And the last program, which is Program 4, Sports and Recreation, there's seen an allocation of an amount of 344,982,000 in the current financial year, which reflects a decrease of 0.6% as compared to the previous financial year. However, over the NTEF period, there will be a substantial increase under this program, specifically for public wage agreement and funding infrastructure projects, which are most welcome by the portfolio committee. And then as it relates to committee findings, the committee is concerned with the following: the failure by the department to fill funded the vacant positions that has impacted on its deliverables. The department might not achieve the set goals for the year if they don't fill those vacant positions. 2, there are no plans as it relates to the EPWP program that provided financial assistance to a lot of people in the province. This target has not been met in the previous financial year. And then as it relates to the proposed committee recommendations, the committee therefore recommends the following: provide a detailed plan to ensure that all funded vacant positions are filled to achieve the set goals for the year under review, a plan to be submitted on the 30th of June 2022. 2, ensure that the EPWP program is implemented in the current financial year and provide the committee with a detailed report by 30th of June 2022. On acknowledgement, the portfolio committee wishes to thank the MEC, Ms. Mbali Chope, and the acting HOD of the department and all senior officials from the department on their presentation of the Budget Vote 12 report. The committee further wants to appreciate the diligent deliberations of Honourable members, Member Letsoalo, Member Modise, Member Ndlovu, Member Chabalala, Member Peach, Member Adams, Member Mnisi, Member Zitangano, and Member Khadebe. The committee will further like to thank all the administrative staff, especially our committee coordinator, Ms. P. Kubudu, and committee researcher, Ms. Rikwan, and committee administrator, Mr. Dabula, our information officer, Ms. Kiwitz, communication officer, Mr. Dikola, our service officer, Ms. Mamabolo, and our recorder, Ms. Moremi, who made sure that the Western Area Banquet Hall is full to its capacity with dedicated stakeholders during the process of the budget. In terms of the adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the House, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Ke a leboga, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honourable Macheke. Can I get a seconder to the report? Honourable Kanyile.
I rise to second.
Thank you very much. Let me raise a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And all who are not in
Yes.
favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Order number 10 is the debate on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation budget, vote 12, of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Let me call upon the MEC, Honourable Hlophe, to open the debate and present the budget speech.
Thank you, Chair of the session. On this occasion, I rise to deliver the 2020-2023 budget vote, a day before we are to celebrate Africa Day, an important day in our continent's calendar as it reminds us of our African unity agenda, our past, and strides we are collectively to make to ensure socio-economic development of our beautiful continent and her children. Chairperson, we dedicate this speech to the many artists and athletes who, as COVID locked their industry, subjecting them to hardship and anxiety, they never gave up, but instead sought ways to reinvent themselves and transition their craft to virtual platforms as a way to adapt. We equally dedicate this speech to those who sadly lost the battle to COVID and those who it affected physically, resulting in the collapse of their bodies, and those who took their lives as they saw no other way out. Amongst these, Menzi Ngubeni, Noxolo, Vinolia Mashiro, Lindy Wendlovu, Shona Ferguson, Patrick Shai, Ricky Rick, DJ Dimples, Deborah Fraser, Luzuko, Ntelego, Ben Kruger, Kilagau, Mbura, The Voice, DJ Tando Tot, TD, Tsepo Tsola, Steve Gekana, Pet Shange, Patrick Mogako, Cindy Siwe, Seokau, Philip Mabena, McDonald, Matundra, Pogazi, SK Mumalo, Sianda Simenani, Nozugo, Mlengeni, Lieb Biester, Sam Phillips, Tepsi Times, Kuli Roberts, Lehonolo Letwaba, Siabonga Zubani, Hector Butelezi, and as of yesterday, Jamie Barlett. Whilst the department and its sectors were negatively affected by the pandemic and many of the department programs had to be postponed until such a time that COVID restrictions could be relaxed, thereby losing close to 2 years of work, the adjusted level 1 reality has brought about much hope and propelled the department and its artists and athletes to do more, to work harder and appreciate each and every day, as we know how hard it is to be shut down and unable to work due to the restrictions. Chairperson, as we deliver this input, we confidently affirm that the year 2020-2023 and beyond is our year of hope, of greater achievement and the realization of our plans. The budget allocation for the year is just over R1 billion, marking a minimal increase of 31 million. Noteworthy is that this increase is attributed to the public sector wage agreement and the provincial infrastructure funding. From the billion, 339 million is earmarked to transfers and subsidies, while 335 million is ring-fenced for the compensation of employees. In this regard, the allocation for the programs is as follows. Program 1, which is administration, is 175 million. Program 2, our cultural affairs, 244 million. Program 3, library and archival services, 333 million. Program 4, sports and recreation, 344 million. In ensuring the safeguarding and usage of government funds, the department is implementing strategies to eliminate on our recurring audit findings for the department and the GFC. Our goal is to eliminate wasteful and irregular spending by adhering to the PFMA and prescribed policies, ensuring the move towards a clean audit. Guided by the SOPA commitments, the department will continue to strive to pay all valid invoices within 15 days, ensuring small and emerging township businesses do not experience a financial knockdown born out of late payments. As stipulated in the Growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030, we aim to improve the lives of people in Gauteng, and good governance is the cornerstone of service delivery and essential in successfully achieving on the deliverables of the 6th administration. Chairperson, in line with our earlier articulations of going big and catching up on the 2 years COVID has stolen from us, we are pleased to announce the launch of our Gauteng Schools Wednesday Leagues Sports and Arts Program. This is a program we are launching together with the Department of Education after much delay in launching due to the COVID restrictions. We can finally announce that on the 8th of June this year, as part of the Youth Month programs, we will be launching the program, which will be rolled out in 430 of our no-fee schools throughout the province and progressively increased in the outer years until we reach all schools. This program will take up much of our resources as our department must cover equipment and attire, transport and nutrition for the learners, and further put in place infrastructure and ensure the provision of sports bras for young girls who may turn the tide. So we may turn the tide on the number of young girls who exit sport due to the uncomfortability that comes with bodily changes as they reach adolescence. To strengthen elite women's football in Gauteng, we have budgeted an amount of 2.4 million and are further supporting Netball South Africa in entrenching netball and raising awareness around the Netball World Cup, which will be taking place in the country and hosted in Western Cape. As part of the road to the World Cup, much focus is placed on women and men's participation in netball. I must equally indicate that our male netball team is the best within the country, and our national team is made up of predominantly our male netball players. Our goal is to increase participation of women in the sporting fraternity. And in this regard, we are building combi courts across the province with a budget allocation of 6 million. In transforming our sporting codes, which remains part of the big challenges within sports, we have included golf, skateboarding, swimming, rowing, and horse riding as part of the sporting codes to be provided within some of the Wednesday League schools, which will be twinned with those that are advantage schools and that have infrastructure and provide these sporting codes. This twinning of the schools will further result in greater levels of social cohesion between these learners from different class backgrounds. I would like to further indicate that working together with the Department of Health in ensuring that the COVID numbers remain low, we are working together with the PSL to provide both COVID vaccinations and entertainment at stadiums. Through the integration of sports and arts, we seek to heighten the experience of stadium attendees, resulting in the revival of the gig economy. Chairperson, sports and arts are critical in nation building and increasing on our happiness index as a nation. This is why, whilst the lion's share of our resources will be focused towards schools as part of our investment towards the Wednesday Leagues program, we have not forgotten the rest of society who are out of school. And in this regard, we have committed 8.2 million towards our community games and a further 7.8 million towards the OR Tambo Solchini Games. In ensuring greater levels of wellness and the reduction of our province's health bill, 9.5 million is allocated towards the Anyani Wellness Program and a further 1.5 million to support our Gasi gyms with equipment. These are gyms located in our townships who do a lot of work in keeping members of society fit, particularly those who can't afford to be members of mainstream popular gyms. The wellness of our Gauteng citizens is critical. As we are all aware, a healthy body equals a healthy mind, and therefore our ability to maintain our economic standing as more members can positively engage within the growth of society. By means of contributing to the reignition of the Gauteng gig economy, the department will continue to create a conducive environment for sport, cultural, creative industries, and conferencing to flourish. In this regard, 39.9 million has been allocated for major events that are to be approved by the Gauteng Provincial Government Bidding and Hosting Committee. Following the increase of attempts to divide the nation and entrench Afrophobia, there is a great need for unite our society, and primary to this is in dealing with the economic disparities at play, which manifest themselves in the battles for resources and space as witnessed. To put succinctly, Chair, core to the Afrophobia sentiments and attacks are economic inequalities. The Township Economic Development Act, as recently signed by the Premier, will help in reviving the township economy, thereby creating avenues for our people to meaningfully sustain themselves, using the power of the consumer base found within our townships as an asset and a measure to share the rand within township activities and SMMEs. As the various departments, our role is to strengthen the implementation of the Act. And in this regard, through the revival of our heritage roots throughout the province, we seek to mirror the successes of our Vilakazi Street heritage route, which remains one of the most successful routes in the province for its ability to revive and grow the township economy, particularly in Orlando and Soweto. We have, in this regard, accordingly committed to support our routes in the southern and western corridors, which cover Kagiso, Mansfield, Boipatong, Sebokeng, and Sharpeville, to name but a few. These heritage routes are significant as they have a huge potential to stimulate the township economy within those areas, in line with the Act that the Premier recently signed. In addition to strengthening the heritage routes as a means to ensure that we equally transform our heritage landscape, an allocation of 3.5 million has been made available for the placement of 4 statues of our heroes and heroines. This is to ensure that we deal with the issues and that have been raised previously.
In conclusion, MEC, in conclusion.
Thank you, Chair. Through our cultural and creative industries, we hope to harness the spirit of creativity in our communities. Thank you.
Just use the rule first.
77.5.
Yes, that's the right rule.
Yes, as you know, I am better than you. You know, let me not mention names. I want to put a question to the MEC. Looking at what she was mentioning, for example, that for football there's 2.4 million rand. In her own conscience, does she believe that spending 24 million rand to demolish a stadium when there's a high cost, is it something which is justifiable? MEC. But MEC. Can I be protected?
Yeah, you are protected. Let me make it this way. Because it's not a comment, it's a question. Let me ask the MEC whether it's ready to respond. Okay. MEC, are you ready to respond to the question?
Oh, we're going to run
yes,
away.
We are.
Okay,
No,
Ramuli, you can continue.
Yeah.
We can take the question.
Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, MEC, I want to ask that in your own conscience, do you think it's something which will justify to spend 24 million to demolish a stadium when there's so much need, especially in our schools where there are no sporting facilities? Just even to get grounds, your normal grounds in our schools, we've got a huge gap. Do you think it's something justifiable, or you can just let it go and spend that money somewhere else? Thanks.
MEC?
Thank you, Chair of the session. If I may, it becomes apparent that the member was not listening when one was indicating that we will be launching our Wednesday Elite program, and that part of the work that we'll be doing is to bring back sports and arts, particularly into no-fee schools. And in the list of items that we do need to provide is not just equipment and attire, importantly is the issues around infrastructure. That is the one. Now, with regards to the infrastructure that we are putting in place, you'll know that the issues around HMPG have been there and are historic. And working together with the Department of Infrastructure Development, the municipality in Tshwane, and their various engagements.
You don't even have HOD in your department.
We have now gotten to a point where we are able to finalize on with regards to the implementation and the demolition of the HMPG, so that the community, which is a soccer-loving community of Mamelodi, can be able to be provided with a facility that they can be able to enjoy. So now, as it comes to the issue around the 24 million, which is the topical issue that members asks about, the member of his very party went and told the media that we are going to spend 86 million to demolish the stadium. And now, because we've been able to clarify, they're now reducing it and saying it's 24 million, which is in line with the estimates that have been given by structural engineers who work with the Department of Infrastructure Development and having looked at the amount of work that needs to be done. Now, this demolition is going to take place within a residential area. And what that means is that they are going to need to make sure that they put in, because they're going to implode it, which requires a lot of specialized skills to implode, or what you would call to bomb that stadium. But two is the issues around how they vacate the individuals that would be surrounding that area, because it is a residential area. So the complexity of it is what then results into those estimates that were given by the Department of Infrastructure Development, which is our implementation agent, and with which we trust, because we know that the engineers and the structural individuals that they deal with have the capabilities to be able to deal with the estimates and the work that would be required. So it would be then false to then allege that we are wasting 24 million and not looking into sports, because if you had listened to what it indicated, you would have realized that we're actually spending a substantial amount and making a huge investment towards Wednesday leagues, which will be going towards our young people within our schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Ndlovu.
Asibonga Sekela Sihlalo, Honourable Speaker of the House and the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier of Gauteng, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of the Legislature, our guests and people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair, allow me to pay tribute to the late ANC Joburg Regional Treasurer and former Mayor of Johannesburg, Comrade Ntombi Rani, whose untimely death robbed us of a dedicated, committed and experienced champion of service delivery deployed by the progressive government of the ANC. Comrade Mpo was born and raised in Alexandra. Many things have been said about him by many speakers in the last week, and I will not repeat any of those, except to say again that as someone who grew up next to him in the township, he was indeed the people's mayor, both personally and professionally. In this, he represented the values of the ANC of Batupili, putting the people first to those on the blue side of these chambers. He was the ANC and the ANC was him. Deputy Chair, as society, we tend to assume that nation building is about reconciling black and white South Africans, yet it is also about reconciling women and men. Deputy Chair, women and children continue to live in fear. Women and children do not feel safe in their own homes. The pandemic of GBV and femicide is a direct call on all of us in this House to speedy our efforts in improving the daily living experiences of ordinary South Africans. GBV and femicide forms part of the ills our society suffers. It is not only due to patriarchy and chauvinism. This pandemic is also related to the frustrations linked to poverty, poor mental health, and inadequate prevention methods. There needs to be deliberate efforts of support and awareness to alleviate this scourge. Deputy Chair, in the last few days of our country, our country has witnessed a number of tragic and violent crimes against women and children, including the brutal and senseless murder of a 6-year-old girl named Buntle Mashiane from Mpumalanga, whose body was discovered mutilated not far from her home. And Namhla Mthwa from the Eastern Cape, who was shot 9 times at the driveway of her home, possible GBV case. We strongly condemn these barbaric acts against women. Deputy Chair, let us vow that under our watch, our sisters, mothers, and daughters will no longer live in fear. Deputy Chair, sport is an important tool in building a socially inclusive society. The main goal of sport and recreation is to promote wellness through school sports, facilitating talent identification, and promoting sports development and high performance in order to make Gauteng the home of champions it has become. Over the years, the ANC-led government has taken intentional and direct action to ensure that as many South Africans as possible participate in sports and recreation activities. And this is beginning to bear fruits. During the reporting period, the department provided equipment and supported 217 clubs in football, gymnastics, cricket, rugby, boxing, netball, swimming, athletics, basketball, hockey, and volleyball sporting codes. The Sports Academy coaches training programs were designed to equip coaches with the ability to identify and develop athletic talent and to provide high performance. Coaching, which had 252 participants in Johannesburg. There was a district sports science seminar in the West Rand, high performance at Kagiso. Also the Women's Rugby Institute in Springs in Ekurhuleni. 5 district academies and the Provincial Netball Academy were supported. With regard to school sports, Deputy Chair, school sport provides a platform for all learners, skilled or unskilled, with an opportunity to develop their potential at a very young age. School sports, in our opinion, is the core of our complete sports development continuum. It sets a foundation from which some of the great sports persons can develop their potential. For the period under review, the water safety education campaign was implemented in 19 schools with a particular focus on grade 1 and grade 2 learners, which benefited 2,718 learners. During the period under review, support was provided to 7 sport-focused schools, which included rugby, sports science testing, nutrition support, to provide scientific support and intervention to male rugby players to ensure their preparedness for the league season. 17 school sports structures were supported with election conferences, annual general meetings, planning of school sporting events, online and physically, planning of league programs, transfers, catering, administration, and human capital. The department supported 460 schools during 2021-2022 with equipment and attire for chess set, basketball kit and balls, rugby kit and balls, jaskei set, tennis balls, table tennis sets, athletic sets, and cocoa set for the delivery of school sports programs. Deputy Chair, Gauteng Sports Award is a program for recognition of outstanding sports people in our province. South African athletes who have represented the province and the country as a whole in different sports and achieved outstanding results have to be recognized as results become known. The department uses this platform of celebrating these individuals and teams. The Gauteng Sports Awards were held on the 13th of November 2021 at the Galaga Galaga Convention Center. Deputy Chair, during the reporting period, the holiday program continued to expand with 8,468 people benefiting from it across all 5 corridors. 128 Hanyani wellness programs were implemented and healthy lifestyle programs across all 5 corridors with 2,894 participants. We will intensify women participation in sports. The 6th Gauteng Women in Sports Dialogue took place on 12 February 2022 at Vaal University of Technology. The Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, in partnership with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, hosted the 8th edition of the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Race, which took place on Sunday, 6 December 2021, virtually, and a physical wreath-laying ceremony targeting 40 attendees at the Union Building in the city of Tshwane. The department trained 131 people in the hubs to deliver community sport Siyadlala recreation programs through the recreation planning and community leader. Level 2 training was conducted from 19 to the 24th of November 2021 online with 25 participants. We welcome progress made by the department, and the African National Congress support this budget vote. I salute.
Thank you, Honourable Ndlovu. Can I now call upon Honourable Chabalala?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation has for several years neglected to innovate and use its allocated budget to address the real challenges faced by the Gauteng communities in sports, arts and culture. The department has been allocated a 2.9 increase from $1,066,393,000 in the previous financial year to $1,097,407,000, which will yet again be spent wastefully on projects and facilities that are not properly and regularly maintained and are not operational. The department has repeatedly failed to fulfill its role in accelerating development, as there is no attempt to address the high vacancy rate and there were no set target for the financial year under review. How will the department that does not set targets be able to measure its success? It's a disgrace that projects such as Bipato Monument, which was opened by Premier Makura with much fanfare 7 years ago, is still not fully operational. The Kagiso Memorial and the Women's Living Monument are also not fully operational. The department will inject 18.6 million in 22 and 23 financial year and 99.7 million over the MTF, while these monuments are not functioning. The department struggles to move forward because of poor planning. HMPG Stadium in Tshwane is a case in point that highlights that the department's lack of planning, as it is prepared to spend millions to demolish a structure that has been stripped bare by vandalizers and is on the brink of collapsing. And MEC, while we are still on the HM pitch, can you please today give us what is the real figure? The 84 million that you presented in Parliament in July 2021, the 26.8 million that was presented to the committee when we were performing an oversight on the stadium, the 24 million that you just mentioned in the House today. There is so much money going down the drain in this department and with nothing tangible to show for it. It's high time that the department, it's time that the department utilize money on programs that are adding value to the grassroots development of sports and not waste millions on one-day events that don't add any value. Yes, it is great that more libraries are intended to be built. However, it is disappointing when we know that those very same expensive, beautiful structures won't see a day of being fully operational. Why does the department not maintain and upgrade the many libraries we have that are not operational? We should invest in maintaining structures that have already been established. MEC Hlophe has a responsibility to ensure that the department's project management unit is capacitated to ensure that all projects are completed within stipulated timeframes and within allocated budget. The department must prioritize using money for the benefit of all Gauteng residents by cutting down spending on celebratory events by utilizing government institutions as venues and cutting down on refreshments and transport costs. Deputy Chair of Chair, the MEC and the department lack a sense of direction and need to go back to the drawing board to fully assess how this department will achieve its targets successfully. We need innovation, sustainability, and a clear plan with workable measures that will assist in achieving some of the department's APPs which do not have sufficient details on how they will be achieved, like the high vacancy rate. Deputy Chair of Chair, this budget is a repetition of previous budgets. It lacks structure and a plan for innovation within this department, and therefore the DA will not support a budget aimed at wasting taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mazwi.
Chairperson, good afternoon. I'm standing in for Honourable Mazwi, Beverly Baden-Horst.
Continue.
Thank you, Chair. The department continues to dismally fail in its mandate to ensure access, increased participation and transformation of the sports, arts, culture and recreation sectors in a manner that yields optimum social and economic benefits for all in the province and promote nation building and social cohesion among its people. This has been the case long before the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic and has exponentially worsened following the relaxation of continued COVID-19 restrictions on the sports, recreation, arts and culture industries. When looking at the overall budget allocation for the 2022-23 financial year, the department received an allocation of 1.1 billion in 2022-23 and 3.3 billion over the 2022 MTF year. There remains an untransformed, incapable and unprofessional sport, arts and culture sector that is only catered to when political factions need to fill up stadiums. Understanding that the department was allegedly hard hit by the pandemic, we have not received a satisfactory account regarding wasteful and under expenditure on the planned programs in communities since 2019 to date. Even the community-based art and culture programs allocated 17.6 million in 2022-23 and 52.8 million over the 2022 MTF have not adequately identified the required children's theatre, arts, culture, holiday and dance programs that will be beneficial to communities in Gauteng. Honourable Speaker, it is clear that even with a budget allocation aimed at ensuring the good governance is enhanced and service delivery is improved, this department continues to report unsatisfactory service delivery and governance in light of an increasing allocation. We note that the Gauteng Film Commission received an increase in its annual allocation in the current financial year. However, we are yet to receive substantial evidence that this allocation is indeed ensuring that the audiovisual industry plays a meaningful role in job creation and socio-economic transformation. Outside of the strain that the pandemic has placed on SHREC programs, the department has failed to show how continually increasing this budget will inevitably result in a major contribution to Gauteng's positioning as the hub of Africa's creative and cultural industries. The department has failed to spend funds under the library and archival services program in the previous financial year, when mainly looking at infrastructure projects for libraries, yet most libraries that have been recently been built are not operational, while some are not completed past the completion date. This has dire consequences for communities that much needs libraries to access information, but this program still receives an allocation. Honourable Speaker, this department thinks we are fools. In this previous financial year, the department reported that it conducted planning and feasibility studies for the construction of 3 libraries in Sierbekom, Millerstein and Coxwood. However, the 2021-22 budget of the department indicates that they were still planning to conduct planning and feasibility studies for these libraries, which is contradictory to the information provided in the 2019-20 budget report process. Even the GFC planned to establish 2 post-production hubs, but this target was not achieved, and no progress reported in this regard. As the EFF, we are of the view that there is no way that South Africa can transform its economy to enable the meaningful participation of Black people when the money is being wasted through litigation and artists are neglected by the department. We ourselves, as the EFF, continue to fund and assist artists and others under the SHREC department, yet the SHREC department continues squandering its budget. MEC, what is the Department of SHREC provision for financial services specific to the creativity in the industry? Again, nothing. When will the department commission the writing of a proper history of South Africa and the province? What is the budget allocation for the building of 2 multipurpose indoor sports facilities in each district municipality and 5 in each metropolitan municipality? The department has even failed to change the names of every road, natural attraction, building or any other asset where the name has any direct or indirect link to the colonial or apartheid period. This budget is expressly rejected by the EFF. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes. Thank
you very much.
Yes, and Bev.
Let's get Honourable Pitch.
Guten Abend, Deputy Chair of Chairs from Germany. Chair of Chairs, this department's failures to meet even a single performance goal is well documented and does not bode well for this 2022-2023 budget period. Perhaps this department should be renamed to the Department of Monuments of Corruption and Mismanagement. Our communities view these monuments every day, such as the semi-demolished HMP Stadium, which this department is trying to sweep away from the view of the people. Even the old decaying OD Stadium, which the department urgently gave away to avoid its maintenance mandate, as well as the infamous ANC's half-loaf giant stadium, half a stadium at double the price. These are just a few of the ANC's legacies in Gauteng as monuments to corruption. This department's budget is nothing but more of the same. This operational budget, and specifically on maintenance, has actually been slightly cut. But the already bloated wage bill has actually increased by 8.9%. And this with a severe and debilitating vacancy rate within the department. The planned expenditures to NGOs as well as municipalities have also decreased by a whopping 7.8% and 0.1% respectively. How can this department afford to continue its work if the highly paid officials can't even achieve a single point on the previous annual performance plan? Many of which outcomes have been subsequently removed from the new annual performance plan. And I quote from the departmental report, from the budget report. The EPWP did not receive any allocations in the current financial year, and this program was not implemented in 2021-2020, as well as 2021-2022 financial years. It is worrying that the department failed to implement this much-needed program, which would have assisted to relieve COVID-19 burden in communities. I've quoted this directly from the report. Is this how this ANC administration believes it can create jobs? Or do they only do so for their few friends and chommies? In this regard, for example, it is our view that the Gauteng Film Commission should be disbanded and absorbed because of its non-performance and, frankly, the duplication within the department. But the people of Gauteng deserve better. They deserve a caring government who will listen to their needs and act with integrity. Sports and arts are supposed to bring people together so they can express their freedom, and this department can do neither. We don't need huge flags. We need caring, we need action, and we need jobs. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me also welcome Honourable Mudise, who is also outside the country, to present his budget debate. Honourable Mudise.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope I'm extremely audible. Am I, Chair?
We are very much clear than here.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker of the House and the Deputy Speaker, Premier of Gauteng, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of the Legislature, except for one, guests and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair, it is a distinct honor and a humbling experience for me to take part in this important debate. The government of the ANC, Deputy Chair, has a long-standing tradition of advancing basic human and democratic rights, which were denied to the overwhelming majority of our people and for which many fought and died. Not only were our people treated without dignity by white minority rule, which is a DNA of the Democratic Alliance, but they were also excluded from accessing institutions of higher learning, which were the preserve of the exclusive minority.
What's up?
The democracy we enjoy today was attained after generations of struggle against racial minority rule and domination. This democracy was accomplished through numerous sacrifices made by South Africans from all walks of life who came together to fight to live free. I just got a message that someone decided to be smart and mute me. I don't know who, I don't know why, but it's okay.
Continue, Honourable Mdise.
I'm not even sure where I was, but it's okay, Chair. Chair, it cannot be correct that the Stellenbosch University enrollment still reflects a skewed democratic structure 28 years post the installation of the democratic government, with only 39% of first-year students from historically disadvantaged South Africans enrolled, while 61% of the first-year students are white. This can only interpret as nothing but a deliberate reproduction of systematic dominance by the university and its leadership. These are skewed demographics that the DA of not so honorable Msimang will not talk about. We therefore want to remind the management of Stellenbosch University that the task of building this nation requires intentionally from all of us working together across race, class, gender, and political affiliation. Now, Chair, before I begin the debate, it is worth mentioning that the department's mandate remains broad, encompassing a variety of responsibilities in the arts, culture, and heritage. These include museums, languages, renaming geographic features, libraries, and archives, as well as sports and recreation. Nationally, the Department of Arts and Culture and Sports and Recreation South Africa share this functionality responsibility. Now, you can understand the volume of the work on one department. It is also worth noting that South Africa is a diverse country with numerous cultures representing uniqueness of the country in its totality, making South Africa one of the world's most culturally accepting countries. The Department of Arts and Culture, which fosters social cohesion and nation building, has the following principles as the base. 1, constitution and democracy. 2, human rights. 3, equality, non-racialism, non-tribalism, non-sexism, unity and diversity, exclusivity and social justice, redress and transformation, intergroup and community cooperation, social solidarity, active citizenship, civic responsibility, and national consciousness. Throughout its proud history, the African National Congress-led government has been dedicated to fostering national unity, standing on these core fundamental principles mentioned above. We have pursued this in the face of all types of tribalism, racism, and sexism. We have fought to maintain the unity of African people in their battle for independence and restoration of their stolen dignity since our inception. Much work has to be done, but much more still needs to be done, Chair, in order to ensure that human and basic democratic rights are enhanced and implemented. Let's take stock of the period under review. Deputy Chair, our national days are an ideal lever for government to promote nation building and social cohesion. Therefore, the commemoration of this day should reflect our quest to build a united, democratic, and prosperous society. During the period under review, the department successfully held and celebrated 6 national and historic days in honor of the liberation struggle heroes and heroines, as well as 3 significant days which were commemorated, benefiting 572 participants. These are the issues that Member Chabalala wants us to sweep under the table because he's under pressure from the white minority rule in his party. In order for us to continue to deliver on our mandate as a portfolio committee, we need to adopt the clarion call made by President Thabo Mbeki when he delivered the State of the Nation address of February 6, 2004, when he said, and I quote, "We must be impatient with those in the public service who see themselves as pen pushers and guardians of rubber stamps, thieves intent on self-enrichment, bureaucrats who think they have a right to ignore the vision of Batopil, who come to work as late as possible, work as little as possible, and knock off early as possible." I close quote. Deputy Chair, it is the only way we can achieve and build the Gauteng we all want. As highlighted, the department hosted Born to Read program, 10 oral history programs, 10 market access promotional interventions, provincial public speaking competitions, Gauteng Provincial Funda Mzansi book review competition, including the Library Youth Summit 2021. In performing arts, the cultural industry sector is a critical partner in our efforts to forge a national and cultural identity. Our performing and visual artists have the opportunity to tell our stories through song, dance, fashion, design, and visual arts. As an important aspect of the democratic culture, the ANC government's goal is to initiate a dialogue within every segment of our society in our country. To this end, we have the following to report. That one, during the period under review, emerging fashion designers and visual artists were trained through mentorship programs to empower and upskill emerging visual artists. Annual Heritage Day activities have been implemented in collaboration with Gauteng Department of Education. 634 choral conductors were provided with training and development. 1,038 Basetsana scriptwriters and filmmakers took part in the Basetsana scriptwriting, filming and directing workshop in the year under review. Number of emerging DJs were trained through training and development workshop as well as marketing access initiatives. The department hosted 7 Puisano live music showcases, including the Human Rights Live concert, with a total of 203 artists benefiting. Of these, 145 were young people. The department implemented 20 market access opportunities that benefited 290 creatives that included jewelers, crafters, visual artists, and fashion designers. With regards to libraries, during 2021-22 financial year, 181,636,597 was transferred to 9 Gauteng City Region municipalities for the operationalization of community library service, the maintenance in pursuit to ensure accessible infrastructure service for Gauteng citizens. The reading programs were implemented with 10,000 people to inculcate the culture of reading by educating, interacting, and encouraging community members to be involved with the programs and projects offered. Under the period under review, the department recommended 6 names for renaming to South African Geographical Names Council. The purpose of this program is to name and rename geographic places such as streets, towns, and public facilities guided by the principles as need to, 1, change the offensive names representing colonial quest and apartheid statehood like Pretoria to Tshwane, the need to restore the proud heritage of the indigenous people, the need to accommodate diversity in our national heritage, and the need to have an inclusive and democratic process. The need to recognize distinguished men and women in the international community and in Africa who have contributed immensely to the struggle of our freedom, like we did with Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in the Northwest. Despite major achievements of the last 28 years, much more still need to be done to complete the course of ensuring that the human and basic democratic rights provided in the Constitution are strengthened and made effective. As such, we will strive to continue with the task of promoting arts, culture, and heritage in South Africa towards equity, social justice, social cohesion, and nation building. In closing, Chair, as former President Thabo Mbeki once said, those who complete the course will do so not only because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still too long, the incline too steep, the loneliness impossible to bear, and the price itself of doubtful value. The ANC chair takes this opportunity to make it clear to this House sitting that it supports this budget 100%. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me call upon the MEC Mekgwe to reply to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just start with some of the questions and comments that have been raised. Chairperson, I thought that some of these basics would be well known now by the likes of Member Shabalala. But it does not shock one because we understand our members' limitations with regards to reading and just the comprehension of some of the simple things that are there. Not long ago, it was Member Shabalala who, out of an inability of comprehending and reading the information provided to him, created an uproar and misled the nation, claiming that the department has spent 16 million to pay 2 entities for them to distribute 13 million. A simple case of him not being able to read. He comes here today and speaks about the issue of the HMPG, again having misled society, claiming that we're going to spend 86 million on it, and now he's reducing it after we had clarified what the exact amount is. But he makes the fundamental mistake now of saying that the department is failing in maintaining the infrastructure that we put in place. Perhaps just to also give some of these basics and free education to the member is that The province builds the infrastructure and we hand it over to municipalities. It is then the municipalities that must upkeep the infrastructure that has been handed over to them. In simple terms, the maintenance resides within the municipalities. Now, noting the excitement that our dear member has, we request him to please work with us in ensuring that the political leadership that is currently in the municipalities must ensure that this infrastructure that is put in place, we're able to upkeep it. And the maintenance that he cries about can be done. So he must be able to direct his comments to the correct individuals. With regards to the issues on the transformation of sports, Chair, we had indicated here that having analyzed that part of the problems within sports is issues around transformation, and particularly around those that are regarded as minority sports. The department has taken a conscious decision to allocate funding towards this transformation so that we don't continue to see individuals who are a minority in the country representing us as if they are a majority in the Olympic Games and so forth. We must be able to have these teams that are South African teams representing us be representative of our population. And so the department, as part of the work that we're doing within schools, has put in golf, is going to allocate funds towards horse racing, is going to allocate towards swimming, towards rowing and skateboarding as part of the codes, the sporting codes that we're going to begin with. Because we understand that we can't continue to theorize around this. We must be able to do the work and allocate the funds towards it. So these are sporting codes which are very expensive. If you look at just the equipment of golf, of horse riding and so forth, very expensive. And this has been the greatest barrier to access for our people. And so the department has said we must allocate the funds so that we're able to teach the young kids. And in the meantime, because in some of the localities, the infrastructure may not be there, we are twinning them with the schools that are advantaged so that we're able to do the work, whilst we then deal with the issues and the huge backlog that is there with regards to infrastructure. So the allegations now that we are not focusing on things that we ought to be and so forth, it is truly just something else. But we provide that education to the members. The other issue, Chair, is that the members also make the mistake of wanting to come to the House and tell us that we are wasting money on the national days. And because they want to belittle these national days in our history and the struggles that our people have endured, and some of them to the extent of losing their lives, they want to belittle that and call them celebrations that we're hosting and parties. They belittle our history. Let it be known that we are going to continue to celebrate these national days. And those that are uncomfortable with that, because their uncomfortability arises from the fact that in us celebrating these days, we are able to educate the younger generations about the true history of this country. And importantly, the apartheid architects and where they come from and the organizations with which they were born from. So they don't want that history to be told and they want it to be concealed. So we are not going to make that mistake. You can continue to belittle them, call them parties, call them celebrations we're wasting money on, but we understand that these days and those that fought for us to have this freedom, we must continue to celebrate them. And we don't celebrate them in just hosting parties, because that's not what we do. Every event that we do that is aligned to these national days is educational in nature. It speaks about the flag, it speaks about our constitution, and so forth, and the importance of the days and the heroes and the heroines that are there. Which is why, in part of us transforming the heritage landscape, in Tshwane, where there's the big, huge debate about the flag and so forth, the landscape of Tshwane must be transformed, and we must say it now. That in Tshwane was the apartheid hub. And that is why you have the Voortrekker Museum monument that is there. You have the statue of Paul Kruger, you have the statue of Verwoerd. And the only thing that symbolizes the democracy that we have now is the one statue of Nelson Mandela. So what is wrong with us putting a flag? And we must be able to debate these things. And that in us strengthening our heritage roots, and making sure that we revive the economies, as we're indicating that in Vilakazi Street, which is our most successful heritage route, it has revived that local community that is there and the economy of it. People are able to sustain themselves because along that route are lots of tourists that are attracted to the space. Crafters are able to find a means of working and so forth and so forth. And we're doing the same thing deliberately so along all these other routes. And perhaps where the minister erred was in not explaining that what the flag is going to do with regards to that heritage route that is there. And perhaps this was where the problem may have been, in the communication thereof. That the work that we're doing is intentional so that we revive these heritage routes. When people come to South Africa and they go to the Freedom Park, when they take a picture, they must be able to see our country's flag. In the same way that people go to Paris and so forth to take pictures next to the Eiffel Tower, etc. We must have these landmarks because that is how you attract tourism. And we link this tourism to the revival of the heritage routes and the economic spin-offs that are to come from it. But it is funny that today we are told we are wasting money on these national days and these symbols of freedom that we want to put. Yet these are the same individuals who run to the Constitutional Court to fight for them to protect the apartheid flag. We will not be part of that, and we won't allow it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That closes the debate. That is on sports, recreation, arts, and culture. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The 11th order is the Social Development Portfolios Committee Focused Intervention Study Report on the assessment of the effectiveness and efficiency of the department's monitoring and evaluation capacity towards NPOs and how it advances service delivery.
Mekgwe, present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier in absentia, members of the Executive, fellow members of the Legislature, and the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would like to request the House to take parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. The Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Honourable Refilwe Kekana, hereby tables the committee-focused intervention study report on the Department of Social Development for the 2020-21 financial year, namely the assessment of the effectiveness and efficiency of the department's monitoring and evaluation capacity towards funded NPOs and how it advances service delivery as follows. On the background, Deputy Chair of Chairs, after the presentation of the above topic, the committee convened a webinar on the 10th of September 2021 to engage in a dialogue with all relevant stakeholders as guided by the above problem statement, its aims and objectives. The department was also given an opportunity to give a presentation on their plans and strategies in dealing with monitoring and evaluation of NPOs. Nevertheless, the findings after extensive deliberations on the presentations were that the department gave details on processes to be followed by each NPO prior to registration and receiving a certificate, as well as the processes to be followed once funding is sought. One of the emphasis made by the department was the importance of NPOs complying with the municipal bylaws and ensuring that they have certificates required before funding can be granted. Also stating the need for nutritional programs to have health certificates over and above. The non-attainment of the compliance certificates by most NPOs exacerbate the operation of illegal organizations. Furthermore, the department emphasized their role in ensuring that NPOs are assisted where necessary in compliance with guiding legislation. According to the department, the norms and standards as guided by legislation are clearly set out, which each NPO must also comply with in the provision of services. Through the department's capacity building effort, all NPOs will be provided with training to ensure understanding and adherence to such norms and standards. The department also reported that assessments and verification of applications would be followed by site visits to NPOs, with findings being used to either approve or reject the application for funding. The department's presentation focused mostly on the registration processes prior to funding. However, not much information was presented on the monitoring of the funds awarded to NPOs. The committee did not get a sense on the processes that unfolds following subsidy payments, and the lack of such information deprived the FIS from responding to the objectives relating to the exploring the capacity of the NPO unit within the scope of monitoring and evaluation of funded NPOs, assessing the internal processes and control in place to verify whether money is spent in terms of the SLA, and examining them and the monitoring and evaluation indicators to ascertain their relevance and response to improved service delivery. The lack of information and/or report from the department in relation to the above-mentioned objectives as were identified has shortchanged and/or limited the scope of the committee in its effort to conduct robust oversight over this matter, and to also respond to the directive given by the Auditor General on this issue. And on what is the NPOs Act meant to do? The Non-Profit Organizations Act number 71 of 1997, which is the NPO Act, became law in South Africa on the 3rd of December 1997. And the aim of the Act is to provide for an environment in which non-profit organizations can flourish, to establish an administrative and regulatory framework within which non-profit organizations can conduct their affairs, to repeal certain portions of the Fundraising Act 1978, and to provide matters connected therewith. Through the Act, government hopes to support the sector by providing legislative environment that will, one, support the NGOs to flourish, provide an administrative and regulatory framework within which NGOs can conduct their affairs, encourage NGOs to maintain adequate standards of governance, transparency, and accountability, and to improve these standards, allow for public access to information concerning registered NGOs, and to promote a spirit of cooperation and shared responsibility within government, donors, and amongst other interested persons in their dealings with NGOs. In view of the findings of the recent webinar, and through the various engagements with the department and some NPOs, the committee is cognizant of the fact that NPOs also have a role to play in ensuring that whatever is also entrusted to them is accounted for. Although the department is the accounting office on behalf of the NPOs and it is entrusted with granting funds for efficient service delivery, the committee is of the view that to effectively zoom into the monitoring and evaluation of the department towards NPOs, there's also a need to review the accountability of NPOs and how they can impact or influence positive outcomes on service delivery. On committee concerns, the committee is concerned with the following. One, the costing framework that is used for residential care and protective workshops, the lack of internal capacity leading to inadequate monitoring and evaluation of NPOs, ineffective and inefficient record management system, and non-submission of expenditures reports by NPOs. And on the proposed recommendations, the committee recommends the following and requests for responses by the 30th of June 2022. The department should review the costing framework for residential care and protective workshop, as their needs are different and cannot be treated the same. The department should ensure that monitoring and evaluation unit is capacitated, especially the regional offices and officials responsible for M&E should be properly trained on all aspects that are related to monitoring and evaluation. The department should ensure that NPOs are properly monitored and, where possible, training should be provided to those that are unable to submit required evidence due to capacity or skills-related deficiencies. Sorry, I think there's a technical glitch on my computer here. I just want to go back to one of the, just to finish on the recommendations. I think there's a my system is corrupted, so it just went haywire. So, okay, now I'll just go back there and see what I can do there. Okay, I will skip the part that I will not read and consider it as read a chairperson, and just go straight to acknowledgements. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development wishes to thank the Gauteng Department of Social Development, the West Rand Association for People with Disabilities, A Chance to Play South Africa, the Teddy Bear Foundation for Abused Children, the Gauteng Welfare and Development Services for availing themselves and participating in the roundtable discussion and providing valuable information. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Member Gagula, Member Nseke, Member Ndlovana Engelbrecht, Member Badenhorst, Member Mofama, and Member Ledwaba for their commitment to the oversight process, and commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the focused intervention study report. And the committee would also like to thank officials that support the committee, Mr. Ngwala, Ms. Panswa Mbalo, Ms. Nenweli, Ms. Jigolo, Ms. Mantata, Mr. Moloi, Ms. Nzuge, Ms. Ngwenya, Ms. Nklebi, Mr. Kulu, Mr. Hlanganani Ngobeni, for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. And on the adoption of the report, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development unanimously adopted the FIS report on Gauteng Department of Social Development arising from the annual report for 2020-21 financial year. And in accordance with the Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the committee thereby recommends that this report be adopted by the House, taking into consideration concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report. Your gadgets.
I'll second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the last order.
Social Development Portfolio Committee's report on the 2021-2022 financial year, Sector Parliament for People with Disabilities.
Thank you very much. Mekgwe, present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Justice. I would request that the House take the parts that I'm not going to read as read. The International Day of Persons with Disabilities is an annual event which takes place during the month of December every year. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, persons with disabilities were subjected to marginalization, were more likely to live in poverty and experience higher rates of violence, neglect, and abuse. The COVID-19 pandemic has further compounded the situation, with millions of people losing their jobs and livelihoods, sometimes overnight. Indeed, many persons with disabilities have specific underlying conditions that make the disease even more dangerous for them. For certain groups like women and children with disabilities, their vulnerability to gender-based violence is even greater. The theme for 2021 was, "Not all disabilities are visible." It is aimed at raising awareness of disabilities which may not be immediately apparent, but can still have an impact on the person's life. These includes mental illness, learning difficulties, chronic pain, sight or hearing impairments, amongst others. People with disabilities have been particularly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the isolation and diminished services which have happened as a result. And the goal for the International Day of Persons with Disabilities is to spread awareness of invisible disabilities as well as the impact that COVID-19 has had on mental health. And on the proposed recommendation from various commissions, and there were 4 of those commissions, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 2021 People with Disabilities Sector Parliament presented the following resolutions, which are to be responded to by the 30th of September 2022. And I will read these resolutions verbatim. The first commission dealt with the impact of COVID-19 on persons with disabilities. And the resolutions are as follows. Government should ensure that there is enhanced capacity and resilience of civil organizations and groups that will reach and assist people with disabilities and their families. Government should collaborate with disability structures in the provinces, the local communities and private sectors to promote service delivery. Government should also make sure that the employment of people with disabilities is protected. Government should ensure that people with disabilities and their families get first preferences in various platforms of government services. Government should monitor the organizations that work with people with disabilities in different regions so as to discover their needs. This will help to reduce the number of people with disability living in poverty. Government must implement its policies when it comes to disability programs. And government should make sure that people with disabilities are included or represented in all task teams of government. Government should also increase the grant in aid for caregivers. And then on Commission 2, which focused on the accessibility to healthcare services by people with disabilities during COVID-19 pandemic. The first one was government should ensure that public health information and communication is accessible, and it should include captioning where possible, sign language for all live and recorded events and communications such as national addresses, press briefings, and live social media. Government should ensure that information about the accessibility of COVID-19 health services is distributed to people with disabilities and their caregivers. Government should deliver telehealth for people with disability, provide telephone consultations, text messaging, and video conferencing for the delivery of healthcare for people with disability. This may be for their general health and include rehabilitation needs and, where appropriate, COVID-19 related needs. Government should ensure that all clinics are providing testing and services related to COVID-19 are completely accessible. Government should also address the physical barriers such as the uneven pathways, the stairs, the hard-to-reach spaces, and hard-to-use equipment. Attitudinal barriers such as the social stigma against disability and the denial of essential services, and financial barriers such as a high cost related to treatment or accessing the facility. Commission 3 dealt with the participation of people with disabilities in the economy and education. And the resolutions are as follows. Government should scrap the learnerships for people with disabilities and put in its place internships directly related to jobs. Government should review the metric requirements, especially if people with disabilities has number of learnership certificates already obtained. And government should assist people with disabilities with compliant requirements, and some of them did not finish the basic education. Government should improve the monitoring of the implementation of Equity Act, and government should give discount to persons with disabilities when paying for compliance documents. Government should give more entrepreneurial training to people with disabilities, and government should make sure that more information about economic opportunities is provided with people, to people with disabilities. Government should take immediate steps to turn its inclusive education policy commitments into legally binding obligations. And government should make sure that there is adequate consultation with children and their families to determine a school placement that will maximize their academic and social development consistent with the goal of full inclusion. Government should ensure implementation of national policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support. Finally, government should make sure that schools and education officials provide children with disabilities with full support as they need it. And the last commission talked to people with disabilities, accessibility to RDP houses. There's only 3 recommendations here, I think. 1, government must consider the houses that are accessible for people with disabilities. Government must work together with the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA, so that they can receive the accurate database for people living with disabilities. Government should establish a committee that will work together with the municipalities to make sure that people with disability do get houses. And on the committee proposed recommendations, the committee recommends that the MEC for Social Development, Honourable Murakani Musupye, should facilitate the responses from the Executive Council on all the issues raised as they are representative in the sector parliament. The committee further recommends that the MEC for Social Development, Honourable Murakani Musupye, should engage other MECs and the National Minister for Social Development through the MINMEC, so as to ensure that those resolutions that are of national competency are addressed and implemented at the national level. On acknowledgements, I would like to express my appreciation to the MEC for Social Development, Honourable Murakani Musupye, for cooperation and support during the sector parliament, the leadership of the Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honourable Mpapa Kanyane, in ensuring the successful hosting of this sector parliament. And my appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment goes to members of the committee, Member Magagula, Member Nseke, Member Ndlovana, Member Engelbrecht, Member Badenhorst, Member Mufama, and Member Ledwaba for their dedication and support during this process. The committee would also like to thank officials that support the committee and also assists the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberations, the Portfolio Committee on Social Development adopted the 2021 People with Disabilities Sector Parliament Report for the 2021-22 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, Section 2C, read with Rule 164, the Social Development Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the 2021 Persons with Disability Sector Parliament, taking into consideration the proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Let me get any seconder.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much. I pose a question. All those in favor say yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. This concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is tomorrow, the 25th. That is Wednesday. And we start here at 10. Thank you. Can we stand up? I'll start this side. The side. Before I get to the side, thank you very much.